turns his corn into liquor, he is dealing with what is his. There were certain unspoken rules of society in Baileyville, and one lasting tenet was that you didn't interfere in the private business of a man and his wife. There were many who might have been aware of beatings in their holler, man to woman, and occasionally the other way around. But few inhabitants would have dreamed of intervening unless it directly infringed upon their own lives in lost sleep or disturbed routines. It was just the way things were. Words were shouted, blows were delivered, and occasionally apologies were given, or not. Bruises and cuts healed, and things returned to normal. Luckily for Alice, Margery had never paid much heed to how other people did things. She cleaned the blood from Alice's face and applied a comfrey paste to the bruises. She asked nothing, and Alice volunteered nothing, except to wince and tighten her jaw at the worst of it. Then, when the girl finally went to bed, Margery spoke discreetly to Sven, and they agreed to take it in turns to sit downstairs in the small hours before dawn, so that should Van Cleve come by, he would find that there were circumstances in which a man might not simply drag his wife or his daughter-in-law home again, no matter what public embarrassment that might apparently entail for him. Predictably, for a man used to getting his own way, Van Cleve did come by shortly before dawn, though Alice would never know that, sleeping the sleep of the profoundly shocked in Margery's spare room. Margery's cabin was not accessible by road, and he was obliged to walk the last half-mile, so that he arrived florid and sweaty, despite the snow, a torch held up in front of him. "O'Hare?" he roared. And then, when no answer came, "O'Hare! You going to answer him?" Sven, who was making coffee, lifted his head. The dog barked furiously at the window, earning a muttered curse from outside. In the stables, Charlie kicked at his bucket.
"Don't really see why I should answer a man who won't give me the courtesy of a title, do you?" "No, I don't believe you should," said Sven, calmly. He had sat playing solitaire for half the night, one eye on the door, a river of dark thoughts running through his head about men who beat women. Margery O'Hare! Oh, Lord, you know hell wake her if he carries on this loud. Wordlessly, Sven handed Margery his gun, and she walked to the screen door and opened it, the rifle held loosely in her left hand as she stepped out onto the stoop, making sure Van Cleve could see it. "Can I help you, Mr. Van Cleve?" "Fetch Alice. I know she's in there." "And how would you know that?" "This has gone far enough. You bring her out and, well, say no more about it." Margery stared at her boot, considering this. "I don't think so, Mr. Van Cleve. Good morning." She turned to walk back in, and his voice lifted. "What? Wait, you don't shut a door on me." Margery turned slowly until she was facing him. "And you don't beat up on a girl who answers you back, not a second time. Alice did a foolish thing yesterday. I admit, tempers were running high. She needs to come on home now so we can sort things out. In the family." He ran a hand over his face, and his voice softened. "Be reasonable, Miss O'Hare. Alice is married. She can't stay here with you." "The way I see it, she can do what she likes, Mr. Van Cleve. She's a grown woman, not a dog or a doll." His eyes hardened. "I'll ask her what she wants to do when she wakes. Now I have work to get to, so I'd be obliged if you'd leave me to wash up my breakfast dishes. Thank you." He stared at her for a moment, his voice lowering. "You think you're mighty clever, don't you, girl? You think I don't know what you did with them letters over at North Ridge. You think I don't know about your filthy books and your immoral girls trying to steer good women into the path of sin." For a few seconds, the air seemed to disappear around them. Even the dog fell quiet. His voice, when he spoke again, was thick with menace. "You watch your back, Margery O'Hare. You have a nice day now, Mr. Van Cleve." Margery turned and walked back inside the cabin. Her voice was calm and her gait steady, but she stopped by the curtain and watched from the side of the window until she was sure Van Cleve had disappeared. "Where the heck is Little Women? I swear I've been searching for that book for ages. Last time I saw it checked out was for old Peg down at the store, but she says she returned it and it's been signed off in the book." Izzy was scanning the shelves, her finger tracing the spines of the books as she shook her head in frustration. Albert? Alder? Alaman? Did somebody steal it? "Maybe it got ripped and Sophia's fixing it," I asked. "She says she ain't seen it. It's bugging me because I got 2 families asking and nobody seems to know where it's gone. And you know how ornery Sophia gets when books go missing." She adjusted her stick under her arm and moved to her right, peering closely at the titles. The voices quieted as Margery walked through the back door, closely followed by Alice. "You got Little Women tucked away in your bag somewhere, Margery. Izzy's complaining fit to bust. And, whew, looks like someone took a beating." "Fell off her horse," said Margery, in a tone of voice that brooked no discussion. Beth stared at Alice's swollen face. Then her gaze slid to Izzy, who looked down at her feet. There was a brief silence. "Hope you, didn't hurt yourself too bad, Alice," said Izzy quietly. "Is she wearing your breeches?" said Beth. "You think I've got the only pair of leather breeches in the state of Kentucky, Beth Pinker? I've never known you so fixated on someone's appearance before. Anyone would think you'd got nothing better to do." Margery walked up to the ledger on the desk and began to flick through it. Beth took the rebuke cheerfully. "Reckon they look better on her than you anyway. Lord, it's colder than a well-digger's backside out there. Anyone seen my gloves?" Margery scanned the pages. "Now, Alice is a little sore so, Beth. You take the 2 routes over at Bluestone Creek. Miss Eleanor is staying with her sister, so she won't need new books this time round. And Izzy, if you could take the MacArthurs. Would that work? You can cut across that 40-acre field to tie in with your usual routes, the one with the falling-down barn." They agreed without complaint, sneaking glances at Alice, who said nothing, her attention fixed on some unidentified point 3 feet from her toes, her cheeks burning. As Izzy left, she put out her hand and squeezed Alice's shoulder gently. Alice waited until they had packed their bags and mounted their horses, and then she sat gingerly on Sophia's chair. "You all right?" Alice nodded. They sat and listened to the sound of hoofs fading up the road. "You know the worst thing about a man hitting you?" Margery said finally. "Ain't the hurt. It's that in that instant you realize the truth of what it is to be a woman. That it don't matter how smart you are, how much better at arguing, how much better than them, period. It's when you realize they can always just shut you up with a fist. Just like that." Alice remembered how Margery's demeanor had changed when the man in the bar had placed himself between them, how her gaze had landed hard where the man touched Alice's shoulder. Margery pulled the coffee pot from its stand and cursed as she discovered it was empty. She mulled over it for a moment, then straightened up and flashed Alice a tight smile. "Course, you know that only happens till you learn to hit back harder." Despite the daylight hours being now so short, the day ran lengthy and strange, the little library filled with a vague sense of suspense, as if Alice were not quite sure whether she should be waiting for someone or for something to happen. The blows hadn't hurt too much the night before. Now she grasped that was her body's reaction to shock. As the hours crept by, various parts of her had begun to swell and stiffen, a dull throb pushing at the parts of her head where it had made contact with Van Cleve's meaty fist or the unforgiving tabletop. Margery left, after Alice assured her that yes, she was fine, and no, she didn't want any more people missing out on their books, promising to bolt the door all the time she was gone. In truth, she needed time alone, time where she didn't have to worry about everybody else's reactions to her, as well as everything else. And so, for a couple of hours, it was just Alice in the library,
alone with her thoughts. Her head ached too much to read, and she didn't know what to look at anyway. Her thoughts were muddied, tangled. She found it hard to focus, while the questions of her future, where she would live, what to do, whether even to try to return to England, seemed so huge and intractable that eventually it seemed easier simply to concentrate on the small tasks: tidy some books, make some coffee, step outside to use the outhouse, then return swiftly to bolt the door again. At lunchtime there was a knock on the door, and she froze. But it was Fred's voice that called, "It's only me, Alice," and she raised herself from the chair and slid back the bolt, stepping behind it as he came in. "Brought you some soup," he said, placing a bowl with a cloth draped over its rim on the desk. "Thought you might be getting hungry." It was then that he saw her face. She registered the shock, suppressed as quickly as it flared, to be supplanted by something darker and angrier. He walked to the end of the room and stood there for a minute, his back to her, and it was as if he were suddenly made of something harder, as if his frame had turned to iron. "Bennet Van Cleve is a fool," he said, and his jaw barely moved, as if he were having trouble containing himself. It wasn't Bennet. It took him a moment to absorb this. Well, very. He walked back and stopped in front of her. She turned her head away from him, color rising in her cheeks, as if it were she who had done something to be ashamed of.
"Please," she said, and she wasn't sure what she was asking of him. "Let me see." He stood before her and lifted his fingertips to her face, studying it with a frown. She closed her eyes as they traced the line of her jaw, his fingers gentle. He was so close she could smell the warmth of his skin, the faint scent of horse he carried on his clothes. "You seen a doctor?" She shook her head. "Can you open your mouth?" She obliged, then closed it again with a wince. "Brushed my teeth this morning. Think a couple of them may have rattled a bit." He didn't laugh. His fingertips moved up the sides of her face, so gently that she barely felt them, even across the cuts and bruises, the same way they moved softly across a young horse's spine, checking for misalignments. He frowned as they crossed her cheekbones and met at her forehead, where he hesitated, then pushed aside a lock of hair. "I don't think anything's broken." His voice was a low murmur. "Doesn't make me want to hurt him any less, though. It was always the kindness that would kill you." She felt a tear slide slowly down her cheek and hoped he didn't see it. He turned away. She could hear he was now by the desk, clattering a spoon onto it. "It's tomato. Make it myself, with herbs and a little cream. Figured you wouldn't have brought anything. And, doesn't require chewing." "I don't know many men who cook." Her voice emerged in a little sob. "Yeah, well, would have gone pretty hungry by now if I didn't." She opened her eyes, and he was placing the spoon to the side of her bowl, laying a folded gingham napkin neatly beside it. For a moment she had a flashback of the place setting the previous evening, but shoved it down. This was Fred, not Van Cleve, and she was surprised to find that she was hungry. Fred sat while she ate, his feet up in a chair as he read a book of poetry, apparently content to let her be. She ate almost all the soup, wincing every time she opened her mouth, her tongue occasionally working back toward the two loose teeth. She didn't speak because she didn't know what to say. A strange and unexpected sense of humiliation hung over her, as if she had somehow brought this on herself, as if the bruises on her face were emblematic of her failure. She found herself replaying and replaying the night's events. Should she have kept quiet? Should she simply have agreed? And yet to do those things would have left her, what? No better than one of those very dolls. Fred's voice interrupted her thoughts. "When I found out my wife was carrying on, I reckon every second man from here to Hoffman asked me why I hadn't given her a good hidin' and brought her home again." Alice moved her head stiffly to look at him, but he was studying his book, as if he were reading from the words within it. "They said I should teach her a lesson. I never got it, not even in the first flush of anger, when I thought she had pretty much stomped all over my heart. You beat a horse, and you can break it all right. You can make it submit, but it'll never forget, and it sure as gosh won't care for you. So if I wouldn't do it to a horse, I could never work out why I should do it to a human." Alice pushed the bowl away slowly as he continued. "Selina wasn't happy with me. I knew it, though I didn't want to think about it. She wasn't made for out here, with the dust and the horses and the cold. She was a city girl, and I probably paid that too little mind. I was trying to build the business after my daddy died. Guess I thought she'd be like my ma, happy to forge her own path. 3 years of it and no babies, I should have known the first sweet-talking salesman to promise her something different would turn her head. But no, I never laid a hand on her. Not even when she was standing in front of me, suitcase in hand, telling me all the ways I had failed to be a man to her. And I reckon half this town still thinks I'm less of a man because of it. Not me, she wanted to tell him, but the words somehow wouldn't emerge from her mouth. They sat in silence a while longer. Finally, he stood and poured her some coffee, set it before her, and walked to the door with the empty bowl. "I'll be working with Frank Nielsen's young colt at the near paddock this afternoon. He's a little unbalanced and prefers the level ground. Anything you're worried about, you just bang on that window, okay?" She didn't speak. "I'll be right here, Alice." "Thank you," she said. "She's my wife. I got a right to talk to her. You think I give a Sam Hill what you, Fred, got to him first?" She had been dozing in the chairs. She felt exhausted to her bones, and woke to the sound of voices. "It's okay, Fred," she called out. "Let him in." She drew back the bolt and opened the door a sliver. "Well then, I'm coming in, too." Fred walked in behind Bennett so that the two men stood there for a moment, shaking snow from their boots and patting themselves down. Bennett flinched when he saw her. She hadn't dared look at her face, but his expression told her much of what she needed to know. He took a breath and rubbed his palm over the back of his head. "You need to come home, Alice," he said, adding, "He won't do it again." "Since when did you have any say over what your father does, Bennett?" she said. "He's promised. He didn't mean to hit you that hard. Just the little bit." "Oh, that's fine then," said Fred. Bennett shot him a look. Tempers were high. "Pa well, he's not used to a woman sassing him." "So what's he going to do next time Alice opens her mouth?" Bennett turned and squared up to Fred. "Hey, Geisler, you want to butt out of this? Because far as I can see, this ain't no business of yours." "It's my business when I see a defenseless woman get beat to a pulp. And you'd be the expert on how to manage a wife, huh? Because we all know what happened to your wife." "That's enough," said Alice. She stood slowly. Sudden movements made her head throb, and turned to Fred. "Can you leave us a moment, Fred? Please." His gaze darted from her to Bennett and back again. "I'll be right outside," he muttered. They stared at their feet until the door closed. She looked up first, at the man she had married just over a year ago. A man, she now realized, who had symbolized an escape route rather than any genuine meeting of minds or souls. What had they really known about each other after all? They had been exotic to one another, a suggestion of a different world to two people who were each trapped in their own way by the expectations of those around them. And then, slowly, her difference had become repugnant to him. "You comin' on come then?" he said. "Not, I'm sorry. We can fix this, talk it out. I love you, and I've spent the whole night worrying about you. Alice? Not, well, go somewhere by ourselves. We'll start again. I missed you, Alice. No, Bennett, I'm not coming back." It took him a moment to register what she had said. "What do you mean? I'm not coming back." "Well, where will you go?" "I'm not sure yet. You can't just leave. It doesn't work like that." "Says who?" "Bennett, you don't love me. And I can't. I can't be the wife you need me to be. We are making each other desperately unhappy, and there's nothing
nothing to suggest that is going to change. So, no, there's no point in me coming back. This is Margery O'Hare's influence. Pa was right. That woman. Oh, for goodness sake. I know my own mind. But we're married. She straightened up. I'm not coming back to that house. And if you and your father drag me out of here 100 times, I will just keep on leaving. Bennett rubbed the back of his neck. He shook his head and turned a quarter away from her. You know he won't accept this. He won't. She watched his face, across which several emotions seemed to be competing with each other, and felt briefly overwhelmed by the sadness of it all, at the admission that this really was it, the end. But there was something else in there, something she hoped he could detect too. Relief. Alice, he said.
And there it was again, this bizarre hope, irrepressible as a spring bud, that even at this late hour he might take her in his arms, swear that he couldn't live without her, that this was all a hideous mistake, and that they would be together, like he had promised. The belief, engraved deep within her, that every love story held, at its heart, the potential for a happy ending. She shook her head, and, without another word, he left. Christmas was a muted affair. Margery didn't celebrate Christmas traditionally, it being associated with not one good memory for her. But Sven insisted and bought a small turkey that he stuffed and cooked and made cinnamon cookies from his mother's Swedish recipe. Margery had many skills, he told her, shaking his head, but if he relied on her to cook, he'd be the width of that broom handle. They invited Fred, which for some reason made Alice self-conscious, and every time he looked across the table at her, he managed to time it to the exact second she glanced up at him, so that she blushed. He brought with him a Dundee cake, baked to his mother's recipe, and a bottle of French red wine, left in his cellar from before his father died, and they drank it and pronounced it interesting, although Sven and Fred agreed that you couldn't beat a cold beer. They didn't sing carols or play games, but there was something restful about the easy companionship of four people who felt warmly toward each other and were just grateful for good food and a day or two off work. That being said, all day Alice feared the knock on the door, the inevitable confrontation. Mr. Van Cleve was a man used to getting his own way, after all, and there were few occasions more guaranteed to heat the blood than Christmas. And, indeed, the knock did come, though not as she had expected. Alice leaped up, peering out of the window, fighting for space with a giddy and frantically barking Bluey. But it was Annie who appeared on the stoop, as cross-looking as ever, though given it was a holiday, Alice couldn't really blame her. "Mr. Van Cleve asked me to bring this," she said, the words popping from her lips like angry bubbles. She thrust an envelope at her. Alice held on to Bluey, who wriggled to be free and jump up to greet this new visitor. He was the most hopeless of guard dogs, Margery would say fondly, all sound and no fury, the runt of the litter, always stupidly glad to let everyone know how happy he was just to be alive. Annie kept one wary eye on him as Alice took the envelope. "And he said to wish you a Merry Christmas. Couldn't get up from the table to say it himself, though, huh?" called Sven through the doorway. Annie scowled at him, and Margery scolded him quietly. "Annie, you'd be most welcome to stop for a bite to eat before you head out," she called. "It's a cold afternoon, and we'd be happy to share." "Thank you, but I have to get back." She seemed reluctant to stand close to Alice, as if by mere proximity she risked being infected by her reputation. "Well, thank you anyway for coming all the way out here," said Alice. Alice looked at her suspiciously, as if she were making fun at her expense. She turned away and increased her pace back down the hill. Alice closed the door and released the dog, who immediately leaped up and started barking at the window, as if he had completely forgotten whom he had just seen. Alice stared at the envelope. "What'd you get then?"
Margery sat down at the table. Alice caught the glance that passed between her and Fred as she opened the card, an elaborate fixing of glitter and bows. "He'll be trying to win her back," said Sven, leaning back in his chair. "That's a fancy romantic thing. Bennett's trying to impress her." But the card was not from Bennett. She read the words. "Alice, we need you back in the house. Enough's enough, and my boy is pining. I know I did you a wrong, and I'm prepared to make amends. Here's a little something for you to buy yourself some fineries in Lexington, and sent with the hope that it improves your feelings about your swift return home. This was always a fruitful measure with my dear late Dolores, and I trust you will view it equally favorably. We can all let bygones be bygones. Your father, Geoffrey Van Cleve." She looked at the card, from which a crisp $50 bill slid onto the tablecloth. She stared at it where it lay. "That what I think it is?" said Sven, leaning forward to examine it. "He wants me to go out and buy a nice dress, and then come home." She placed the card on the table. There was a long silence. "You're not going," said Margery. Alice lifted her head. "I wouldn't go if he paid me $1,000. She swallowed and stuffed the money back into the envelope. "I will try to find somewhere else to stay, though. I don't want to get under your feet." "Are you kidding? You stay as long as you like. You're no trouble, Alice. Besides, Bluey's so taken with you. It's nice not to have to fight the dog for Sven's attention." Only Margery noticed Fred's sigh of relief. "Right," said Margery. "That's settled. Alice stays. Why don't I clear up? Then we can fetch Sven's cinnamon cookies. If we can't eat them, we can use them for target practice." 27 December 1937. Dear Mr. Van Cleve, you have made quite clear on more than one occasion that you think I am a woman of loose morals. But, unlike a woman of loose morals, I can't be bought. I am therefore returning your money via Annie's safekeeping. Please could you arrange to have my things sent to Margery O'Hare's home for the time being. Sincerely, Alice Van Cleve. Banged the letter down on his desk. Bennett glanced up from across the office and slumped a little, as if he had already guessed the contents. "That's it," Van Cleve said, and screwed the letter into a ball. "That O'Hare girl has crossed the line." 10 days later, the flyers went round. Izzy spotted one first, blowing across the road down by the schoolhouse. She dismounted and picked it up, brushing the snow from it so she could read it better. "Good citizens of Baileyville, please be aware of the moral danger posed by the Packhorse Library. All right-minded citizens are advised to decline its use. Meeting House, Tuesday, 6 p.m. Our town's moral rectitude is at stake." Moral rectitude? From a man who smashed a girl's face halfway across his dining table. Margery shook her head. "What are we going to do?" "Go to the meeting, I guess. We're right-minded citizens, after all." Margery looked sanguine, but Alice noted the way her hand closed around the leaflet, and a tendon ran tight along her neck. "And I'm not letting that old—" The door flew open. It was Bryn, his cheeks pink and his breath heavy from running. "Miss O'Hare! Miss O'Hare! Beth's took a fall on some ice and broke her arm up real bad." They bolted from the library and followed him up the snow-covered road, where they were met by the bulky figure of Dan Meekins, the local blacksmith, carrying a whey-faced Beth across his chest. She was clutching her arm, and there were vivid dark shadows under each eye, as if she hadn't slept for a week. "Horse went down on a patch of ice just by the gravel pit," Dan Meekins said. "Checked him over, and I think he's okay, but it looks like her arm took the full force of it." Margery stepped closer to peer at Beth's arm, and her heart sank. It was already swollen and dark red, 3 inches above the wrist. "You're making a fuss," said Beth through clenched teeth. "Alice, fetch Fred. We need to get her to the doctor at Chalk Ridge."
An hour later, the three of them stood in the little treatment room at Dr. Garnett's as he carefully set the injured arm between two splints, humming quietly as he bound it. Beth sat with her eyes closed and her jaw tight, determined not to let the pain show, consistent with her upbringing as the sole girl in a family of brothers. "I can still ride, though, right?" said Beth, when the doctor had finished. She held her arm in front of her as he looped the sling around her neck and tied it carefully. "Absolutely not, young lady. You need to spend at least 6 weeks resting it."
No riding, no lifting things, no banging it against anything. But I have to ride. How else am I supposed to get the books out? I don't know if you heard about our little library, Dr. Margery began. Oh, we've all heard about your library. He allowed himself a wry smile. Miss Pinker, at the moment the fracture appears clean, and I'm confident it should mend well. But I cannot stress enough how important it is to protect it from further injury. If an infection were to set in, then we could face having to amputate. Amputate? Alice felt something wash over her. Revulsion or fear, she wasn't sure. Beth was suddenly wide-eyed. Her previous composure evaporated. Well, manage, Beth. Margery sounded more convincing than she felt. You just listen to the doctor. Fred drove as swiftly as he could, but by the time they arrived back, the meeting had already been going almost half an hour. Alice and Margery crept in at the back of the meeting hall, Alice tipping her hat low over her brow and pulling her hair loose around her face to try to hide the worst of the bruises. Fred followed just behind her, as he had done the whole day, like some kind of guard. The door closed softly behind them. Van Cleve was in such full flow that nobody even stopped to look when they entered. Don't get me wrong. I am all for books and learning. My own son Bennett here was valedictorian at the school, as some of you may remember. But there are good books, and there are books that plant the wrong kinds of ideas, books that spread untruths and impure thoughts, books that can, if left unmonitored, cause divisions in society. And I fear we may have been lax in letting such books loose in our community without applying sufficient vigilance to protect our young and most vulnerable minds. Margery scanned the assembled heads, noting who was there and who was nodding along. It was hard to tell from behind. Van Cleve walked along the row of chairs at the front, shaking his head, as if the information he had to impart made him truly sorrowful. Sometimes, neighbors, good neighbors, I wonder if the only book we should really be reading is the good book itself. Doesn't that have all the facts and learning we need? So what are you proposing, Jeff? Well, ain't it obvious? We have to shut this thing down. Faces in the crowd met each other, some shocked and concerned, others nodding their approval. I appreciate that there has been some good work done with sharing recipes and teaching the kiddies to read and all, and I thank you for that, Mrs. Brady. But enough's enough. We need to take back control of our town, and we start with closing this so-called library. I will be putting this to our governor at the earliest opportunity, and I hope that as many of you as are right-minded citizens out here will be supporting me. The crowd drained away half an hour later, uncharacteristically muted and hard to read, whispering to each other, a few casting curious glances at the women who stood together at the back. Van Cleve walked out deep in conversation with Pastor McIntosh, and either failed to notice them or had simply decided not to acknowledge that they were there. But Mrs. Brady saw them. Still in the heavy fur hat she wore outside, she scanned the back of the crowd until she spied Margery, and motioned to her to meet her over by the small stage. "Is it true? About the married love book?" Margery held her gaze. "Yes," Mrs. Brady exclaimed softly under her breath. "Do you realize what you've done, Margery O'Hare?" "It's just facts, Mrs. Brady. Facts to help women take control of their own bodies, their own lives. Nothing sinful about it. Really, even our own federal court approved that book. Federal courts, Mrs. Brady sniffed. You know as well as I do that down here we're a long way from federal courts, or indeed anyone who cares a lick about what they decide. You know our little corner of the world is highly conservative, especially when it comes to matters of the flesh. She folded her arms across her chest, and her words suddenly exploded out of her. Gosh, Margery, I trusted you not to create a stir. You know how sensitive this project is. Now the whole town is alive with rumors about the kind of material you're distributing. And that old fool is stirring fit to bust to make sure he gets his own way. All I've done is be straight with people. Well, a wiser woman than you would have realized that sometimes you have to play a politician's game to get what you want. By doing what you've done, you've given him the very ammunition he was hoping for. Margery shifted awkwardly. Ah, come on, Mrs. Brady. Nobody pays any heed to Mr. Van Cleve. You think? Well, Izzy's father, for one, has put his foot down. What? Mr. Brady has tonight insisted Izzy withdraw from the program. Margery's jaw dropped. You're kidding. I most certainly am not. This library relies on the goodwill of locals. It relies on the notion of the public good. Whatever it is you're doing, you have created a controversy, and Mr. Brady does not want his only child dragged into it. She raised a hand suddenly to her cheek. Oh my, Mrs. Nocere will not be happy when she hears about this. She will not be happy at all. But Beth Pinker just broke her arm. We're already one librarian down. If we lose Izzy too, the library won't be able to continue. Well, perhaps you should have thought about that before you started mixing things up with your radical literature. It was then that she noticed Alice's face. She blinked hard, frowned at her, then shook her head as if this too were evidence of something going deeply wrong down at the Packhorse Library. Then she swept out, Izzy throwing a despairing glance their way as she was pulled along by her sleeve toward the door. Well, that's torn it. Margery and Alice stood on the stoop of the now empty meeting hall as the last of the buggies and murmuring couples disappeared. For the first time, Margery seemed truly at a loss. She was still holding a crumpled leaflet in her fist, and now threw it down, grinding it under her heel into the snow on the step. "I'll ride tomorrow," said Alice. Her voice still emerged muffled from her swollen mouth, as if she were speaking through a pillow. "You can't. You'd spook the horses, let alone the families." Margery rubbed at her eyes and took a deep breath. "I'll take what extra routes I can. But Lord knows the snow has pushed everything back already." "He wants to destroy us," said Alice dully. "Yes, he does. It's me. I told him where to put his $50. He's so mad he'll do anything to punish me. Alice, if you hadn't told him where to put his $50, I would have done it, and in capital letters. Van Cleve's the kind of man can't bear to see a woman take any kind of place in the world. You can't go blaming yourself for a man like him." Alice shoved her hands deep into her pockets. "Maybe Beth's arm will heal quicker than the doctor said." "You'll work something out," Alice added, as if she were confirming it to herself. "You always do." Margery sighed. "Come on, let's head back." Alice took 2 steps down and pulled Margery's jacket tight around her. She wondered whether Fred would come with her to pick up the last of her belongings. She was afraid of going by herself. Then a voice broke into the silence. "Miss O'Hare?" Kathleen Bly appeared around the corner of the meeting hall, holding an oil lamp in front of her with one hand and the reins of a horse in the other. "Mrs. Van Cleve." "Hey, Kathleen. How are you doing?" "I was at the meeting." Her face was drawn under the harsh light. "I heard what your man there was saying about y'all." "Yes. Well, everyone has an opinion in this town. You don't want to believe everything. I'll ride for you." Margery tilted her head,
as if she wasn't sure she was hearing right. "I'll ride. I heard what you were saying to Mrs. Brady. Garrett's ma will mind the babies for me. I'll ride with you until your girl's arm is mended."
When neither Margery nor Alice responded, she said, "I know my way around every holler for 20 miles yonder. Can ride a horse as well as anyone. Your library kept me going, and I won't see some old fool shut it down." The women stared at each other. "So what time do I come by tomorrow?" It was the first time Alice had seen Margery truly lost for words. She stuttered a little before she spoke again. "A little after 5 would be good. We got a lot of ground to cover. Course, if that's too difficult because of your bab, 5 it is. Got my own horse." She lifted her chin. "Garrett's horse. Then I'm obliged to you." Kathleen nodded at them both, then mounted the big black horse, steered him round, and was lost in the darkness. When she looked back afterward, Alice would remember January as the darkest of months. It wasn't just that the days were short and frozen, and that much of their riding was now done in the pitch black, collars high around their necks, and their bodies swaddled in as many clothes as they could wear and still move. The families they visited were often blue with cold themselves, children and old people tucked up together in beds, some coughing or rheumy-eyed, huddled around half-hearted fires, and all still desperate for the diversion and hope that a good story could bring. Getting books to them had become infinitely harder. Routes were often impassable, the horses staggering through deep snow or sliding on ice on steep paths, so that Alice would dismount and walk, haunted by the image of Beth's red and swollen arm. True to her word, Kathleen would turn up at 5 a.m. 4 mornings a week on her husband's rangy black horse, collect 2 bags of books, and ride off wordlessly into the mountains. She rarely needed to double-check the routes, and the families she served met her with open doors and expressions of pleasure and respect. Alice observed that leaving the house was good for Kathleen, despite the travails of the job and the long hours away from her children. Within weeks, she carried a new air of, if not happiness, then quiet accomplishment. And even those families swayed by Mr. Van Cleve's emphatic takedown of the library were persuaded to stay with it, given Kathleen's insistence that the library was a good thing, and she and Garrett had honest reasons for believing so. But it was hard all the same. Something like a quarter of the mountain families had dropped out, and a good number in the town, and the rumor mill had gone into overdrive, so that those who had previously welcomed them now viewed them with wary eyes. "Mr. Leland says one of your librarians is with child out of wedlock after becoming crazed with lust from a romance novel. I heard all 5 sisters over at Split Willow are refusing to help their parents in the house after having their heads turned by political texts slipped into their recipe books. One of them has grown hair on the back of her hands. Is it true that your English girl is really a communist?" Occasionally, they even received insults and abuse from people they visited. They had started to avoid riding past the honky-tonks on Main Street, as men would catcall obscenities from the doorways, or follow them down the street, mimicking what they claimed was in the reading material. They missed Izzy's presence, her songs and her cheerful, awkward enthusiasms. And while nobody spoke openly of it, the absence of Mrs. Brady's support felt like they had lost their backbone. Beth stopped by a few times, but was so grumpy and despondent that she and eventually they found it easier for her not to be there at all. Sophia spent the hours she no longer had to fill with filing books by making up more scrapbooks. "Things can still change," she would tell the 2 younger women firmly. "Have faith." Alice plucked up courage and made her way to the Van Cleve house, flanked by Margery and Fred.
She felt weak with relief when Van Cleve wasn't there, and it was Annie who silently handed her 2 neatly packed suitcases and closed the door with an all-too emphatic slam. But once back in Margery's cabin, despite Margery's assurances that she could stay as long as she liked, Alice couldn't help feeling like an interloper, a refugee in a world whose rules she still didn't entirely understand. Sven Gustafsson was solicitous. He was a kind man who never made Alice feel unwelcome, and took time to ask her during every visit about herself, her family back in England, what she had done with her day. As if she were a favored guest, he was always quietly delighted to find there, not just a lost soul clogging up their living area. He told her about what really went on at Van Cleve's mines, the brutality, the union breakers, broken bodies and conditions she could barely stand to picture. He explained it all in a voice that suggested this was simply how it was, but she felt a deep shame that the comforts in which she had lived at the big house had been provided from its proceeds. She would retreat to a far corner and read one of Margery's 122 books, or she would lie awake through the unlit hours, her thoughts periodically interrupted by sounds from Margery's bedroom. Their private moments of affection left her feeling first acute embarrassment, then, after a week, curiosity tinged with sadness at how Margery and Sven's experience of love could be so different from her own. But mostly she would sneak glances at the way he was around Margery, the way he watched her move with quiet approval, the way his hand strayed to her whenever she was nearby, as if the touch of his skin on hers was as necessary to him. She marveled at how he discussed Margery's work with her, as if it was something he took pride in, offering suggestions or words of support. She noted that he pulled Margery to him without embarrassment or awkwardness, murmuring secrets into her ears and sharing smiles lit with unspoken intimacies. And it was then that something in Alice would hollow out, until she felt there was something cavernous inside her, a great gaping hole that grew and grew until it threatened to swallow her whole. "Focus on the library," she would tell herself, pulling the counterpane up to her chin and blocking her ears. "As long as you have that, you have something. There is no religion without love, and people may talk as much as they like about their religion, but if it does not teach them to be good and kind to man and beast, it is all a sham." In the end, they sent Pastor McIntosh, as if God's word might hold sway where Van Cleve's could not. He knocked on the door of the Packhorse Library on a Tuesday evening, and found the women in a circle, cleaning their saddles, a bucket of warm water between them, chatting comfortably as the log burner roared in the corner. He removed his hat, folding it to his chest. "Ladies, I am sorry to interrupt your work, but I wondered if I might have a word with Mrs. Van Cleve here." "If it's Mr. Van Cleve sent you, Pastor McIntosh, I'll save your breath and tell you exactly what I told him, and his son, and his housekeeper, and anyone else who wants to know. I'm not going back." "Lord, but that man is relentless," muttered Beth. "Well, that's an understandable emotion, given the high feelings of recent weeks. But you are married now, dear. You are subject to a higher authority. Mr. Van Cleve's? No, God's. Those whom God has joined together, let no man put asunder." "Good thing she's a lady, then," muttered Beth, and sniggered. Pastor McIntosh's smile wavered. He sat heavily on the seat by the door and leaned forward. "You were married under God, Alice, and it's your duty to return home. You just walking out like this is, well, it's causing ripples. You need to think about the wider effects of your behavior. Bennett's unhappy. His father is unhappy. And my happiness? I'm guessing that doesn't come into it. Dear girl, it is through domestic life that you will achieve true contentment. A woman's place is in the home. Wives, submit yourselves unto your husbands unto the Lord.
For the husband is the head of the wife, even as Christ is the head of the church, and he is the Savior of the body. Ephesians chapter 5, verse 22. Margery rubbed vigorous circles into the saddle soap without looking up. "Pastor, you know you're talking to a room full of happily unmarried women here, right?" He acted like he couldn't hear. "Alice, I urge you to be guided by the Holy Bible, to hear the Word of God. I will therefore that the younger women marry, bear children, guide the house, give none occasion to the adversary to speak reproachfully." That is from the first epistle to Timothy, chapter 5, verse 14. Do you understand what he is saying to you, dear? "Oh, I think I understand. Thank you, Pastor." "Alice, you don't have to sit here. And I'm fine, Margery," Alice said, holding up a hand. "The pastor and I have always had interesting conversations. And I do think I understand what it is you're telling me, Pastor." The other women exchanged silent looks. Beth gave a tiny shake of her head. Alice scrubbed at a stubborn patch of dirt with a rag. She cocked her head, thinking, "I would be much obliged if you could advise me a little further, though." The pastor steepled his fingers. "Why, yes, child. What is it you want to know?" Alice compressed her mouth for a moment, as if choosing her words carefully. Then, without looking up, she started to speak. "What does God say about smashing your daughter-in-law's head repeatedly into a table because she had the audacity to give 2 old toys to some motherless girls? Do you have a verse for that one? Because I'd love to hear it. I'm sorry, what did you... Perhaps you have one for when a woman's sight is still blurred in one eye because her father-in-law smacked her so hard in the face that she saw stars? Or what's the Bible verse for when a man tries to give you paper money to make you behave as he wants you to? Do you think Ephesians has a view on that? $50 is quite a sum, after all, large enough to ignore all kinds of sinful behavior. Beth's eyes widened. Margery thrust her head down. "Alice, dear, this is all a private Is that godly behavior, Pastor? Because I'm listening really hard, and all I'm hearing is everyone telling me what I'm apparently doing wrong, when actually I think I may have been the godliest one in the Van Cleve household. I might not spend enough time in church, granted, but I actually do minister to the poor and sick and needy. Never looked at another man or given my husband reason to doubt me. I give away what I can." She leaned forward over the saddle. "I'll tell you what I don't do. I don't call in men with machine guns from across state lines to threaten my own workforce. I don't charge that same workforce 4 times the fair amount for groceries and sack them if they try to buy food anywhere but the company store. Until they run up debts they'll die before they can pay back. I certainly don't beat up young women until they can't see, then send a servant over with money to smooth it over. So tell me, Pastor, who really is the ungodly one in all this? Just who needs a lecture on how to behave? Because I'm darned if I can work this one out." The little library had fallen completely silent. The pastor, his mouth working up and down, regarded each of the women's faces. Beth and Sophia stooped innocently over their work. Margery's gaze flickering between the 2 of them, and Alice, her chin up, her face a blazing question. He placed his hat on his head. "I can see you're busy, Mrs. Van Cleve. Perhaps I'll come back another time." "Oh, please do, Pastor," she called, as he opened the door and hurried off into the dark. "I do so enjoy our Bible studies." With that final attempt by Pastor McKinta, a man who could not accurately be described as the soul of discretion, word had finally traveled around the county that Alice Van Cleve really had left her husband and was not coming back.
It had not improved Geoffrey Van Cleve's mood, already weighted down by those rabble-rousers at the mine, one jot. Emboldened by the anonymous levers, the same troublemakers who had tried to resurrect the unions were now rumored to be doing so again. This time, however, they were smarter about it. This time it had been done in quiet conversations, in casual talks down at Marvin's Bar or the Red Horse honky-tonk, and often mentioned so swiftly that by the time Van Cleve's men had arrived, all there was to see was a few Hoffman men legitimately downing a cold beer after a long week's work, and just a vague sense of disturbance in the air. "Word is," said the governor, as they sat in the hotel bar, "you're losing your grip." "My grip? You've been obsessing about that very library and not focusing on what's going on at your mine. Where did you hear such nonsense? I have the firmest of grips, Governor. Why, didn't we discover a whole bunch of those troublemakers from the UMWA just 2 months ago and shut that down? I got Jack Morrissey and his boys to see them off." "Oh, yes." The governor gazed into his drink. "I've got eyes and ears all over this county. I'm keeping track of these subversive elements. But we have sent a warning, if you like. And I have friends at the sheriff's office who are very understanding about such matters." The governor raised the slightest of eyebrows. "What?" said Van Cleve, after a pause. "They say you can't even keep control of your own home." Van Cleve's neck shot to the back of his collar. "Is it true that your Bennett's wife ran off to a cabin in the woods, and you ain't been able to get her home again?" "The young'uns may be having a few hiccups just now. She asked to stay with her friend. Bennett's letting her just till things simmer down." He ran a hand over his face. "The girl got very emotional, you know, about not being able to bear him a child." "Well, I'm sad to hear that, Jeff, but I have to tell you that's not how it's being parlayed." "What? They say the O'Hare girl's running rings around you? Frank O'Hare's daughter? Huh, that little hillbilly. She just hangs off Alice's coattails, got some kind of fascination with her. You don't want to listen to anything anyone says about that girl. Huh, last I heard, her so-called library was on its last legs anyway." "Oh, no," the governor nodded. But he didn't laugh and agree, slap Van Cleve on the back, and offer him a whiskey. He just nodded, finished his drink, slid off his bar stool, and left. And when Van Cleve finally got up to leave the bar, several bourbons and a whole lot of brooding later, his face was the dark purple of the upholstery. "You good, Mr. Van Cleve?" said the bartender. "Why, you got an opinion as well as everyone else around here?" He sent the empty glass skidding, and it was only the bartender's sharp reflexes that stopped it flying off the end of the bar. Bennett looked up as his father slammed the screen door. He had been listening to the wireless and reading a baseball magazine. Now Van Cleve smacked it out of his hand. "I'm done with this. Go get your coat." "What?" "We're bringing Alice home. We'll pick her up and put her in the trunk if necessary." "Pop, I told you 100 times. She says she'll just keep leaving until we get the message. And you're going to take that from a little girl, your own wife? You know what this is doing to my name." Bennett opened his magazine again, mumbling into his collar. "It's just folk talking. It'll die down soon enough." "Meaning what?" Bennett shrugged. "I don't know. Just, we should maybe leave her be." Van Cleve squinted at his son, as if he might have been replaced by some alien he barely recognized. "Do you even want her to come home?" Bennett shrugged again. "What in gosh does that mean?" "I don't know." "Oh, is this because little Peggy Foreman's been hanging around you again?" "Oh, yes, I know all about that. I see you, son. I hear things."
You think your mother and I didn't have our difficulties? You think there weren't times we didn't want to be around each other? But she was a woman who understood her responsibilities. You're married. Do you understand, son? Married in the eyes of God and in the eyes of the law and according to the laws of nature. If you want to be fooling around with Peggy, you do it quietly and on the side of things, not so that everybody's looking and talking. You hear me? Van Cleve adjusted his jacket, checking his reflection in the mirror over the mantel. You have to be a man now. I'm done with waiting around while some stuck-up English girl wrecks my family's reputation. The Van Cleve name means something around here. Get your very coat. What are you gonna do? We're going to fetch her. Van Cleve looked up at the larger figure of his son, now standing in his way. Are you blocking me, boy? My own son? I won't be part of it, Pa. Some things are best left. The older man's mouth, clamped shut, worked like a trap. He shoved past him. This is the thin end of the wedge. You might be too cowardly to send that girl a message, but if you think I'm the kind of man to sit by and do nothing, then you really don't know your old pa at all. Margery rode home deep in thought, nostalgic for times when all she had to think about was whether she had enough food for the next 3 days. As she often did, when her thoughts grew deep and cold, she murmured to herself under her breath, "It's not so bad. We're still here, aren't we, Charlie boy? Books are still getting out there." The mule's big ears flicked back and forth, so that she swore he understood half her conversation. Sven laughed at the way she talked to her animals, and every time she would retort that they made more sense to her than half the humans around there. And then, of course, she would catch him murmuring to the very dog like a baby when he thought she wasn't looking, "Who's a good boy then, huh? Who's the best dog?" Soft-hearted, for all his bluntness, kind with it. Not many men would have been so welcoming of another woman in the house. Margery thought about the apple pie Alice had rustled up the night before, half of which was still sitting on the side. Seemed like the cabin was always chock full of people these days, bustling around, making food, helping with chores. A year ago she would have bridled at it. Now, returning to an empty house seemed like a strange thing, not the relief she might have imagined. A little delirious with tiredness, Margery's thoughts meandered and splintered as the mule plodded up the dark track. She thought of Kathleen Bligh, returning to a home echoing with loss. Thanks to her, these last 2 weeks, despite the weather, they had managed to cover nearly all their rounds. And the loss of those families who had fallen out of the project due to Van Cleve's rumors meant they were pretty much up to date. If she had the budget, she'd take Kathleen on for good. But Mrs. Brady wasn't much for talking about the future of the library just now. "I have held off writing to Mrs. Knopfseer about our current troubles," she had told her the previous week, confirming that Mr. Brady was as yet unbending on the issue of Izzy's return. "I am hoping that we can win round enough townspeople that Mrs. Knopfseer might never have to hear about this. Misfortune." Alice had started riding again, her bruises luminous yellow echoes of the injuries she had endured. She had taken the long route up to Patchett's Creek that day, supposedly to stretch spirit out a little, but Margery knew it was so she, Margery, could have some time with Sven alone at the house. The families on the creek route liked Alice, made her speak English place names to them, Beaulieu and Piccadilly and Leicester Square, and fell about laughing at her accent. She never minded. She was slow to offend, that girl. It was one of the things Margery liked about her, she thought. While enough people round here would find a slight in the mildest of words, every compliment a secret barb aimed just at them, Alice still seemed primed to see the best in everyone she came across. Probably why she'd married that human beefsteak Bennett. She yawned, wondering how long it was going to take Sven to come home. "What do you think, Charlie boy?
Have I got time to boil up some hot water and get this grime off me? Do you think he'll care a whit one way or the other?" She pulled the mule to a halt at the large gate, dismounting to open it up. "The way I feel, I'll be lucky if I manage to stay awake long enough for him to get here." It took her a minute after replacing the catch to realize what was missing. Bluey? She walked up the path, calling him, her boots crunching in the snow. She hooked the mule's reins over the pole by the porch and lifted her hand to her brow. Where had the darned dog shot off to now? 2 weeks ago he had made his way 3 miles across the creek to Hench's place, just to play with the young dog there. Came home sheepish with his ears down, like he knew he'd done wrong. His face so full of guilt that she didn't have the heart to tell him off. Her voice echoed back across the holler. "Bluey!" She took the porch steps 2 at a time. And then she saw him, at the far end by the rocker. A pale, limp body, his ice-colored eyes staring blankly at the roof, his tongue lolling and his legs splayed as if he had been stopped directly in the act of running. A clean, dark red bullet hole ran straight through his skill. "Oh, no! Oh, no!" Margery ran to him and dropped to her knees, and a wail emerged from somewhere she had known she possessed. "Oh, not my boy! No, no!" She cradled the dog's head, feeling the velvet soft fur of his cheeks, stroking his muzzle, knowing even as she did that there was nothing to be done. "Oh, Bluey, my sweet baby!" She pressed her face to his. "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." Her hands clutching him to her, her whole body mourning a stupid young hound that would never bounce onto her bed again. It was like this that Alice found her, as she rode up on Spirit half an hour later, her legs aching and her feet numb with cold. Margery O'Hare, a woman who had remained dry-eyed throughout her own father's funeral, who had bitten her lip until it bled as she buried her sister, a woman who had taken the best part of 4 years to confess her feelings to the man she loved most in the world, and still swore she had not a sentimental bone in her body, sat keening like a child on the porch, her back doubled over with grief, and her dead dog's head cradled tenderly in her lap. Alice saw Van Cleve's Ford before she saw him. For weeks she had backed into the shadows when he passed, had turned her face, her heart in her mouth, braced for another puce-faced demand that she come home right now and stop all this nonsense, or she might just find herself regretting it. Even in company, the sight of him made her tremble a little, as if some residual memory was lodged in her cells that still felt the impact of that blunt fist. But now, propelled by a long night of grief that had been somehow so much more painful to witness, she dug in her heels as she saw the burgundy car heading down the hill, sending Spirit wheeling hard across the road, so that she was directly in front of him, and he had to stamp on the brakes, screeching to a halt in front of the store, causing all passers-by, a fair number given that the store had a special deal on flour, to stop and observe the commotion. Van Cleve blinked at the girl on the horse through his windshield, unsure at first who it was. He wound down his window. "You properly lost your mind now, Alice?" Alice glared at him. She dropped her reins, and her voice carried, clear as cut glass, through the still air, glittering with anger. "You shot her dog?" There was a brief silence. "You shot Margery's dog?" "I shot nothing." She lifted her chin and looked steadily at him. "No, of course you didn't."
"You wouldn't get your own hands dirty, would you? You probably got your men to come out here just to shoot that puppy." She shook her head. "My God, what kind of man are you?" She saw then, from the questioning way Bennett swiveled to look at his father, that he hadn't known, and some small part of her was glad. Van Cleve, who had been open-mouthed, swiftly recovered his composure. "You're crazy. Living with that O'Hare girl has turned you crazy." He glanced out of his window, noting the neighbors who had stopped to listen, murmuring to each other. This was rich meat indeed for a quiet town. Van Cleve shot Margery O'Hare's dog. She's crazy. Look at her, riding her horse straight into my car. As if I'd shoot a dog. He slapped his hands on the steering wheel. Alice didn't move. His voice rose a register. "Me shoot a very dog?" And finally, when nobody moved and nobody spoke, "Come on, Bennett, we got work to do." He wrestled the wheel so that the car spun around her and accelerated briskly up the road, leaving Spirit to prance and shy as the gravel sprayed at her feet. It shouldn't have been a surprise. Sven leaned over the rough wooden table with Fred and the two women and relayed the tales coming out of Harlan County, of men dynamited clean out of their beds because of the escalating union disputes, of thugs with machine guns, of sheriffs turning the blindest of eyes. In the light of all this, a dead dog shouldn't have been much of a surprise, but it seemed to knock the fight right out of Margery. She'd been sick twice with the shock of it, and she cast around for her hound reflexively when they were home, her palm pressed to her cheek, as if even now she half expected him to come bounding around the corner. "Van Cleve's canny," muttered Sven, as she left the room to check on Charlie, as she did repeatedly through each evening. He knew Margery wouldn't bat an eyelid if someone looked at her down the barrel of a gun. But if he picked off the things she loves... Alice considered this. "Are you worried, Sven? For me? No, I'm a company man, and he needs a fire captain. I'm not unionized, but anything happens to me, all my boys go out. We're agreed on that. And if we walk, the mine shuts down. The sheriff might be in Van Cleve's pocket, but there are limits to what the state will tolerate." He sniffed. "Besides, this one's about him and you two girls. And he won't want attention drawn to the fact that he's engaged in a fight with a pair of women. Oh no." He took a slug of bourbon. "He's just trying to spook you. But his men wouldn't hurt a woman. Even those thugs of his. They're bound by the code of the hills." "What about the ones he's bringing in from out of state?" said Fred. "You sure they're bound by the code of the hills too?" Sven didn't seem to have an answer for that. Fred taught her how to use a shotgun. He showed her how to balance the stock and pull the butt against her shoulder, how to factor in the hefty kick backward when she lined up her sights, reminding her not to hold her breath but to release the trigger as she breathed out slowly. The first time she pulled the trigger, he was standing close behind her, his hands on hers, and she bounced so hard against him that her face stayed pink for an hour. She was a natural, he told her, lining up cans on the fallen tree at the edge of Margery's land. Within days, she could pick them off like apples falling from a branch. At night, as she secured the new locks on the doors, Alice would run her hands along the barrel, lift it speculatively to her shoulder, firing imaginary rounds at unseen intruders coming up the track. She would pull the trigger for her friend, she had no doubt of that, because something else had changed too, something fundamental. Alice had discovered how, for a woman at least, it was much easier to feel anger on behalf of someone you cared about, to access that cold burn, to want to make someone suffer if they had hurt someone you loved. Alice, it turned out, was no longer afraid. Riding all winter, a librarian would wrap up so heavily it was hard to remember what she looked like underneath. 2 vests, a flannel shirt, a thick sweater, and a jacket, with maybe a scarf or 2 over the top. That was the daily uniform up in the mountains, perhaps with a pair of man's thick leather gloves over her own, a hat rammed low as she could get it, and another scarf pulled high over her nose,
so that her breath might bounce back and warm her skin a little. At home, she'd strip off reluctantly, revealing only the swiftest slice of bare skin to the elements between shedding undergarments and sliding, shivering under her blankets. Aside from cloth washing, a woman working for the Packhorse Library could go for weeks without seeing her body much at all. Alice was still locked into her own private battle with the Van Cleves, although, thankfully, they seemed to have gone quiet for now. She could most often be found in the woods behind the cabin, practicing with Fred's old gun, the crack and zing of bullets hitting tin cans echoing through the still air. Izzy could be seen only in glimpses, trailing her mother miserably around town, and there were only intermittent appearances from Beth, the one person who could be relied on to notice these things or joke about them, and she was mostly preoccupied with her arm and what she could and couldn't do. So nobody observed that Margery had put on a little weight, or thought to comment upon it. Sven, who knew Marge's body like he knew his own, understood the fluctuations that occurred in the female form, and enjoyed all of them equally, and was a wise enough man to say anything. Margery herself had become accustomed to being bone-tired, trying to double up on routes, fighting every day to convince the disbelievers of the importance of stories, of facts, of knowledge. But this, and the constant air of foreboding, left her struggling each morning to lift her head from the pillow. The cold was etched into her after months of snow, and the long hours outside had left her permanently, ravenously hungry. So, a woman could be excused for not noticing the things that other women might have picked up on faster, or, if she did, for sweeping the thought away under the larger pile of things she had to worry about. But there is always a point at which these things become impossible to ignore. One night in late February, Margery told Sven not to stop by, adding, with deceptive casualness, that she had a few things to catch up on. She helped Sophia with the last of the books, waved Alice off into the snowy night, and bolted the door behind her until it was just her alone in the little library. The log burner still glowed warm because Fred, God bless him, had packed it full of logs before he too disappeared to eat, his mind full of someone else entirely. She sat in the chair, her thoughts hanging low around her head in the darkness, until eventually she stood, pulled a heavy textbook from the shelf, and flicked through the pages until she found what she was looking for. Brow furrowed, she scanned the information carefully. She absorbed it, then counted off her fingers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5.5. And then she did it a second time. Despite what people might have thought around Lee County about Margery O'Hare's family, about the kind of woman she must surely be, given where she came from, she was not prone to cursing. Now, however, she cursed softly once, twice, and let her head silently into her hands. The small-town bankers, grocers, editors, and lawyers, the police, the sheriff, if not the government, are all apparently subservient to the money and corporate masters of the area. It was their compulsion, if possibly not always their desire, to stand well with these who had the power to cause them material or personal difficulties. 3 families who wouldn't let me so much as hand over a book unless we read Bible stories. One slammed door up by those new houses near Hoffman, but Mrs.
Cotter seems to have come back round now. She understands we're not trying to tempt her into the ways of the flesh. And Doreen Abney says, can she have the magazine with the recipe for the rabbit pie, as she forgot to write it out 2 weeks ago. Kathleen's saddlebag landed with a thump on the desk. She turned to look at Alice and rubbed dirt from her hands. Oh, and Mr. Van Cleve stopped me in the street to tell me that we were an abomination, and the sooner we were gone from this town, the better. "I'll show him abomination," said Beth darkly. By mid-March, Beth had returned to work full-time, but nobody had the heart to tell Kathleen she was no longer needed. Mrs. Brady, who was a fair woman, if a little unbending, had declined to draw Izzy's wage since she had gone, and Margery simply handed the little brown paper packet directly to Kathleen. It was something of a relief, as she had been paying her out of her own pocket with the few savings she had hidden since her father's death. Twice Kathleen's mother-in-law had come by the library to bring her children and show them what their mamma was engaged in, her voice filled with pride. The children were great favorites among the women, who showed them the newest books and let them sit on the mule. And there was something in Kathleen's slow smile and the genuine warmth of her mother-in-law toward her that made everyone feel a little better. Realizing Alice would not be budged on the matter of returning to the house, Mr. Van Cleve had taken a new tack, insisting she leave town, that she wasn't wanted here, pulling alongside her in his car as she headed out on her early morning rounds, so that Spirit's eyes rolled white and she pranced sideways to get away from the man bellowing out of the driver's window. "You got no way to support yourself. And that library's going to be finished in a matter of weeks. I've heard it from the governor's office himself. You ain't coming back to the house, then you'd best find somewhere else, somewhere back in England." She had learned to ride with her face fixed straight ahead, as if she couldn't hear him, and this would enrage him more, so that he would invariably end up shouting halfway down the road, while Bennett slunk down in the passenger seat. "You ain't even all that pretty anymore." "Do you think Margery is really okay with me staying at the cabin?" she would ask Fred afterward. "I don't want to be in the way. But he's right. I don't have anywhere else to go." Fred would bite his lip, as if he wanted to say something he couldn't. "I think Margery likes having you around, like all of us," he would answer carefully. She had started to notice new things about Fred: the confident way his hands rested on horses, the fluidity in the way he moved, not like Bennett, who, despite his athleticism, had always seemed uncomfortable, restrained by his own muscles, as if movement could only burst out of him sporadically. She found excuses to stay late in the cabin, helping Sophia, who kept her lips pursed. She knew. Oh, they all knew. "You like him, don't you?" Sophia asked her outright one night. "Me? Fred? Oh, my. She stammered. "He's a good man." Sophia said it with the emphasis on good, as if she were comparing him to someone else. "Were you ever married, Sophia?" "Me? No." Sophia raised a thread to her teeth and bit it through neatly. And just at the point where Alice wondered if she had yet again been too direct, she added, "Loved a man once. Benjamin, a miner. He was best friends with William. We knew each other since we were children." She held her stitching up to the lamp. "But he's dead now." "Did he die in the mines?" "No. Some men shot him. He was minding his business, just walking home from work." "Oh, Sophia, I'm so sorry." Sophia's expression was unreadable, as if she had had years of practice of hiding what she felt. "I couldn't stay here for a long time. Took myself to Louisville and put all my heart into working at the colored library there. Built something of a life, though I missed him every day. When I heard William had suffered his accident, I prayed to God not to make me come back here. But, he has his ways. Is it still difficult? It was at first. But, she shrugged, things change. Ben died 14 years ago now. The world moves on. Do you think you'll ever meet anyone else? Oh no, that ship has sailed. Besides, I don't fit nowhere. Too educated for most of the men around here. My brother would say too opinionated." Sophia laughed. "That sounds familiar," said Alice, and sighed. "I got William for company. We get by. And I'm hopeful.
Things are good," she smiled. "Got to count your blessings. I enjoy my job. I got friends here now." "That's a little how I feel too." Almost on impulse, Sophia reached out a slim hand and squeezed Alice's. Alice squeezed back, struck by the unexpected comfort of a human touch. They held each other's grip tightly, and then, almost reluctantly, released it. "I do think he's kind," said Alice, after a moment, "and quite handsome." "Girl, all you'd have to do is say the word. That man's been pining after you like a dog after a bone since the day I got here." "But I can't, can I?" Sophia looked up. "Half the town thinks this library is a hotbed of immorality, and me at the heart of it. Can you imagine what they'd say about us if I took up with a man? A man who wasn't my husband?" She had a point, Sophia told William afterward. Just seemed a very shame. Two good people so glad to be in each other's company. "Well," said William, "nobody ever said this world was going to be fair." "Ain't that the truth?" said Sophia, and returned to her stitching, briefly lost in the memory of a man with an easy laugh who had never failed to make her smile, and the long-lost weight of his arm around her waist. "She's a schoolmistress, old spirit," Fred said, as they rode home in the encroaching dusk. He was wearing a heavy oilcloth jacket to keep off the thin rain, and the green scarf the librarians had bought him for Christmas was wrapped around his neck, as it had been every day since they'd given it to him. "You see it today?" Every time this one spooked, she gave him a look as if to say, "You get a hold of yourself." And when he didn't listen, her ears went flat back. She's telling him all right. Alice watched the two horses walking side by side and marveled at the tiny differences Fred could distinguish. He could assess a horse's conformation, sucking his teeth at sloping shoulders or cow hocks or an underdeveloped top line, when all Alice saw was nice horsey. He could assess their characters, too. They were pretty much who they were from birth, as long as men didn't muck them up too much, he said. Course, most couldn't help themselves. She was often left with the impression that when Fred said these things, he was talking about something else entirely. He had taken to meeting her along her routes on a young thoroughbred with a scarred ear, Pirate. He said it was helpful to have the young horse work alongside Spirit's more level temperament, but she suspected he had other reasons for being there, and she didn't mind. It was hard enough being alone with her thoughts most of the day. "Did you finish the Hardy?" Fred screwed up his face. "I did. Couldn't warm to that Angel character, though." "No?" Found myself kind of wanting to kick him half the time. There she was, that poor girl, just wanting to love him, and him like some kind of preacher, judging her, even though none of it was her fault. And then at the end he goes and marries her sister. Alice stifled a laugh. I'd forgotten that bit. They talked of books they had recommended to each other. She had quite enjoyed the Mark Twain, found the George Herbert poems unexpectedly moving. Lately, it had seemed easier for them to talk about books than anything in real life. "So, can I give you a ride home?" They had reached the library and turned the horses into Fred's barn for the night. "It's awful wet to be walking all the way up to Marge's. Oh, but it was tempting."
The long walk in the dark was the worst part of the day, a point at which she was hungry and aching, and her mind had nowhere good to settle. There was a time when she might have ridden Spirit and kept her there overnight, but they had an unspoken agreement not to keep any other animals at the cabin just now. Fred had closed up the barn and was looking at her expectantly. She thought of the quiet pleasure of sitting alongside him, of watching his strong hands on the wheel, his smile as he told her things in small bursts, confidences offered up like shells in the palm of his hand. "I don't know, Fred. I can't really be seen." "Well, I was thinking." He shifted on his feet a little. I know you like to allow Margery and Sven a little space together, and right now more than most." Something odd was going on with Margery and Sven. It had taken her a week or two to notice, but the little cabin was no longer filled with the muffled sounds of their intimate connection. Sven was often gone before Alice rose in the morning, and when he was there were no whispered jokes or casual intimacies, but stiff silences and loaded glances. Margery seemed preoccupied. Her face was set stern, and her manner short. The previous evening, though, when Alice had asked her if she would rather she left, the woman's face had softened. Then she had responded quite unexpectedly, not by telling her dismissively that she was fine and not to fuss, but by saying quietly, "No, please don't leave." A lover's tiff? She would not betray her friend by talking about her private business, but she felt utterly at a loss. "So I was wondering if you would like to have some food with me. I'd be happy to cook, and I could—" She dragged her attention back to the man in front of her. "Have you back at the cabin by 8:30 or thereabouts. Fred, I can't." He closed his mouth abruptly over his words. "It's not that I wouldn't like to. It's just, if I were seen, well, things are tricky just now. You know how this town talks." He looked like he had half expected it. "I can't risk making things worse for the library, or for myself. Perhaps when things have calmed down a little." Even as she said the words, she realized she wasn't sure how that would work. This town could polish a piece of gossip and preserve it like an insect in amber. It would still be rolling around whole centuries later. "Sure," he said. "Well, just wanted you to know, the offer's there, in case you get tired of Margery's cooking." He tried to laugh, and they stood facing each other, each a little awkward. He broke it, raised his hat in greeting, and trudged back up the wet path to his house. Alice stood watching, thinking of the warmth inside, the blue rag rug, the sweet smell of the polished wood. And then she sighed, pulled her scarf over her nose, and began the long walk up the cold mountain to Margery's. Sven knew that Margery was not a woman who would be pushed, but when she told him it would be best if he stayed at his own house for the third time that week, he could no longer ignore the feeling in his gut. Watching her unsaddle Charlie, he found himself crossing his arms and observing her with cooler, assessing eyes, until finally he uttered the words he'd been mulling over for weeks. "Have I done something, Marge?" "What?" And there it was again, the way she would barely look at him when she spoke. "Seems like the last few weeks you barely want me around. You're talking crazy. I can't seem to say nothing to please you. When we go to bed, you're bundled up like a silkworm. Don't want me to touch you," he stuttered, faltering uncharacteristically. "We've never been cold with each other, even when we were apart. Not in 10 years. I just want to know if I've done something to offend you." Her shoulders slumped a little. She reached under the horse for his girth and flipped it over the saddle, the buckle jangling as it landed. There was something weary in the way she did it that reminded him of a mother dealing with ill-behaved children. She allowed a short silence before she spoke. "You've done nothing to offend me, Sven. I'm just tired. So why don't you want me even to hold you?" "Well, I don't always want to be held. You never used to mind." Disliking the sound of his voice, he took the saddle from her and walked it over to the house. She turned Charlie loose into his stall, rugged him, bolted the barn door, and followed in silence. They locked everything these days, their eyes sharp for change, ears tuned to any strange sound around the holler. The track up from the road was strewn with a series of strings set with bells and tin cans to give her fair warning, and 2 loaded shotguns flanked the bed. He placed the saddle on its stand and stood, thinking.
Then he took a step toward her, lifted a hand, and touched the side of her face softly, an olive branch. She didn't look up. Before, she would have pressed his palm to her skin and kissed it. The fact of this made something plummet inside him. "We've always been straight with each other, haven't we? Sven, I respect how you want to live. I accepted that you don't want to be tied. I haven't so much as mentioned it." She rubbed at her forehead. "Can we not do this now? What I mean is, we agreed that if you did decide you didn't want me anymore, you would say. Are we on this again?" Margery sounded sad and exasperated. She turned away from him. "It's not you. I don't want you to go anywhere. I just got a lot to think about. We've all got a lot to think about." She shook her head. Margery. And there she stood, mulish as Charlie, giving him nothing. Sven Gustafsson was not a man possessed of a difficult temperament, but he was proud, and he had his limits. "I can't keep doing this. I'm not going to keep bothering you." She raised her head as he turned. "You know where to find me when you're ready to see me again." He held up one hand as he walked off down the mountain. He didn't look back. Sophia was off on Friday, as it was William's birthday, and given they were up to date with the repairs, possibly due to Alice's spending so much extra time at the library, Margery had urged her to stay with her brother. Alice rode up Split Creek as dusk fell, noting that the light was still on, and wondered, given Sophia's absence, which of the librarians was still inside. Beth was always swift to finish, dumping her books and racing home to the farm. If she didn't get there quick enough, her brothers would have eaten whatever food had been put by for her. Kathleen was equally keen to get home, to catch her children's last waking moments before bedtime. It was only she and Izzy who kept their horses at Fred's barn, and Izzy, it appeared, was gone from the project for good. Alice unsaddled Spirit and stood for a minute in the warmth of the stall, then kissed the mare's sweet-smelling ears, pressing her face against her warm neck, and finding treats for her when she nuzzled her pockets with her soft, inquisitive nose. She loved the animal now, knew her traits and strengths as well as she knew her own. The little horse was, she realized, the most constant relationship in her life. When she was sure the mare was comfortable, she headed for the back door of the library, from which she could still see a sliver of light through the unpapered gaps in the wood. "Marge," she called. "Well, you sure do take your time." Alice blinked at the sight of Fred, seated at a little table in the middle of the room, dressed in a clean flannel shirt and blue jeans. "Took your point about not being seen with me in public, but I thought maybe we could have a meal together anyway." Alice closed the door behind her, taking in the neatly laid table with a little vase of coltsfoot, Herringer of Spring, in the center, the 2 chairs, and the oil lamps flickering on the desks nearby, sending shadows over the spines of the books around them. He seemed to take her shocked silence for reticence. "It's just pork and black bean stew. Nothing too fancy. I wasn't sure what time you'd make it back."
"The greens may have cooled a little. I didn't realize you'd be so thorough with that horse of mine." He lifted the lid off the heavy iron pot, and the room was suddenly filled with the scent of slow-cooked meat. Beside her on the table sat a heavy pan of cornbread and a bowl of green beans. Alice's stomach gurgled unexpectedly and loudly, and she pressed a hand to it, trying not to blush. "Well, someone approves," Fred said evenly. He stood and walked over to pull out a chair for her. She put her hat on the desk and unwound her scarf. "Fred, I know, but I enjoy your company, Alice, and being a man in these parts, I don't get to entertain someone like you too often." He leaned toward her to pour her a glass of wine. "So I'd be much obliged if you'd indulge me?" She opened her mouth to protest, then found she wasn't sure what she was protesting. When she looked up, he was watching her, waiting for a sign. "This all looks wonderful," she said. He let out a little breath then, as if perhaps even up to that point he had not been sure whether she would cut and run. And then, as he began to serve the food, he smiled, a slow, broad smile that was so filled with satisfaction she couldn't help to smile back at him. The Packhorse Library had become, in the months of its existence, a symbol of many things and a focus for others, some controversial, and some that would provoke unease in certain people, however long it stayed around. But for one freezing, damp evening in March, it became a tiny, glowing refuge. Two people, locked safely inside, briefly released from their complicated histories and the weighty expectations of the town around them, ate good food and laughed and discussed poetry and stories, horses, and mistakes they had made. And while there was barely a touch between them, apart from the accidental brushing of skin against skin while passing bread or refilling a glass, Alice rediscovered a little part of her that she hadn't known she missed, the flirtatious young woman who liked to talk about things she had read, seen, and thought about as much as she liked to ride a mountain track. In turn, Fred enjoyed a woman's full attention, a ready laugh at his jokes, and the challenge of an idea that might differ from his own. Time flew, and each ended the night full and happy, with the rare glow that comes from knowing your very being has been understood by somebody else, and that there might just be someone out there who will only ever see the best in you. Fred lifted the table easily down the last of the steps, ready to move it back into his house, then turned back to double-lock the door. Alice stood beside him, wrapping her scarf around her face, her belly full and a smile on her lips. Both were shielded from view by the library and somehow found themselves just inches apart. "You sure you won't let me drive you back up the mountain? It's cold and dark, and that's a long walk." She shook her head. "It'll feel like 5 minutes tonight." He studied her in the half-light. "You ain't spooked by much these days, are you?" "No. That'll be Margery's influence." They smiled at each other, and he looked briefly thoughtful. "Wait there." He jogged up to the house and returned, a minute later, with a shotgun, which he handed to her. "Just in case," he said. "You might not be spooked, but it'll allow me to rest easy. Bring it back tomorrow." She took it from him without protest, and there followed a strange, elongated couple of minutes, the kind in which two people know they have to part and don't want to, and while neither can acknowledge it, each believes the other feels it too. "Well," she said, at last, "it's getting late." He rubbed his thumb speculatively across the tabletop, his mouth closed over words he could not say. "Thank you, Fred. It was honestly the nicest evening I've had, probably since I came here. I really appreciate it." A look passed between them that was a complicated mixture of things, an acknowledgement of the kind that might normally make a heart sing, but cut with the knowledge that some things were impossible, and that your heart could break a little knowing it. And suddenly a little of the magic of the evening dissipated. "Good night, then, Alice." "Good night, Fred," she said. Then, placing the gun over her shoulder, she turned and strode up the road before he could say anything that would make more of a mess of things than they already were. The rain came late into March, first turning the frozen sidewalks and stones into skating rinks, and then, through sheer relentlessness, obliterating the snow and ice on the lower ground in an endless gray sheet. There was limited pleasure to be found in the slight lifting of temperatures, the prospect of warmer days ahead, because it didn't stop. After 5 days, the rain had turned the unfinished roads to mud, or, in some places, washed away the top layers completely, revealing sharp boulders and holes on the surface that would catch the unwary. Waiting horses stood tethered outside, their heads low and resigned, their tails clamped to their hindquarters, and cars bucked and growled along the slippery mountain roads. Farmers muttered in the feed store, while the shopkeepers observed that the Lord only knows why that much water was still hanging up there in the heavens. Margery arrived back from her 5 a.m. round soaked to her socks, to find the librarians sitting with steepled fingers and fidgeting feet with Fred. "Last time it rained like this, the Ohio burst its banks," said Beth.
peering out of the open door, from where you could hear the gurgle of surface water as it made its way down the road. She took a last drag of her cigarette and ground it under the heel of her boot. "Too wet to ride, that's for sure," said Margery. "I'm not taking Charlie out again." Fred had looked out first thing and warned Alice it was a bad idea, and though there was little that would normally stop her, she took him seriously. He had moved his own horses up onto high land where they could just be seen in a slick, wet huddle. "I'd put them in the barn," he had told her, as she helped him walk the last two up, "but they're safer up there." His father had once lost an entire locked barn of mares and foals when Fred was a boy. The river had flooded while the family was sleeping, and by the time they woke, only the hayloft was still above water. His father had wept in telling him, the only time Fred had ever seen that happen. He told Alice of the great flood the previous year, how water had flipped whole houses and sent them downriver, of how many people died, and how they had found a cow wedged 25 feet up in a tree when the waters receded and had to shoot it to put it out of its misery. Nobody could work out how to get it down. The four of them sat in the library for an hour, nobody keen to leave, yet with nothing to be there for. They talked of misdeeds they'd performed as children, of the best bargains to be had in animal feed, of a man 3 of them knew who could whistle tunes through a missing tooth and add his voice to become a one-man orchestra. They talked about how Izzy were here she would have sung them a song or two. But the rain grew heavier, and slowly the conversation ebbed away, and they were all left glancing at the door with a creeping sense of foreboding. "What do you think, Fred?" Margery broke the silence. "I don't like it." "Me neither." At that moment they heard the sound of horses' hooves. Fred strode to the door, perhaps concerned it might be an escapee. But it was the mailman, water sluicing from the brim of his hat. "The river's rising, and fast. We need to warn people on the creek beds, but there's no one at the sheriff's office." Margery turned to Beth and Alice. "I'll get the bridles," said Beth. Izzy was so deep in thought that she didn't notice when her mother took the embroidery off her lap and tutted loudly. "Oh, Izzy, I'm going to have to unpick all those stitches. That's nothing like the pattern whatsoever. What have you been doing?" Mrs.
Brady dragged a copy of Woman's Home Companion to her lap and flicked through until she found the pattern she was looking for. Absolutely nothing like it. Why, you've done running stitch where it should be a chain stitch. Izzy dragged her attention to the sampler. "I hate sewing. You never used to mind it. I don't know what's got into you lately." Izzy didn't rise to it, which made Mrs. Brady tut more loudly. "I've never met a girl more out of sorts. You know very well what's got into me. I'm bored and I'm stuck here, and I can't bear that you and Daddy have been swayed by an idiot like Geoffrey Van Cleve. That's no way to talk. Why don't you do some quilting? You used to enjoy it. I have some lovely old fabrics in my chest upstairs, and I miss my horse. He was not your horse." Mrs. Brady closed her mouth and took a diplomatic moment before she opened it again. "But I was thinking we could perhaps buy you one, if you think horseback riding is something you'd like to pursue. For what? To go around and around in circles? To make it look pretty like a stupid doll? I miss my job, Mother, and I miss my friends. I had real friends for the first time in my life. I was happy at the library. Doesn't that mean anything to you? Well, now you're just being dramatic." Mrs. Brady sighed and sat down on the settle beside her daughter. "Look, dear, I know how you love singing. Why don't I talk to your father about some proper lessons? We could perhaps find out if there's anybody in Lexington who might help you work on your voice. Perhaps when Daddy hears how good you are, he'll change his mind. Oh, Lord, though, we'll have to wait until this rain eases. Have you ever seen anything like it?" Izzy didn't answer. She sat by the parlor window, gazing out at the blurred view. "You know, I think I'm going to telephone your father. I'm anxious the river will flood. I lost good friends in the Louisville floods, and I haven't felt the same about the river since. Why don't you unpick that last bit of stitching, and we'll go back over it together?" Mrs. Brady disappeared into the hallway, and Izzy could hear her dialing her father's office, the low murmur of her voice. Izzy stared out of the window at the gray skies, her finger tracing the rivulets that zigzagged down the pane, squinting at a horizon that was no longer visible. "Well, your father thinks we should stay put. He says we might call Carrie Anderson in Old Louisville and see if she and her family want to rest here a day or two, just in case. Lord knows what we'll do with all those little dogs of hers, though. I don't think we could cope with the—" "Izzy! Izzy!" Mrs. Brady spun around in the empty parlor. "Izzy, are you upstairs?" She walked down the hall and through the kitchen, where the maid turned from her dough rolling, nonplussed, and shook her head. And then Mrs. Brady saw the back door, the inside slick with raindrops. Her daughter's leg brace lay on the tiled floor, and her riding boots were gone. Margery and Beth trotted hard down Main Street, a blur of hoofs and spraying water. Around them the unfinished road sent water sweeping down the hill and over their feet, while gutters gurgled, protesting against the weight of it. They rode with their heads low and their collars up, and when they got to the verges they cantered, the horses' feet sinking into the boggy grass. At the lower reaches of Spring Creek they split to each side of the road and dismounted, running to each front door and hammering on it with wet fists. "Water's rising!" they yelled, as the horses pulled back on their reins. "Get to higher ground!" Behind them, a straggle of occupants began to move, faces peering around doors, out of windows, trying to work out how seriously to take this instruction. By the time they were a quarter-mile down the road, some behind them had begun hoisting furniture to the top floors of those houses that were double-storied, the rest loading wagons or trucks with what might be protected. Tarpaulins were thrown over the backs of open vehicles, small, querulous children wedged between gray-faced adults. People in Baileyville had had enough experience of floods to know that they were a threat to be taken seriously. Margery hammered on the last door of Spring Creek, water plastering her hair to her face. "Mrs. Cornish! Mrs. Cornish!" A woman in a wet headscarf appeared at the door, waves of agitation rising off her. "Oh, thank goodness! Margery, dear, I can't get my mule!" She turned and ran, motioning to them to follow. The mule was at the bottom of his paddock, which backed onto the creek. The lowest slopes, boggy on the driest of days, were now a thick slick of toffee-colored mud, and the little brown and white mule stood immobile, apparently resigned, up to his chest in it. "He can't seem to budge. Please help him." Margery pulled at his halter. Then, when that made no difference, she placed her weight against him, trying to tug at a lone foreleg. The mule lifted his muzzle, but no other part of him moved. "You see?" Mrs. Cornish's gnarly old hands wrung together. "He's stuck fast." Beth ran to the other side and tried her best too, slapping on his rear end, yelling, and placing her shoulder against him, to no effect. Margery stepped back and looked over at Beth, who gave a small shake of her head. She tried again with her shoulder against him, but, apart from his ears flicking, not a part of the mule moved. Margery stopped, thinking, "I can't leave him. We're not going to leave him, Mrs. Cornish. You got your harness? And some rope? Beth? Beth? Come here. Mrs. Cornish, hold Charlie for me, will you?" As the rain beat down, the two younger women ran for the harness, then waded back to the mule. The water had risen even since they had arrived, creeping upward across the grass. Where for months it had been a sweet-sounding trickle, a sunlit brook, now it rushed in a wide, unforgiving yellow torrent. Margery slid the harness over the mule's head and fastened the buckles, her fingers slipping on the wet straps. The rain roared in their ears, so that they had to yell at each other and point to be understood, but months of working alongside each other had granted them a shorthand. Beth did the same on the other side, until both shouted, "Done." They buckled the traces to the surcingle, then looped the rope through the brass hook at his shoulder. Not many mules would tolerate a strap from their girth running through their legs, but Charlie was smart and needed to be reassured just once. Beth attached her traces to her horse Scooter's breastplate, and, in unison, each began to urge their animal forward along the less waterlogged ground.
Go on, Charlie, now! Go on, Scooter!" The animal's ears flicked, Charlie's eyes widening uncharacteristically as he felt the unfamiliar dead weight behind him. Beth urged him and Scooter forward, while Margery tugged at the rope, yelling encouragement at the little mule, which flailed, his head bobbing as he felt himself being pulled forward. "That's it, fella, you can do it!" Mrs. Cornish crouched on the other side of him, 2 broad planks laid on the mud in front of his chest, ready to give him something to brace against. "Come up, boys!" Margery turned, saw Charlie and Scooter straining, their flanks shivering with effort as they dug into the ground in front, stumbling, mud clods flying up around them, and realized with dismay that the mule really was stuck fast. If Charlie and Scooter kept digging down with their hoof like that, they would be stuck soon too. Beth looked at her, her own mind already there. She grimaced. "We gotta leave him, Marge. Water's coming up real fast." Margery placed a hand on the little mule's cheek. "We can't leave him." They turned toward a shout. 2 farmers were running towards them from the houses further back. Solid, middle-aged men Margery knew only by sight from the corn market, in overalls and oilcloths.
They didn't say a word, just slid down beside the mule and began hauling at the harness along with Charlie and Scooter, boots braced against the earth, their bodies at a 45-degree angle. Go on, boys!" Margery joined them, put her head down, placing her whole weight against the rope. An inch, another inch, a terrible sucking sound, and then the little mule's near front leg was freed. His head lifted in surprise, and the 2 men hauled again in unison, grunting with the effort, their muscles bulging against the rope. Charlie and Scooter staggered in front of them, heads low, hind legs quivering with the effort, and suddenly, with a lurch, the mule was up, flipped on his side, and pulled along the muddy grass a couple of feet before Charlie and Scooter knew to stop. His eyes were wide with surprise, and his nostrils flared, before he stumbled to his feet, so that the men had to leap backward out of his way. Margery barely had time to thank them. The briefest of nods, a tip to a wet hat brim, and they were gone, running back through the deluge to their own homes to retrieve what they could. Margery experienced a brief moment of pure love for the people she had grown up alongside, those who would not see a mule struggle alone. "Is he okay?" she yelled at Mrs. Cornish, who was running her weathered hands down the mule's mud-covered legs. "He's good," she shouted back. "You need to get to higher ground. I can take it from here, girls. You get on now." Margery winced suddenly at a complaint from some previously unknown muscle in her belly. She hesitated, doubled over, then stumbled toward Charlie as Beth unhooked the traces. "Where next?" Beth yelled, hoisting herself aboard the skittering scooter, and Margery, winded from the effort of climbing back aboard Charlie, had to bend over a minute and catch her breath before she answered. "Sophia," she said suddenly, "I'm going to check on Sophia. If this place is flooding, then Sophia and Williams will too. You head for the houses across the creek." Beth nodded, wheeled her horse around, and was gone. Kathleen and Alice loaded the wheelbarrow with books, covering them with sacking so that Fred could push it up the soaking path toward his home. They had only 1 barrow, and the women would load it as swiftly as they could, carrying the books in stacks toward the back door, then following him laden with as many other books as they could fit into 4 saddlebags, knees buckling under the weight, heads bowed against the weather. They had cleared maybe a third of the library in the past hour, but since then the water had risen to the 2nd step, and Alice was afraid they wouldn't manage much more before it rose right over. "You okay?" Fred passed Alice on the track back down. He was wrapped in oilcloth, and a trail of water ran from the side of his hat. "I think Kathleen should leave. She shouldn't be away from her children." Fred looked up at the skies, then down the road, where the mountains disappeared in a blur of gray. "Tell her to go," he said. "But what will you do?" said Kathleen minutes later. "You can't move all these, just the 2 of you."
We'll save what we can. You need to go home." When she hesitated again, Fred put his head on her upper arm. "They're just books, Kathleen." She didn't protest a second time. She just nodded, mounted Garrett's horse, and swung round, cantering back up the road so that sprays of water shot out behind her. They rested a moment, and stood briefly in the dry of the cabin, watching her go, their chests heaving with the effort. Water dripped off their oilcloth coats into pools on the wooden floor. "You sure you're okay, Alice? It's heavy work." "I'm stronger than I look." "Well, that's the truth." They exchanged a small smile. Almost without thinking, Fred lifted a hand and slowly wiped a droplet of rain from under her eye with his thumb. Alice was briefly stilled by the touch of his skin on hers, by the unexpected intensity of his pale gray eyes, his lashes soaked into shining black points. Their eyes locked, and she felt her breath catch, her face coloring, as if he could read her mind. "Can I help?" They sprang apart at the sight of Izzy in the doorway, her mother's car parked haphazardly up against the rail, her riding boots in her hand. The roaring of the rain on the tin roof had muffled the sound of her arrival. "Izzy!" Alice's voice emerged in an embarrassed mash, too high, too shrill. She stepped forward impulsively and embraced her. "Oh, how we've missed you! Look, Fred, it's Izzy!" "Came to see if I could help," said Izzy, blushing. That's good news." Fred was about to speak, then looked down and realized she was not wearing her leg brace. "You ain't going to be able to walk the track, are you?" "Not very fast," she said. "Okay, let me think. You drove that thing here?" he said incredulously. Izzy nodded. "Not too good on the clutch with my left leg, but if I lean on it with my stick, I'm fine." Fred's eyebrows shot up, but he swiftly lowered them. "Margery and Beth have taken the routes nearer the south side of town. Take the car as far up to the school as you can, and tell them on the other side of the creek that they need to get to higher ground. But go across the footbridge. Don't try to drive that thing across the water, okay?" Izzy ran for the car, her arms sheltering her head, and climbed in, trying to make sense of what she had just seen. Fred, cradling Alice's face tenderly in his hand, the two of them just inches apart. She felt, suddenly, like she had at school, never quite party to whatever was going on, and pushed the thought away, trying to smother it in the memory of Alice's delight at seeing her. "Izzy, we've missed you!" For the first time in a month, Izzy Brady felt something like herself again. She rammed her stick down onto the clutch, hauled the car into reverse, spun it round, and set off for the far end of town, a determined jut to her chin, a woman once again with a mission. Monarch Creek was already under a foot of water by the time they reached it. This was one of the lowest points of the county. There was a reason that this land had mostly been left to colored folk. It was lush, yes, but prone to flooding. Mosquitoes and no-see-ums were thick in the air through the months of summer. Now, as Charlie clattered down the hill through the sheeting rain, Margery could just make out Sophia, a wooden box atop her head, wading through the waters, her dress floating around her. A pile of her and William's belongings sat on the slopes of the woodland above. From the doorway, William looked out, his face anxious, his wooden crutch wedged under his armpit. "Oh, thank the Lord!" Sophia yelled as Margery approached. "We need to save our things." Margery jumped off the mule and ran toward the house, heading into the water. Sophia had rigged up a rope between the porch and a telegraph pole by the road, and Margery now used this to make her way across the creek. The water was icy and the current ominously strong, although it only came to her knees. Inside the house, Sophia's cherished furniture had toppled over, the smaller items bobbing in the water. Margery found herself momentarily paralyzed. What to save? She grabbed for photographs on the wall, for books and ornaments, wedging them into her coat and reaching out for a side table, which she hauled to the doorway and out onto the grass. Her belly ached, the pain low in her pelvis, and she found herself wincing. "You can't save no more," she yelled at Sophia. "Water's coming up too fast." "That's everything we own in there," Sophia's voice was despairing. Margery bit her lip. One more trip, then. William was moving around the flooded room, using his arms to support himself on the wall, trying to corral essentials, a pan, a chopping board, 2 bowls, clasping them in his huge hands. "That rain easing off any?" he said, but his face suggested he already knew the answer. "It's time to get out, William," she said. "Let me just fetch a couple more."
How do you tell a proud amputee he can be of no help? How do you tell him the mere fact of him being there is not just a hindrance, but likely to put them all at risk? Margery bit back her words and reached for Sophia's embroidery box, wedging it under her arm and wading outside, where she grabbed a wooden chair from the porch with her other, hauling them up to dry land, grunting with the effort. Then the pile of blankets, ported high above her head. Lord knew how they were going to dry those out. She looked down, feeling the sharp protest again from her womb. The water was now up to her crotch, her long coat swirling around her thighs. 3 inches higher in the last 10 minutes? "We got to go!" she yelled, as Sophia, her head down, made her way back in. "No time." Sophia nodded, her face pained. Margery made it out of the water, feeling it drag at her, shifting and insistent. Up on the bank, Charlie shifted nervously, his reins taut against the pole, signaling his own desire to be far from there. He didn't like water, never had, and she took a second to soothe him. "I know, fella, you're doing so good." Margery placed the last of Sophia's items on the pile, pulling the tarpaulin over them, and wondering whether she could move any of it further up the hill. Something fluttered deep inside, and she was startled until she realized what it was. She stopped and placed her hand upon her belly, feeling it again, flooded with an emotion she couldn't identify. "Margery!" She spun round to see Sophia clutching at William's sleeve. There appeared to have been some kind of surge, and she was now up to her waist. The water, Margery saw, had turned black. "Oh, Lord," she murmured. "Stay there." Sophia and William had stepped down gingerly onto the underwater steps, one hand each gripping the rope, Sophia's free arm tight around her brother's waist. The inky water rushed past them, its force sending a strange energy into the air. William's eyes were down, his knuckles taut as he tried to steer his crutch forward through the swollen river. Margery half ran, half stumbled down the hill, her eyes on them as they made their way toward her. "Keep coming! You can make it!" she yelled, skidding to a stop at the edge. And then, snap! The rope gave way, sending both Sophia and William off their feet and flinging them downstream. Sophia shrieked. She was thrown forward, her arms out, disappeared for a moment, and then, emerging, managed to grab hold of a bush, her hands closing tight around its branches. Margery ran alongside her, her heart in her throat. She threw herself down on her belly and grabbed hold of Sophia's wet wrist. Sophia switched her grip to Margery's other wrist, and after a second, Margery had hauled her up the bank, where she collapsed backward, and Sophia crouched on her muddied hands and knees, her clothes black and sodden, panting with the effort. "William!" Margery turned at Sophia's voice to see William half submerged, his face screwed up with effort as he tried to haul himself back along the rope. His crutch had disappeared, and the water was around his waist. "I can't get through," he yelled. "Can he swim?" "No," wailed Sophia. Margery ran for Charlie, her wet clothes dragging at every step. Somewhere she had lost her hat, and the water sent her hair cascading over her face, so that she had to keep pushing it back to see. "Okay, boy," she murmured, unhooking Charlie's reins from the pole.
I need you to help me now." She pulled him down the bank and to the water, where she waded in, her free hand out to steady her, her boots testing the ground for obstacles. He stalled at first, his ears flat back and his eyes white, but at her urging he took a tentative step and then another, and, huge ears flicking forward and back at the sound of her voice, he was splashing his way through, beside Margery, pushing against the torrent. William was gasping by the time they reached him, both hands on the rope as he scrabbled for purchase. He grabbed blindly at Margery, his face a mask of panic, and she yelled to be heard above the sound of the water. "Just hold him round his neck, William, okay? Wrap your arms around his neck." William held on to the mule, his great body pressed against Charlie's, and, groaning with the effort, Margery turned the two of them in the depths of the floodwater, back toward the bank, the mule protesting mutely at every step. The black water was up to her chest now, and Charlie, frightened, lifted his muzzle and tried to half-leap forward. Another surge of water hit them, and as everything rushed around her, she felt his legs lift and was filled with sudden terror, as if the ground would surely slip away from them all for good. But just as she thought they too would be carried away, she felt her feet touch the ground again, knew Charlie's had done the same, and she felt him take another tentative step forward. "You okay, William? I'm here." "Good boy, Charlie. Come on, boy." Time slowed. They seemed to move forward in inches. She had no idea what was underneath. A solitary wooden drawer of neatly folded clothing floated by in front of them, followed by another, and then a small dead dog. She noted them only with some distant part of her brain. The black water had become a living, breathing thing. It snatched and pulled at her coat, blocking progress, demanding submission. It was relentless, deafening, and made fear rise like iron in her throat. Margery was now blue with cold, her skin pressed against Charlie's chestnut neck, her head bumping against William's great arms. All consciousness reduced to one thing. "Just get me home, boy, please." One step. 2. "You okay there, Margery?" She felt William's great hand on her arm, gripping her, and was unsure whether it was for his security or her own. The world had receded until it was just her and William and the mule, the roar in her ears, William's voice murmuring a prayer she couldn't make out, Charlie straining valiantly against the water, his body buffeted by a force he didn't understand, the ground slipping and sliding away from him every few steps, then again. A log whooshed past them, too big, too fast. Her eyes stung, filled with grit and water. She was dimly aware of Sophia reaching forward from the bank, her hand outstretched, as if she could haul the three of them up by force. Voices joined hers from the bank. A man. More men. She could no longer see through the water in her eyes. She could think about nothing. Her fingers now numb, wound into Charlie's short mane, her other hand on his bridle. 6 more steps. 4 more steps. A yard. Please, please, please. And then the mule lurched, forward and upward, and she could feel strong hands reaching for her, pulling at her shoulders, her sleeves, her body a landed fish. William's shaking voice, "Thank you, Lord, thank you." Margery, feeling the river reluctantly relinquish its grip, uttered the same words silently through frozen lips. Her clenched fist, Charlie's hair still woven through her fingers, moved unthinkingly to her belly. And then everything went black. Beth heard the girls before she saw them, their voices high above the roar of the water, childish and shrill. They clung to the front of a ramshackle cabin, their feet ankle-deep in water, and yelling at her, "Miss! Miss!" She tried to recall the family name, McCarthy, McAllister, and urged her horse across the water. But Scooter, already spooked by the strange electric atmosphere of the air and the dense, punishing rain, had made it partway across the swollen creek, then half-reared and spun away so that she almost fell off. She righted herself, but he would not be moved, snorting and running backward, until his brain was so addled she feared he would do himself an injury. Cursing, Beth had dismounted, thrown his reins over a pole, and waded across the water toward them. They were young, the youngest maybe 2 at most, and clad in thin cotton dresses that clung to their pale skin.
As she approached, they clamored for her, 6 little anemone arms, reaching, waving. She got to them just before the surge, a rush of black water, so fast and hard that she had to grab the baby around her middle to stop her being carried away. And then there she was, 3 small children huddled around her, gripping her coat, her voice making reassuring noises, even as her brain raced to work out how in heck she was going to make her way out of this one. "Is anyone in the house?" she yelled at the eldest, trying to be heard above the torrent. The child shook her head. Well, that's something, she thought, pushing away visions of bed-bound grandmothers. Beth's bad arm ached already, holding the baby tight to her chest. She could see Scooter on the other side, jittering around the pole, no doubt ready to snap his reins and bolt. She had liked the fact that he was part thoroughbred when Fred offered him to her. He was fast and showy and didn't need to be pushed to go forward. Now she cursed his tendency to panic, his pea-sized brain. How was she going to get 3 babies onto him? She looked down as the water lapped around her boots, seeping into her stockings, and her heart sank. "Miss, are we stuck?" "No, we ain't stuck." And then she heard it, the whine of a car headed down the road toward her. "Mrs. Brady?" She squinted to see. The car slowed, stopped, and then, lo and behold, if Izzy Brady didn't climb out, her hand sheltering her eyes as she tried to work out what she was seeing across the water. "Izzy, that's you? I need help." They shouted instructions to each other across the creek, but were unable to hear each other properly amid the noise. Finally, Izzy waved her hand, as if to wait, crunched the big glossy car into gear, and began to creep forward toward them, its engine roaring. "You can't drive the very car across the water," Beth breathed, shaking her head. Did the girl have no sense at all? But Izzy stopped just as the front wheels were almost submerged, then ran lopsidedly to the trunk and hauled it open, pulling out a rope. She ran back to the front of the car, unspooling it, and hurled the end of the rope at Beth, once, twice, and again, before Beth was able to catch it. Now Beth understood. At this distance, it was just long enough to secure to the post. Beth put her weight on it, and noted with relief that it held firm. "Your belt," Izzy was yelling, gesticulating. "Tie your belt around the rope." She was securing her end of the rope to the car, her hands swift and certain. And then Izzy took hold of the rope and began to make her way toward them, her limp no longer visible as she navigated the water. "You okay?" she said as she reached them, hauling herself onto the porch. Her hair was flat, and under her felt coat her pale, baby-soft sweater sagged with water. "Take the baby," Beth answered. She wanted to hug Izzy then, an uncharacteristic feeling, which she smothered in brisk activity. Izzy grasped the child and gave the little girl a beaming smile, as if they were simply out on a picnic. All the while she was smiling, Izzy pulled her scarf from around her neck and wrapped it around the eldest's waist, tying it to the rope. "Now, me and Beth, we're going to walk across, holding on, and you're going to be right between us, tied to the rope. You hear?" The eldest child, her eyes wide and round, shook her head. "It'll only take us a minute to get across, and then we'll all be nice and dry on the other side, and we can get you back to your mama. Come on, sweetie." "I'm scared," the child mouthed.
"I know, but we still have to get across." The child glanced at the water, then took a step backward as if to disappear inside the cabin. Beth and Izzy exchanged a look. The water was rising fast. "How about we sing a song?" Izzy said. She crouched down to the child's level. "When I'm afraid of anything, I sing me a happy song. Makes me feel better. What songs do you know?" The child was trembling, but her eyes were on Izzy's. "How about Camptown Races? You know that one, right, Beth?" "Oh, my favorite," said Beth, one eye on the water. "Okay," said Izzy. "The Camptown ladies sing this song, do-da, do-da. The Camptown racetrack's 5 miles long, oh-dee-do-da-day." She smiled, stepping back into the water, which was now at thigh level. She kept her eye on the child, beckoning her forward, her voice high and cheerful, as if she had not a care in the world. "Going to run all night, going to run all day. I bet my money on a bob-tailed nag, somebody bet on the bay." "That's it, sweetheart, you follow me. Hold on tight now." Beth slid in behind them, the middle child high on her hip. She could feel the force of the current beneath, smell the hint of acrid chemicals infusing it. There was nothing she wanted to do less than forge this water, and she didn't blame the kid for not wanting to either. She held the toddler close, and the child plugged in her thumb, closing her eyes, as if removing herself from what she saw around her. "Come on, Beth," came Izzy's voice from in front, insistent, musical. "You join in too now." "Oh, the long-tailed filly and the big black horse, do-da, do-da, come to a mud hole and they all cut across, oh-dee-do-da-day." And there they were, wading across, Beth's voice reedy and her breath somewhere in her chest, nudging the child forward. The little girl sang haltingly, her knuckles white on the rope, her face contorted with fear, yelping as she was occasionally lifted off her feet. Izzy kept glancing back, urging Beth to keep on singing, keep on moving. The water was building in height and speed. She could hear Izzy in front of her, calm and upbeat. "And there now, aren't we pretty much through? How about that? Going to run all night, going to run." Beth looked up as Izzy stopped singing. She thought, distantly, "I'm sure the car wasn't that far in the water." And then Izzy was hauling at the eldest girl's waistband, her fingers fumbling as she tried to release the knot in her scarf, and Beth suddenly understood why she had stopped singing, her look of panic, and half threw her own child onto the bank as she grabbed at her belt and tried to release the buckle. "Hurry up, Beth, undo it!" Her fingers turned to thumbs. Panic rose in her throat. She felt Izzy's hands grabbing at the belt, lifting it so that it was clear of water, felt the ominous pressure building as it tightened around her waist, and then, just as she felt herself being pulled forward, click! The belt was slipping through her fingers, and Izzy was hauling at her with a strength she'd had no idea she had, and suddenly, whoosh! The big green car was half submerged and moving down the river at an unlikely speed, away from them. They scrambled to their feet, stumbling up the hill toward the higher ground, the children's hands tight in their own, their eyes transfixed by what was unfolding before them. The rope tightened, the car bobbed, briefly tethered, and then, faced with an unstoppable weight, and with an audible fraying sound, the rope, defeated by sheer weight and physics, snapped. Mrs. Brady's Oldsmobile, custom-painted in racing green, with a cream leather interior all the way from Detroit, turned over elegantly, like a giant seal revealing its belly. As the 5 of them watched, dripping and shivering, it rode away from them, half submerged, on the black tide, turned a corner, and the last of its chrome bumper disappeared around the bend. Nobody spoke. And then the baby held up her arms, and Izzy stooped to pick her up. "Well," she said after a minute, "I guess that's me grounded for the next 10 years." And Beth, who was not known for great shows of emotion, but suddenly propelled by an impulse she barely understood, reached over and pulled Izzy to her and kissed the side of Izzy's face, a huge, audible smacker, so that the two of them began the slow walk back to town, a little pink, and, to the confusion of the small girls, prone to abrupt and seemingly inexplicable bursts of laughter.
The last of the books were tipped into Fred's living room. The door was closed, and Fred and Alice regarded the mountainous pile that had taken over his once piety parlor, then looked up at each other. "Every single one," Alice marveled. "We saved every single one." "Yep. Well, be open for business before you know it." He set the kettle on the stove and peered into his larder. He reached in, pulled out some eggs and cheese and put them on the counter. "So, I was thinking you could rest here a while. Maybe have some food. Nobody'll be going too far today. I guess there's no point heading back out while it's like this." She put her hand to her head, rubbing at her wet hair. They knew of the dangers, but for that moment Alice couldn't help but see the water, running past them down the road below, as her secret ally, halting the normal flow of the world outside. Nobody could judge her for resting, could they? She had only been moving books, after all. "If you want to borrow a dry shirt, there's one hanging on the stairs." She headed upstairs, peeled off her wet sweater, dried herself with a towel, and put on the shirt, feeling the soft flannel against her damp skin as she buttoned it down the front. There was something about sliding into a man's shirt, Fred's shirt, that made her breath catch in her throat. She could not rid herself of the feeling of his thumb on her skin, the image of his eyes burning so intently into her own, as if he could see the very core of her. Every movement now seemed loaded with the echo of it, every casual glance or word between them filled with some new intent. She walked slowly back down the stairs toward the books, feeling the heat rise in her as it did every time she thought of his skin touching hers. When she looked round for him, he was watching her. "You look prettier in that shirt than I do." She felt herself color and glanced away. "Here." He handed her a mug of hot coffee, and she closed her hands around it, allowing the heat to seep in, grateful for something to focus on. Fred moved around her, shifting books, then reaching into the log basket to load the fire. She watched the muscles of his forearms tighten as he worked, the steel in his thighs as he crouched down, checking the flames. How had nobody else in this town noticed the beautiful economy in the way Frederick Geisler moved, the grace with which he used his limbs, the wiry muscles that shifted underneath his skin? "Let the flickering flame of your soul play all about me, that into my limbs may come the keenness of fire." He straightened up and turned to her, and she knew he must see it then, the naked truth of everything she felt writ large upon her face. Today, she thought suddenly, no rules applied. They were in a vortex, a place of their own, away from water and misery and the travails of the world outside. She took a step toward him as if she were magnetized, stepping over the books without looking down, and placed her mug upon the mantel, her eyes still on his. They were inches from each other now, the heat of the blazing fire against their bodies, their eyes locked. She wanted to speak, but she didn't have a clue what to say. She just knew that she wanted him to touch her again, to feel his skin on her lips, under her fingertips. She wanted to know what everyone else seemed to know so casually and easily, secrets whispered in darkened rooms, intimacy that went far beyond words. She felt consumed by it. His eyes searched hers and softened, his breath quickening, and she knew then that she had him, that this time it would be different. He reached down and took her hand, and she felt something shoot through her, molten and urgent, and then he raised it, and she heard her breath catch. And then he said, "I'm going to stop this here, Alice." It took a second before she registered what he was saying, and the shock was so great it almost winded her. "Alice, you are too impulsive."
It's not that I need to leave." She turned, humiliated. How could she have been so foolish? Tears brimmed in her eyes, and she stumbled over the books and cursed loudly as she almost lost her footing. Alice! Where was her coat? Did he hang it somewhere? My coat! Where's my coat? Alice! Please leave me alone. She felt his hand on her arm, and she snatched it away and held it up to her chest as if she had been burned. "Don't touch me! Don't leave!" She felt, embarrassingly, as if she might sob. Her face crumpled, and she covered it with her hand. "Alice, please, hear me out." He swallowed, compressed his mouth, as if it were hard to speak. "Don't leave. If you had any idea how much I want you here, Alice, that most nights I lie awake half crazy with it." His voice came in low, uncharacteristic bursts. "I love you, have done since the first day I laid eyes on you. When you're not around me, it feels like I'm just wasting time. When you're here, it's like the whole world is colored just that little bit brighter. I want to feel your skin against mine. I want to see your smile and hear that laugh of yours when you forget yourself and just let it burst straight out of you. I want to make you happy. I want to wake up every morning beside you, and he screwed up his face briefly, as if he had gone too far. And you're married. And I'm trying real hard to be a good man. So until I can work a way around that, I can't. I just can't lay a finger on you, not how I want to." He took a deep breath and let it out in a shaky exhalation. "All I can give you, Alice, is—" A whirlwind had entered the room and turned the whole thing upside down. Now it settled around Alice, tiny dust motes glittering as they fell. A few years passed. She waited until she could be sure her voice had returned to normal. Words. He nodded. She considered this, wiped at her eyes with the back of her hand. She held her hand briefly to her chest, waiting for the beating to subside a little. And when he saw it, he winced, as if he had caused her pain. "I suppose I could stay a while longer," she said. "Coffee," he said, after a moment, and handed it to her. He took care that his fingers didn't brush hers. "Thank you." They exchanged a brief look. She let out a long breath, and then, without saying anything more, they stood side by side and began restacking the books. It had stopped raining. Mr. and Mrs. Brady picked up their daughter in Mr. Brady's large Ford and accepted without protest the additional passengers, 3 small girls who would be house guests at least until morning. Mr. Brady listened to the tale of the children and the rope and Mrs. Brady's car, and while he said nothing, digesting the loss of the vehicle, his wife swept in and hugged her daughter tightly and uncharacteristically silently for some minutes before releasing her, her eyes brimming. They opened the car doors in silence and began the short drive home, while Beth began to walk the waterlogged upper trail back to her house, her hand raised in goodbye until the car disappeared from view. Margery woke to feel Sven's warm hand entwined in hers. She tightened her fingers on it reflexively before creeping consciousness told her all the reasons why she might not. She was half buried under blankets and quilts, the weight of them almost too much, pinning her down. Now she moved each toe speculatively, reassured by the obedience with which her body responded. She opened her eyes, blinking, and took in the dark, the oil lamp beside the bed. Sven's gaze flickered toward her, and they locked eyes, just as her thoughts coalesced into something that made sense. Her voice, when it emerged, was hoarse. "How long have I been out?" "A little over 6 hours." She absorbed this. "Sophia and William, all right?" "They're downstairs. Sophia's fixing some food. The girls?" "All safely in." "Looks like Baileyville lost 4 houses, and that settlement just below Hoffman was all destroyed, though I'm guessing it could be more by dawn. River's still up, but it stopped raining an hour or 2 back, so we got to hope that that's the worst of it."
As he spoke, her body recalled the force of the river against her, the swirling forces that dragged at her, and she shivered involuntarily. "Charlie? All good?" I rubbed him down and rewarded him for his bravery with a bucket of carrots and apples. He tried to kick me for it. She raised a small smile. Never knew a mule like him, Sven. I asked so much of him. Word is you helped a lot of people. Anyone would have done it. But they didn't. She lay still, bone-tired, acceding to the pressure of the bed covers, the soporific warmth. Her hand, deep under the covers, slid across to the swelling of her stomach, and, after a minute, she felt the answering flutter that made something in her ease. "So," he said, "were you going to tell me?" She looked up at him then, at his kind, serious face. "Had to get you undressed to get you into bed. Finally worked out why you've been pushing me away all these weeks." "I'm sorry, Sven. I didn't. I couldn't think what to do." She blinked back unexpected tears. "Guess I was afraid. Never wanted babies, you know that. Never been the kind cut out to be a mother," she sniffed. "Couldn't even protect my own dog, could I? Marge," she wiped at her eyes. "Guess I thought if I ignored it, what with my age and all, it might," she shrugged, "go away." He winced then, a man who couldn't bear to see a farmer drown a kitten. But, she said nothing for a moment. Then her voice lowered to a whisper. "I can feel her, telling me things. And I realized it out there on the water. It ain't really a question. She's here already. Wants to be here. She? I know it." He smiled, shook his head. Her hand was still smeared with black, and he let his thumb slide over it. Then he rubbed the back of his head. "So, we're going to do this, I guess." They sat for a while in the half-dark, each accommodating the prospect of a new and unexpected future. Downstairs, she could hear the low murmur of voices, the clatter of pans and plates. "Sven," he turned back to her, "do you think all this business with the floods, all the lifting and pulling and the black water, do you think it will hurt the baby? I had these pains, and I got awful cold. Still don't feel myself. Any now? Nothing since. Well, I don't remember." Sven considered his response carefully. "Out of our hands, Marge," he said. He enfolded her fingers in his. "But she's part of you, and if she's part of Margery O'Hare, you can bet she's made of iron filings. If any baby can make it through a storm like that, it'll be yours." "Ours," she corrected him. She took his hand then and brought it under the covers so that he could rest his warm palm across her belly, his eyes on hers the whole time. She lay perfectly still for a minute, feeling the deep, deep sense of peace that came with his skin on hers. And then, obligingly, the baby moved again, just the faintest whisper, and their eyes widened in unison, his searching hers for confirmation of what he had just felt. She nodded, and Sven Gustafsson, a man not known for high emotion, pulled his free hand down over his face and had to turn away so that she wouldn't see the tears in his eyes. The Bradys were not accustomed to using harsh words. While their union could not be described as the perfect meeting of minds, neither enjoyed conflict within the home, and each held for the other such a healthy respect that they rarely allowed themselves an openly cross exchange, and knew each other's responses well enough after the best part of 30 years to usually avoid it. So the evening that followed the floods sent something of a seismic shock through the Brady household. Mrs. Brady, having overseen the feeding and watering of the 3 children in the guest bedroom, seen Izzy off to bed, and having waited till all the servants had retired, had announced her daughter's intention to rejoin the Packhorse Library project, using a tone that suggested she would accept no further discussion on the matter. Mr. Brady, having asked her to repeat those words twice just to ensure he had heard correctly, responded uncharacteristically robustly. His temper might have been frayed by the loss of a car and the frequent telephone calls he had received detailing flooding in various business enterprises in Louisville. Mrs. Brady responded with no less emphasis, informing her husband that she knew their daughter like she knew herself, and that she was never prouder of her than she had been that day.
He could sit back and let her end up a dissatisfied, unconfident stay-at-home like his sister had been, and they all knew how that had turned out, or encourage this bold, enterprising, and hitherto unseen version of the girl they had known these 20 years, and let her do the thing she loved. And, she added, at some pitch, that if he listened to that fool Van Cleve over his own daughter, then, why, she was not sure who it was she had been married to all these years. Those were fighting words. Mr. Brady met them with equal force, and although their house was large, their voices echoed through the wide, wood-paneled corridors, and on through the night until dawn broke, unheard by the comatose children, or Izzy, who had fallen abruptly off a cliff of sleep, at which point, having reached an uneasy truce, both exhausted by this unexpected turn in their union, Mr. Brady announced wearily that he needed an hour of shut-eye at least, because there was a big day of cleaning up ahead, and Lord only knew how he was supposed to get through it now. Mrs. Brady, deflated a little in victory, felt a sudden tenderness for her husband, and, after a moment, reached out a conciliatory hand. And it was like this, as the light broke, that the maid found them an hour and a half later, still fully dressed and snoring on the huge mahogany bed, their hands entwined between them. Margery was washing her hair on Sunday morning, her head low over a bucket of water, sluicing and wringing it into a thick, glossy rope, when Alice walked in. Alice muttered an apology, half asleep and a little groggy. She hadn't realized anyone was in there, and began to back out of the little kitchen when she caught sight of Margery's belly, briefly visible through her thin cotton nightdress, and did a double-take. Margery looked sideways at her, wrapping a cotton sheet around her head, and caught it. She straightened up, placing her palm over her belly button. Yes, it is. Yes, I am. Just over 6 months, and I know, not exactly part of the plan. Alice's hand flew to her mouth. She recalled suddenly the sight of Margery and Sven at the Nice and Quick the night before, how she had sat on his lap all evening, his hands wrapped protectively around her middle. But, guess I didn't pay as much attention to that little book as I should have done. But, what are you going to do? Alice couldn't take her eyes off of it. It seemed so unlikely. Margery's breasts, she saw now, were almost obscenely full, a hint of blue veins crisscrossing her chest where her robe had slipped to reveal a sliver of pale skin. Do? Not much I can do. But you're not married. Married? That's what you're fretting about. Margery let out a hoot. Alice, you think I give a fig what people around here think of me? Why, Sven and I are good as married. We'll bring the child up, and we'll be sweeter to her and to each other than most married people around here. I'll educate her and teach her right from wrong, and as long as she has her ma and pa to love her, I can't see as what I'm wearing on my left hand is anyone else's business. Alice couldn't get her head around the idea that someone could be 6 months pregnant and not care, that her baby might even go to hell. And yet, faced with Margery's cheerful certainty, looking closely at her face, one might even call it radiance, it was hard to maintain that this really was a disaster. She let out a long breath. Does anyone know? Aside from Sven. Margery rubbed at her hair vigorously, then paused to check the dampness of her hair with her fingers.
Well, we haven't exactly hollered about it, but I can't keep it quiet for much longer. Poor old Charlie will be buckling at the knees if I get much bigger. A baby. Alice was filled with a complex of emotions. Shock, admiration that, yet again, Margery had decided to play life by her own rules, but shot through it all, sadness. That everything had to change, that she might not again have her friend to gallop up mountainsides, to laugh with in the snug confines of the library. Margery would surely stay home now, a mother like everyone else. She wondered what would even happen to the library with Margery gone. She was the heart and backbone of it. And then a more worrying thought occurred.
How could she stay here once the baby was born? There would be no room. There was barely enough for the three of them as it was. "I can pretty much hear you fretting from here, Alice," Margery called as she walked back through to her bedroom. "And I'm telling you nothing needs to change. Well, worry about the baby when it comes. No point winding yourself into a knot until then." "I'm fine," Alice said, "just pleased for you," and wished desperately that it was true. Margery rode down to Monarch Creek on Saturday, nodding greetings as she passed families busy cleaning up, sweeping wet piles of silt out of their front doors, ferrying ruined furniture into piles only good enough to dry out for firewood. The floods had devastated the lower reaches of the town, home to the poorer families who were less likely to make a noise about it, or at least have that noise listened to. In the more affluent parts of town, life had already pretty much returned to normal. She pulled Charlie to a halt outside Sophia and William's house, her heart sinking as she surveyed the damage. You could know something to be true, but it was something else having to look it square in the eye. The little house stood just, but positioned at the lowest part of the road. As it was, it had borne the brunt of the flood. The posts of the neat deck were cracked and broken, while the flower pots and the rocking chair that had stood on it had been washed away, along with the two front windows. What had been a neat little vegetable garden was now a sea of black mud, from which random pieces of broken wood emerged in place of plants, and the stench was foul and sulphurous. A thick, dark tide mark rode along the upper part of the frames, and Margery didn't need to go any further to guess what it was like inside. She shivered, recalling the water's cold grip, and placed her palm against Charlie's soft neck, feeling a sudden visceral urge to head home to warmth and safety. She dismounted, it took a little more effort to clear the saddle now, and hooked the reins on a nearby tree. There was nothing for the mule to graze, just dark sludge for some distance up the slopes. "William," she called, her boots squelching as she made her way toward the little cabin. "William? It's Margery." She called a couple more times, waiting until it was clear that nobody was at home, then turned back to the mule, feeling the unfamiliar stretch and weight in her belly, as if the baby had decided she was now free to make her presence felt. She stopped by the tree and was reaching for the reins when something caught her eye. She tilted her head, studying the tide mark several feet up from the base of the trunk. The whole way down from the library, the marks left by the river had been red-brown, varying in color but essentially mud or silt. The marks here were as black as pitch. She recalled how the water had turned dark abruptly, the chemical tang that had stung her eyes and caught the back of her throat. Van Cleve had not been seen in town for the 3 days since the flood. She squatted, running her fingers across the tree bark, then sniffed them. She stayed there, completely still, thinking. Then she wiped her hands on her jacket and, with a grunt, hoisted herself back into the saddle. "Come on, Charlie boy," she said, turning him around. "We're not going home just yet." Margery rode high up into the narrow pass to the northeast of Baileyville, a route most considered impassable, given the steepness of the terrain and the dense undergrowth. But both she and Charlie, having been raised on rough ground, could see a way through as instinctively as a boss could see a dollar sign. And she dropped the buckle of the reins onto his neck and leaned forward, trusting him to pick a path through while she lifted branches clear of her head. The air grew colder the higher they traveled. Margery wedged her hat down on her head and tucked her chin into her collar, watching her breath rise in damp clouds. The trees grew closer the higher they went, and the ground was so steep and flinty that Charlie, sure-footed as he was, began to stumble and hesitate. She climbed down finally by a rocky outcrop, hooked his reins on some saplings, and hiked the rest of the way to the top on foot, puffing a little with the extra weight of her new cargo. Every now and then she would pause, her hand in the small of her back. She had felt uncommonly tired since the flood, and pushed away the knowledge of what Sven would say if he knew where she'd gone. It took the best part of an hour to climb far enough on the ridge that she could finally see the back of Hoffman, the part of its 600-acre site not visible from the mines, and shielded from wider view by the horseshoe of steep, tree-covered slopes that surrounded it. She grabbed onto a trunk to haul herself up the last few feet, and then stood a moment, allowing her breath to settle. And then she looked down and cursed. 3 vast slurry dams stood behind the ridge, accessible only via a gated tunnel through the mountaintop. 2 were full of dull, inky water, still swollen by the rains. The third was empty, its muddy base stained black, and its embankment crumbled to nothing where the slurry had burst out and down the other side, leaving a brackish trail along the winding riverbeds toward the lower end of Baileyville. Of all the days that Annie could pick to suffer with her legs, this was just about the most inconvenient, Van Cleve muttered to himself as he waited in the booth for the girl to bring his food. Across from him, Bennett sat in silence, his eyes sliding towards the other customers as if he were even now trying to gauge what people were saying about them. Van Cleve would have preferred a few more days steering clear of the town, but when your maid wasn't there to cook a meal, and your daughter-in-law had still not seen sense and returned home, what was a man to do? Short of driving halfway to Lexington, the Nice and Quick was the only place one could get a hot meal. "Here you are, Mr. Van Cleve," said Molly, placing a plate of fried chicken in front of him. "Extra greens and mashed potato, just like you said. You was lucky you ordered when you did. Cook's nearly out today, with the deliveries not getting through and all." "Well, aren't we the lucky ones?" he exclaimed. Van Cleve's mood lifted at the golden, crispy-skinned sight of his dinner. He let out a sigh of satisfaction and tucked his napkin into his collar. He was about to suggest Bennett did the same, rather than fold his on his lap like some very European, when a gobbet of black mud dropped through the air above his plate and landed with an audible slop on his portion of chicken. He stared at it, struggling to register what he was seeing. "What the— You missing something, Van Cleve?" Margery O'Hare stood over his table, her color high and her voice shaking with rage. She held her arm extended, her fist blackened with slurry. "That wasn't floods took out those houses round Monarch Creek. That was your slurry dam, and you knew it. You ought to be ashamed of yourself." The restaurant fell silent. Behind her, a couple of people stood up to see what was going on. "You dropped mud on my dinner?" Van Cleve stood, his chair pushing back with a squeal.
You come in here, after all you've done, and drop dirt on my food? Margery's eyes glittered. Not dirt, coal slurry, poison, your poison. I went up on the ridge, and I saw your busted dam. It was you. Not the rains, not the Ohio. The only houses destroyed were the ones your filthy water ran right over. A murmur went around the restaurant. Van Cleve wrenched his napkin from his collar. He took a step toward her, his finger raised. "You listen here, O'Hare. You want to be very careful before you start throwing accusations around. You've caused enough trouble." But Margery squared up to him. "I've caused trouble," says the man who shot my dog, who knocked 2 teeth right out of his daughter-in-law's head. Your flood almost drowned me, and Sophia and William. They had near on nothing to start with, and now they got less. You would have drowned 3 little girls if my girls hadn't got there to save them. And you swagger around here pretending like it's nothing to do with you? You want arresting." Sven appeared behind her and placed a hand on her shoulder, but she was in full flow and shook him off. "Men die because you prize dollars over safety. You trick people into signing away their own houses before they understand what they've done. You destroy lives. Your mind is a menace. You are a menace. That's enough. Sven now had his forearm around Margery's collarbone and was pulling her backward, even as she pointed at Van Cleve, still yelling. Come on, time to go outside. Yes, thank you, Gustafsson. Take her outside. You act like you're the gosh darn almighty, like the law doesn't count for you. But I'm watching you, Van Cleve. For as long as I have breath in my lungs, I'll tell the truth about you, and enough. The air in the room seemed to have disappeared into a vacuum as Sven steered her, still struggling, out of the restaurant door. Through its glass panel she could be seen hollering at him in the road, her arms flailing as she tried to free herself. Van Cleve glanced around and sat back down. The other diners were still staring. "The O'Hares, huh?" he said, too loudly, tucking his napkin back in. "Never know what that family's going to get up to next." Bennett's eyes flickered from his plate and back down again. "Gustafsson's sound. He knows. Oh yes, and that girl out there is the craziest of the lot of them, right, right." Van Cleve's smile wavered a little until people started to drift back to their food. He let out a breath and motioned to the waitress. "Molly, sweetheart, could you, get me a fresh plate of chicken, please? Thank you kindly." Molly pulled a face. "I'm so sorry, Mr. Van Cleve. The last of it just went out." She eyed his plate, wincing slightly. "I have some soup and a couple of biscuits I could warm up for you." "Here, have mine." Bennett pushed his untouched meal toward his father. Van Cleve ripped his napkin out of his collar. "Lost my appetite. I'll get Gustafsson a drink and we'll head home." He glanced through the door to where the younger man still stood outside with the O'Hare girl. He'll be in once he's seen her off. He was aware of a vague sense of disappointment that it hadn't been his own son who had stood to push the girl out. But the strangest thing, as O'Hare continued to yell and gesticulate outside, Gustafsson, rather than dusting off his hands and returning to the restaurant, took a step forward, his forehead lowered toward Margery O'Hare's. As Van Cleve watched, frowning, Margery's hands briefly covered her face, and both of them stood very still. And then, clear as anything in the moonlight, Sven Gustafsson placed a protective hand on the swell of O'Hare's belly, waiting until she looked up at him, and covered it gently with her own, before he kissed her. "Exactly how much trouble do you want to get yourself into?" Margery pushed at Sven blindly, trying to free herself, but he held tight to her upper arms. "You didn't see it, Sven. Thousands of gallons of his poison. And him acting like it's just the river, and William and Sophia's house ruined, and all the land and water round Monarch Creek destroyed for I don't know how long. I don't doubt it, Marge, but going at him in front of a restaurant full of people isn't gonna help anything. He should be shamed. He thinks he can get away with anything. And don't you dare pull me out of there like I'm a badly trained dog." She pushed hard with both hands, finally breaking his grip, and he lifted his palms. I just didn't want him to come at you. You saw what he did to Alice. I'm not scared of him." "Well, maybe you should be. You gotta be clever with a man like Van Cleve. He's cunning. You know that. Come on, Margery. Don't let your temper trip you up. We'll go about this the right way. I don't know. Talk to the foreman, the unions, write to the governor. There are ways." Margery seemed to subside a little. "Come on now." He reached out a hand. "You don't have to fight every battle by yourself." Something gave in her then. She kicked at the dirt, waiting for her breathing to slow. When she looked up, her eyes glittered with tears. "I hate him, Sven. I do. He destroys everything that's beautiful." Sven pulled her to him. Not everything. He placed his hand on her belly and left it there until he felt her soften in his arms. "Come on," he said, and kissed her. "Let's go home." Small towns being what they were, and Margery being who she was, it wasn't too long before word got out that she was carrying. And for a few days at least,
Every place where townspeople were prone to meeting, the feed merchant, the churches, the general store, was thick with the news of it. There were those for whom this just confirmed everything they thought of Frank O'Hare's daughter. Another no-good O'Hare child, no doubt destined for disgrace or disaster. There would always be those for whom any baby out of wedlock was a matter for vocal and emphatic disapproval. But there were also those whose minds were still thick with the flood and memories of what she'd said about Van Cleve's part in it. Luckily for her, they seemed to comprise most of the townspeople, who believed that when so much bad had taken place, a new baby, whatever the circumstances, was nothing to get too aerated about. Apart from Sophia, that was. "You gonna marry that man now?" she said when she heard. "Nope." "Because you selfish?" Margery had been writing a letter to the governor. She put down her pen and shot Sophia a look. "Don't you side-eye me, Margery O'Hare. I know what you think about being joined under the Lord. Believe me, we all know your views. But this ain't just about you anymore, is it? You want that baby to get called names in the schoolyard? You want her to grow up second class? You want her to miss out because people won't have one of them in the house?" Margery opened the door so that Fred could drop another load of books back into the library. "Can we at least wait for her to get here before you start scolding me?" Sophia raised her eyebrows. "I'm just saying. Life's hard enough growing up in this town without you giving the poor child another yoke around its neck. You know darn well how people made judgments about you based on what your parents did, decisions you had no hand in. All right, Sophia. Well, they did. And it's only because you're so pig-headed that you was able to make the life you wanted. What if she ain't like you? She'll be like me. Shows how much you know about children." Sophia snorted. "I'm gonna say it once. This ain't just about what you want anymore." She slammed her ledger down on her desk. "And you need to think about that." Sven was no better. He sat on the rickety kitchen chair, polishing his boots, while she sat on one side of the settle. And although his words were fewer, and his voice calmer, his point was just the same. "I'm not going to ask you again, Margery, but this changes things. I want to be known as this child's father. I want to do it all properly. I don't want our baby to be brought up a bastard." He regarded her over the wooden table, and she felt suddenly mulish and defensive, as she had when she was 10 years old, so that she picked distractedly at a wool blanket and refused to look at him. "You think we don't have anything more important to talk about just now? That's all I'm going to say." She pushed her hair away from her face and chewed at her lower lip. He crossed his arms, brow lowered, ready for her to yell that he was driving her crazy, that he had promised not to keep going on, and she had had enough, and he could get on back to his own house. But she surprised him. "Let me think about it," she said. They sat in silence for a few minutes. Margery drummed her fingers on the table and stretched out a leg, turning her ankle this way and that. "What?" he said. She picked at the corner of the blanket again, then straightened it, and then looked sideways at him. "What?" he said, again. "You ever going to come and sit by me then, Sven Gustafsson? Or have I lost all appeal to you, now you've got me blown up like a milch cow?" Alice let herself in late, thoughts of Fred crowding out everything she had seen that day. The apologies of families whose library books had drowned along with the rest of their belongings. The black slurry that marked the base of trees, the scattered belongings, odd shoes, letters, pieces of furniture, broken or ruined, that lined the paths of the now sedate creeks. "All I can give you, Alice, is words." As she had every morning and every night since, she felt Fred's fingers tracing her cheek, saw his narrowed, serious eyes, wondered how it would feel to have those strong hands tracing her body in that same gentle, purposeful way.
Her imagination filled those gaps in her knowledge. Her memories of his voice, the intensity of his expression, left her faintly breathless. She thought about him so much she suspected the others could see right through her, maybe catch snatches of the constant fevered hum in her head as it trickled out through her ears. It was almost a relief to reach Margery's cabin, her collar turned up against the April wind, and know that she would be forced to think about something else for a couple of hours, at least, bookbindings or slurry or string beans. Alice walked in, closing the screen door quietly behind her. Had a horror of slamming doors since she'd left the Van Cleve house, and removed her coat, hanging it on the hook. The cabin was silent, which usually meant that Margery was out back, attending to Charlie or the hens. She walked over to the bread bin and peered inside, pondering how empty the place still felt without Bluey's boisterous presence. She was about to call out back when she heard sounds of intimacy coming from behind Margery's closed door. She stopped dead in the middle of the floor. They connected deeply. "Oh, ruddy marvelous," Alice muttered softly to herself. And she put her coat back on, stuffed a piece of bread between her teeth, and went to sit outside on the front porch on the squeaky rocker, eating with one hand and plugging her good ear with the other. It was not unusual for the snows to last a whole month longer on the mountain tops. It was as if, determined to ignore whatever was going on down in the town, they refused to relinquish their icy hold until the last possible moment, right up until waxy buds were already poking through the thinning crystalline carpet, and on the upper trails the trees were no longer brown and skeletal, but shimmered with a faint hint of green. So it was some way into April before the body of Clem McCullough was revealed, his frost-bitten nose visible first, as the snows melted high on the uppermost ridge, and then the rest of his face, gnawed in places by some hungry creature, and his eyes, long missing, found by a hunter from Berea, who had been sent to the hillsides above Red Lick looking for deer, and would have nightmares for months afterward about rotting faces with fathomless holes for eyes. To find the body of a well-known drunk was not that much of a surprise in a small town, especially in moonshine country, and might normally have guaranteed just a few days' chatter and shaking of heads as news got around. But this was different. Clem McCullough's head, the sheriff announced, not long after he and his men came back down the mountainside, had been stoved in on the back of a pointed boulder. And, resting on the upper part of his chest, revealed as the last of the snow melted away, was a heavily blood-stained, fabric-bound edition of Little Women, marked Baileyville Packhorse Library, W.P.A. Van Cleve, his belly full of pork rinds and a fine film of excitement glistening on his brow, walked into the sheriff's office. He brought with him a wooden box of cigars and a beaming smile, not that he would have admitted any particular reason for either. No, but the discovery of McCullough's body meant that the breached dam and the slurry cleanup were suddenly old news. Van Cleve and his son could walk down the street again, and for the first time in weeks, as he emerged from his car, he experienced something like a spring in his step. "Well, Bob, I can't say I'm surprised. You know she's been causing trouble the whole year, destabilizing our community, spreading wickedness." He leaned forward and lit the sheriff's cigar with a click of his brass lighter. The sheriff sat back in his chair. "I'm not entirely sure I'm with you, Jeff." "Well, you'll be arresting the O'Hare girl, won't you?" "What makes you think it has anything to do with her?" Bob, we've been friends a long time. You know as well as I do the beef the McCulloughs had with the O'Hares. Goes back as far as any of us can remember. And who else would be riding all the way up there?" The sheriff said nothing,
And, more pertinently, a little birdie tells me there was a library book found by the body. Well, that just about settles it, I'd say. Case closed." He took a long drag of his cigar. "Wish my boys was as efficient at solving crime as you, Jeff." The sheriff's eyes crinkled with amusement. "Why, you know she was responsible for persuading my Bennett's wife away from him, though we've tried to keep that on the low down, to save him embarrassment. They were happily married until she came along. No, she puts wicked ideas in girls' heads and causes mayhem wherever she goes. I, for one, will sleep better knowing she's locked up tonight." "Is that right?" said the sheriff, who had known about the Van Cleve girl's movements for months. There was little in this county that escaped him. "That family, Bob," Van Cleve blew smoke to the ceiling. "There's bad blood shot all the way through the O'Hare line. Why, do you remember her Uncle Vincent? Now that was a rogue." "Can't say as the evidence is conclusive, Jeff. Between us, as it stands, we can't prove beyond doubt she was on that route, and our one witness is now saying she can't be sure whose voice it was she heard. Of course it was her. You know darn well that the little polio girl wouldn't do it, and nor would our Alice. That leaves the farm girl and the colored, and I'd put money on it she don't ride." The sheriff turned down the corners of his mouth in a way that suggested he was not convinced. Van Cleve jabbed a finger on the desk. "She's a malign influence, Bob. Ask Governor Hatch. He knows. The way she was spreading salacious material under the guise of a family library. Oh, you didn't know about that? She's been fomenting discord up on North Ridge so they wouldn't allow the mine to go about its legal business. Every bit of trouble around here for the past year you can pretty much trace back to Margery O'Hare. This library has given her ideas above her station. The longer she's locked up, the better. You know she's with child. Well, there you go. No moral compass whatsoever. Is that how a decent woman behaves? Is that really someone you want going into houses where there are young and impressionable people? I guess not." Van Cleve mapped it out with his fingers in the air, looking at some distant horizon.
She took her route, crossed paths with poor old McCullough on his way home, and when she saw he was drunk, she had an opportunity to avenge her no-good father, and killed him with the nearest thing she had to hand, knowing full well he would be buried under the snow. She probably thought the animals would eat him, and nobody would ever find the body. It's only luck and the grace of God Almighty that somebody did. Cold-blooded, that's what she is, contravening the laws of nature in every possible regard. He took a deep draw of his cigar and shook his head. "I tell you, Bob, I wouldn't be at all surprised if she did it again." He waited a moment, then added, "That's why I'm glad there's a man like you in charge around here, a man who will stop the spread of lawlessness, a man who is not afraid to make the law count." Van Cleve reached for his cigar box. "Why don't you take a couple of these home for later? Tell you what, take the whole box." "Most generous of you, Juff." The sheriff said nothing more, but he took a long, appreciative drag on his cigar. Margery O'Hare was arrested at the library on the evening they moved the last of the books back to their shelves. The sheriff arrived with his deputy, and at first Fred greeted them warmly, thinking they'd come to examine his newly replaced floorboards and relined shelves, as townspeople had been doing all week. Checking on the progress of everyone else's repairs had added a new dimension to the daily passing of time in Baileyville. But the sheriff's face was long and cold as a tombstone. As he planted his boots in the center of the room and gazed around him, something in Margery plummeted, a heavy stone in a bottomless well. "Which one of yous takes the route up to the mountains above Red Lick?" Their eyes slid toward each other. "What's the matter, Sheriff? Someone late returning their books?" said Beth, but nobody laughed. "The body of Clem McCullough was found on Arnott's Ridge 2 days ago. Looks like the murder weapon came from your library." "Murder weapon?" said Beth. "We don't have no murder weapons here. Murder stories, we got those." Margery's face drained of color. She blinked hard, put out a hand to steady herself. "She's in the family way," Alice said, taking her arm. "She gets a little lightheaded." "And that's dramatic news for a woman in the family way to have to hear straight out," Izzy added. But the sheriff was staring at Margery. "You take that route, Miss O'Hare?" "We share the routes, Sheriff," Kathleen interjected. "It really depends on who's working that day and how each horse is doing. Some ain't so good on those longer, rougher routes." "You keep records of who goes where?" he said to Sophia, who stood up behind her desk, her knuckles tight on the edge. "Yes, sir. I want to see every route taken by every librarian over the past 6 months." 6 months? Mr. McCullough's body is in some decay. It's unclear how long he has lain there. And his family don't seem to have reported him missing, according to our records, so we need all the information we can gather. That's a lot of ledgers, sir, and we're still a little disarray here because of the floods. It may take me a while to locate them among these books." Only Alice was positioned so that she could see Sophia slowly nudge the ledger on the floor firmly under her desk with her foot. "To be frank, Mr. Sheriff, we lost a good many of them," Alice added. "It's entirely possible the relevant entries have suffered catastrophic water damage. Some were even washed away." She said it in her most clipped English accent, which had been known to sway sterner men than him. But the sheriff didn't appear to have heard her. He had moved around to Margery and stood in front of her, his head tilted to one side. "The O'Hares had a long feud with the McCulloughs, am I right?" Margery picked at a scuff on her boot. "I guess. My own daddy remembers your daddy coming after Clem McCullough's brother, Tam. Shot him in the stomach Christmas 1913, 1914, if I remember right. I bet if I asked around, there'd be other bad blood could be recalled between your two families. Far as I'm concerned, Sheriff, any feud died with the last of my brothers. Be the first blood feud around here just melted away with the snows," he said, and put a matchstick between his teeth, which he waggled up and down. "Mighty unusual." "Well, I've never been what you might call conventional." She appeared to have composed herself. "So, you would know nothing about how Clem McCullough happened to be brought down?" "No, sir." "Tricky for you that you're the only living person might have had a grudge against him." "Ah, come on, Sheriff Archer," Beth protested. "You know well as I do that family is proper hillbilly trash. They probably got enemies halfway to Nashville, Tennessee." That was true, they all agreed. Even Sophia felt safe enough to nod. It was at that point they heard the engine. A car drew up, and the sheriff walked slow and stiff-legged to the door, as if he had all the time in the world. Another deputy appeared, and he murmured something in his ear. The sheriff looked up and behind him at Margery, then leaned in for further information. The deputy entered the library so that there were 3 of them. Alice caught Fred's eye and saw he was as nonplussed as she felt. The sheriff turned, and when he spoke again, it was, Alice thought, with a kind of grim satisfaction. "Officer Dalton here has just been speaking with old Nancy Stone. She says you was making your way to her back in December when she heard a gunshot and some kind of a commotion. Says you never arrived, and that, rain or shine, you had never once missed a book delivery before that day. Says you were known for it. I recall I couldn't get past the ridge. The snow was too deep." Margery's voice, Alice realized, had taken on a slight tremor. "Not what Nancy says. She said the snow had eased 2 days past, and that you was by the upper levels of the creek, and that she heard you talking right up until minutes before the gun went off. Says she was mighty worried about you for a while." "Not me.
She shook her head. No. He pondered this, his lower lip pushed out in exaggerated thought. She seems pretty sure there was a Packhorse librarian up there. You tellin' me then it was one of these other ladies that day, Miss O'Hare? She gazed around her then, a trapped animal. You think maybe I should be talking to one of these girls instead? Think maybe one of them is capable of murder? How about you, Kathleen Bly? Or maybe this nice English lady, Van Cleve's wife, yes? Alice lifted her chin. Or you, what's your name, girl? Sophia Kenworth. Sophia Kenworth. He said nothing about the color of her skin, but rolled the syllables around extra slowly so that they felt loaded. The room had grown very still. Sophia stared at the edge of her desk, her jaw tight, unblinking. No, Margery said into the silence. I know for a fact it was none of these women. I think maybe it was a robber, or a shiner. You know how it can be up there on the mountains. All sorts going on. All sorts going on. That's true enough, but, you know, seems mighty odd that in a county stacked full of knives and guns, axes and coshes, that the weapon of choice for your neighborhood hillbilly robber would be— He paused, as if to recall it properly. A fabric-bound first edition of Little Women. At the dismay that flickered unchecked across her face, something in the sheriff relaxed, like a man sighing with pleasure after a big meal. He squared his shoulders, pushed his neck back into his collar. Margery O'Hare, I am arresting you on suspicion of the murder of Clem McCullough. Men, take her in. After that, Sophia told William, all hell broke loose. Alice flew at the man like a woman possessed, shouting and hollering, hurling books at him, until the officer threatened to arrest her too, and Frederick Geisler had to wrap both his arms around her to stop her fighting.
Beth was yelling at them that they had it all wrong, that they didn't know what the heck was going on. Kathleen just looked silent and shocked, shaking her head, and little Izzy burst into tears, kept crying. But you can't do this. She's having a baby. Fred had run for his car and driven fast as he could to tell Sven Gustafsson, and Sven had come back white as a sheet, trying to get them to tell him what the heck was going on. And all the while Margery O'Hare had been silent as a ghost, allowing herself to be led past the crowd of onlookers into the back of the police Buick, her head down and one hand over her belly. William digested this and shook his head. His overalls were thick with black dirt where he was still trying to clean up the house, and when he ran his hand over the back of his head, he left an oily black trace of it on his skin. "What you think?" he asked his sister. "You think she did murder someone?" "I don't know," she said, shaking her head. "I know Margery ain't a murderer, but there was something off, something she wasn't saying." She looked up at him. "I do know one thing, though. If Van Cleve has any say in this, he's going to make her chances of getting out of it a whole lot smaller." Sven sat that night in Margery's kitchen and told Alice and Fred the whole story. The incident on the mountain ridge, how she had believed McCullough would come after her in revenge, how he had sat out on the porch for 2 long, cold nights with the rifle across his knees and Bluey at his feet, until both were reassured that McCullough had surely slunk back to his falling-down cabin, probably with a sore head and too drunk to remember what the hell he had even done. "But you have to tell the sheriff," Alice said. "That means it was self-defense." "You think that's going to help her?" said Fred. "The moment she says she slammed that book into him, they'll treat it as a confession. She'll get manslaughter at best. The smartest thing she can do just now is sit tight and hope they don't have enough evidence to keep her in jail." Bail had been set at $25,000, a sum nobody around there could get close to. It's the same sum they posted for Henry H. Denhart, and he point-blank shot his own fiancée. Yup, except being a man, he had friends in high places who could post it for him. Nancy Stone had apparently wept when she heard what the sheriff's men had done with her testimony. She had made her way down the mountain that evening, the first time she had done so in 2 years, banged on the door of the sheriff's office, and demanded that they let her retell her story. "I said it all wrong," she said, and cursed through her missing teeth. "I didn't know you was gonna arrest Margery. Why, that girl has done nothing but good for me and my sister, for this town, hang you, and that's how you're gonna repay her?" There had indeed been a murmur of unease around town at the news of the arrest, but murder was murder, and the McCulloughs and the O'Hares had been the death of each other for generations, so far back that nobody could even remember how it all started, just like the Cahills and the Rogersons and the 2 branches of the Campbell family. No, Margery O'Hare had always been an odd one, contrary since she could walk, and that was just the way these things went sometimes. She could certainly be cold-hearted, too. Why, didn't she sit stone-faced at her own daddy's funeral without shedding a tear? It didn't take long for the endless seesaw of public opinion to begin to wonder whether maybe there was something of the devil in her after all. Down in the low-lying little town of Baileyville, deep in the southeastern reaches of Kentucky, the light disappeared slowly behind the hills, and not long after, in little houses along Main Street and dotted among the mountains and hollers, the oil lamps flickered and went out, one by one. Dogs called to each other, their howls bouncing off the hillsides to be scolded by exhausted owners. Babies cried and were, sometimes, comforted. Old people lost themselves in memories of better times, and younger ones, in the comforts of shared closeness, hummed along to the wireless or the distant playing of somebody else's fiddle. Kathleen Bly, high in her cabin, pulled her sleeping children close, their soft, yeasty heads like bookmarks on each side of her, and thought of a husband with shoulders like a bison and a touch so tender it could make her weep happy tears. 3 miles northwest, in a big house on a manicured lawn, Mrs. Brady tried to read another chapter of her book while her daughter sang muffled scales in her bedroom. She put the book down with a sigh, saddened by the way life never quite turned out how you hoped it would, and wondered how she was going to explain this one to Mrs. Nofsier. Across from the church, Beth Pinker sat reading an atlas on her family's back porch and smoking her grandmother's pipe, thinking about all the people she would like to hurt, Geoffrey Van Cleve being high on that particular list. In a cabin that should have had Margery O'Hare in the heart of it, 2 people sat sleepless on each side of a rough-hewn door, trying to work out a route to a different outcome, their thoughts like a Chinese puzzle, and a solid knot of anxiety, too huge and weighty, pressing down upon each of them. And a few miles away, Margery sat on the floor with her back against the wall of the cell and tried to fight the rising panic that kept pushing up from her chest like a choking tide. Across the hall, 2 men, a drunk from out of state and a habitual thief whose face she could recall but not name, called obscenities at her, and the deputy, a fair man who was troubled that there were no segregated facilities for women. He could barely remember the last time a woman was kept overnight in Baileyville jail, let alone a pregnant one. Had strung up a sheet across half the bars to shield her a little, but she could still hear them and smell the sour scents of urine and sweat, and all the while they knew she was there. And this lent the confines of the little jail an intimacy that was disturbing and discomforting to the point where, exhausted as she was, she knew no sleep would come. She would have been more comfortable on the mattress, especially as the baby was now of a size where it seemed to press down on unexpected parts of her, but the mattress was stained and full of chiggers, and she had sat there for a full 5 minutes before she had started to itch. McCullough had come for her after all. His loaded weapon, his own bloodied body, her library book, a written confession on his chest. He had followed her back down that mountain as surely as if he'd done it with a loaded gun in his hand. She tried to think of what she could say in mitigation. She hadn't known she had hurt him. She had been afraid. She had simply been trying to do her job. She was a woman, just minding her business. But she wasn't stupid. She knew how it looked. Nancy, without knowing it, had sealed her fate by placing her up there, library book in hand. Margery O'Hare pressed the heels of her hands into her eyes and let out a long, shuddering breath, feeling the panic begin to rise again. Through the bars, she could see the blue mauve of encroaching night, hear the distant bird call that marked the dying embers of the day. And as the dark fell, she felt the walls press in on her, the ceiling lowering, and she screwed her eyes shut. "I can't stay here. I can't," she said softly. "I can't be in here. I can't stay in here." Her breath bunched and gathered in her chest, her knuckles whitened, and the cell began to swim, the floor rising as the panic built. And then the baby shifted inside her, once, twice, as if telling her that she was not alone, that nothing was to be gained from this, and Margery let out a half-sob, placed her hands on her belly and closed her eyes, and let out a long, slow breath.
Word had got round by morning, and a few folk took the trouble to walk down to the library and say how crazy the whole thing was, that they didn't believe ill of Margery, and that it was a darn shame the police were treating her so. But a whole lot more didn't, and Alice felt those whispered discussions all the way from their little cabin by Split Creek. She covered her own anxiety with activity. She sent Sven home, promising him she would look after the hens and the mule, and Sven, having enough sensitivity to know that it would not be good for them to be seen sleeping under the same roof, agreed. Though both knew he would probably be back by nightfall, unable to sit alone with his fears. "I know how everything runs," she said, shoveling an egg and 4 slices of bacon that would remain untouched onto his plate. "Been here long enough. Margery will be out in a blink, and I'll take her over some fresh clothes to the jailhouse in the meantime." "That jail's no place for a woman," he said quietly. "Well, we'll have her out in no time." She sent the librarians out on their normal routes that morning, checking the ledgers and helping load the saddlebags. Nobody questioned her authority, as if they were just grateful to have someone taking charge. Beth and Kathleen asked her to convey their good wishes, and then she locked the library, climbed onto Spirit with the bag of Margery's fresh clothes, and rode over to the jail under a clear, brisk sky. "Good morning," she said to the jailer, a thin man with a weary look, whose huge ring of keys threatened to bring down his trousers. "I've come to bring Margery O'Hare a change of clothes." He looked her up and down and sniffed, his nose wrinkling. "You got your slip." "A slip of what?" "From the sheriff, allowing you to see the prisoner." "I don't have a slip." "Then you don't get in." He blew his nose noisily into a handkerchief. Alice stood for a moment, color prickling her cheeks. Then she straightened her shoulders. "Sir, you are holding a woman who is heavy with child in the most unsanitary of circumstances. The very least I would expect you to do is to allow her a change of clothes. What kind of a gentleman are you?" He had the grace to look a little discomforted. "What is it? You think I'm going to smuggle her in a metal file? A gun, perhaps? She's a woman with child. Here, officer, let me show you what I'm planning to hand over to the poor girl. There, a fresh cotton blouse, and here some wool stockings. You want to go through the bag? You can check. A fresh set of undergarments." All right, said the jailer, holding up a palm. "Put 'em back in the bag. You get 10 minutes, okay? And next time I want a slip." "Of course. Thank you so much, officer. That's very kind of you."
Alice tried to maintain this air of confidence as she followed him down the steps into the confines of the holding area. The jailer opened a heavy metal gate, his keys rattling, flicked through them until he found another, and opened another gate onto a small corridor, which was lined with 4 cells. The air was stale and foul down there, and the only light was a sliver from a narrow horizontal window at the top of each cell. As her eyes adjusted to the light, she saw shadowy movement in the cells at the left. "Hers is the one on the right with the sheet on it," he said, and turned to leave, locking the gate and checking it with a rattle so that her heart rattled with it against her ribs. "Well, hello, pretty girl," said a male voice from the shadows. She didn't look at him. "Margery?" she whispered, walking up to the bars. There was a silence. Then she saw the sheet pull back a few inches, and Margery stared back from the other side. She was pale, her eyes shadowed. Behind her stood a narrow bunk with a lumpen-stained mattress and a metal pot in the corner of the room. As her eyes adjusted to the light, something scuttled across the floor. "Are you all right?" She tried not to let her face reveal her shock. "I'm fine. I brought you some things. Thought you might like a change of clothes. I'll bring you more tomorrow. Here." She began to pull the items from the bag one by one, feeding them through the bars. "There's a bar of soap and a toothbrush, and, well, I brought you my bottle of scent. I thought you might like to feel—" She faltered. The idea seemed ridiculous now. "You got something for me there, pretty girl? I'm real lonesome over here." She turned her back, away from him. "Anyway," she lowered her voice, "there's some cornbread and an apple in the leg of your drawers. I wasn't sure whether they'd feed you. Everything is fine at home. I fed Charlie and the hens, and you're not to worry about anything. It will all be just as you like when you get home." "Where's Sven?" "He had to go to work, but he's coming by later." "He okay?" "He's a little shaken up, actually. Everybody is." Hey, come over here. I want to show you something." Alice leaned forward so that her forehead touched the bars of the cell door. "He told us what happened with the McCulloch man?" Margery closed her eyes for a minute. Her fingers looped around a bar and tightened briefly. "I never set out to hurt no one, Alice." Margery's voice cracked. "Of course you didn't. You did what anyone would have done." Alice was firm. "Anyone with half a brain. It's called self-defense." Hey, stop your yammering and come over here, girl. You got something for me, huh? 'Cause I got something for you." Alice turned, her face a fury, and placed her hands on her hips. "Oh, do shut up. I'm trying to talk to my friend, for goodness sake." There was a brief silence, and then, from the other cell, a whinny of laughter. "Yeah, do shut up. She's trying to talk to her friend." The 2 men immediately began arguing among themselves, their voices lifting as the air turned blue. "I can't stay in here," Margery said quietly. Alice was shaken by how Margery looked after only 1 night in this place, as if all the fight had seeped out of her. "Well, we're going to work this out. You are not on your own, and we are not going to let anything happen to you." Margery looked at her with weary eyes. She set her mouth in a thin line, as if she were stopping herself from speaking. Alice placed her fingers over Margery's, trying to grip her hand. "It will all sort itself out. You just try to rest and eat something, and I'll be back tomorrow." It seemed to take Margery a minute to register what she was saying. She nodded, shifted her gaze to Alice, and then, with a hand on her belly, she moved back to the floor, where she slid slowly down the wall and sat down. Alice rapped on the metal lock until she had the guard's attention. He rose heavily from his chair and let her out, closing the gate and eyeing the sheet behind her, from which Margery's shoulder was just visible. "Now," said Alice, "I will be back tomorrow. I'm not sure if I'll have time to get a slip, but I'm sure there will be no objections to a woman providing basic hygiene and assistance to a mother-in-waiting. That's just decency. And I may not have been here very long, but I do know that Kentucky people are the most decent of people." The guard looked at her, as if unsure how to respond.
"Anyway," she said, before he could think too hard about it, "I brought you a piece of cornbread to say thank you for being so flexible. It's a rotten situation, which will hopefully be sorted out very soon, and in the meantime, I am much obliged for your Mr.?" The guard blinked heavily. "Dulles, Officer Dulles. There you go, Deputy Dulles. I do beg your pardon." She handed him the cornbread wrapped in a napkin. "Oh," she said as he opened it, "and I'll want that napkin back. If you could just give it to me tomorrow when I bring the next lot, that would be lovely. Just fold it up. Thank you so much." Before he could respond, she turned and walked briskly out of the jailhouse. Sven hired a lawyer from Louisville, selling his grandfather's silver fob watch to raise the money.
The man attempted to demand a more reasonable setting of the bail money, but was refused in the baldest of terms. The girl was a murderer, the answer came, from a known family of murderers, and the state would not be satisfied with knowing she was out and free to do the same again. Even when a small crowd gathered outside the sheriff's office to protest, he was unbending, stating that they could shout all they liked, but it was his job to uphold the law, and that was what he was going to do. And if it was their father who had been murdered while going about his lawful business, they might think again. "Well, the good news is," the lawyer said as he climbed back into his car, "State of Kentucky hasn't executed a woman since 1868, let alone a pregnant one." This fact didn't seem to make Sven feel much better. "What are we going to do now?" he said, as he and Alice walked back from the jailhouse. "We keep going," said Alice. "We keep everything going as normal and wait for somebody to see sense." But 6 weeks passed, and nobody did see sense. Margery remained in the jailhouse, even as various other miscreants came and went, and were, in some cases, returned. Attempts to transfer her to a women's prison were rebuffed, and in truth, Alice felt that if Margery had to stay locked up, it was probably better for her to be where they could stop by and see her, than to be somewhere in the city where nobody would know her and where she would be surrounded by the noise and fumes of a world completely alien to her. So Alice rode to the jailhouse every day with a tin of still warm cornbread. She had pulled the recipe from one of the library books and could now bake it without even looking, or pie or whatever else she had to hand, and had become something of a favorite with the guards. Now nobody ever mentioned slips, but merely handed back the previous day's napkin and motioned her through with barely a word. With Sven, they were a little stickier, because his size tended to make other men nervous. Along with food, she would bring a change of undergarments, woolen sweaters if needed, and a book, although the jail was so dark in the basement that there were only a few hours a day in which Margery could see to read. And nearly every evening when Alice finished up at the library, she would head home to the cabin in the woods, sit at the table with Sven, and they would tell each other that this thing would be sorted out eventually, no doubt, and Margery would resemble herself once she was out in the fresh air again, and neither of them would believe a word the other was saying, until he left and she would go to bed to lie awake staring at the ceiling until dawn. That year, it was as if they had missed spring completely. One minute it was frozen, and then it was as if the rains had washed away a whole couple of months, because Lee County slammed abruptly into a full-on heat wave. The monarch butterflies returned, the weeds rose on the verges, waist-high under blossoming dogwoods, and Alice borrowed one of Margery's wide-brimmed leather hats and wore a handkerchief around her neck to stop herself burning, and slapped at the biting creatures on her horse's neck with the buckle of her reins. Alice and Fred spent as much time together as they could, but they didn't talk too much about Margery. Once they had done their best to meet her practical needs, nobody knew what to say. The coroner's inquest had found that Clem McCullough had died from a catastrophic injury to the back of his skull, probably caused by a blow to the back of his head or by falling onto a rock.
Unfortunately, the decomposition of the body did not allow for a more accurate conclusion. Margery had been due to testify at the coroner's court, but an angry crowd had built up outside it, and, given her condition, it was decreed that it would not be wise for her to enter. The closer she drew to her due date, the more frustrated Sven had become, railing at the jailhouse deputy until he had been barred from visiting for a week. It would have been longer, but Sven was liked in town, and everyone knew nerves were getting to him. Margery had grown milk pale, and her hair hung down in a dirty plait. She ate the food Alice proffered with a kind of detached observance, as if she would really rather not, but she understood that she was obliged to do so. There was not a time that Alice visited her when it didn't seem that having Margery stuck in a cell was a crime against nature, a flat-out reversal of how everything should be. Everything felt wrong while she was locked away, the mountains empty, the library missing some vital piece. Even Charlie was listless, pacing backward and forward along the rail, or just standing, his huge ears at half-mast, his pale muzzle lowered halfway to the ground. Sometimes Alice waited until she was alone on the long ride back to the cabin, and, shielded by the trees and the silence, cried huge sobs of fear and frustration. Tears she knew Margery would not cry for herself. Nobody spoke of what would happen when the baby came. Nobody spoke of what would happen to Margery afterward. The whole situation was so surreal, and the child was still an abstraction, a thing that few of them could imagine into existence. Alice rode at 4:30 a.m. every day, slung herself across Spirit, and disappeared into the densely forested mountainside laden with saddlebags, so that she'd done the first mile before she'd had a chance to wake fully. She greeted everyone she passed by name, usually with some piece of information that might be pertinent to them. "Did you get that tractor repair book, Jim? And did your wife like the short stories?" And would place her horse in front of Van Cleve's car whenever she saw it, so that he was forced to stop, engine idling in the road, while she stared him down. "Sleep well at night, do you?" she would call, her voice piercing the still air. "Feeling pleased with yourself?" His cheeks blown out and purple, he would wrench his car around her. She was not afraid to be in the cabin alone, but Fred had helped her set more traps to alert her should anyone come close. She was reading one night when she heard the jingle of the bell string they had strung between the trees. With lightning reflexes, she reached back to the fireplace and pulled down the rifle, standing and cocking it on her shoulder in one fluid movement, placing the two barrels against the narrow gap in the door. She squinted, trying to make out whether there was any movement outside, and remained premeditatively still, scanning the darkness a moment or two longer before she let her shoulders drop. "Just dear," she muttered to herself, and lowered the rifle. It was only as she left the next morning that she found the note that had been slipped under the door overnight with its heavy black scrawl. "You do not belong here. Go home." It wasn't the first, and she bit down hard on the feelings the notes provoked. Margery would have laughed at them, so that's what she did. She screwed the paper into a ball, threw it into the fire, and cursed under her breath, and tried not to think of where home might be these days. Fred stood beside the barn in the dimming light, chopping wood, one of the few tasks that still defeated Alice. She found the weight and heft of the old axe unnerving, and rarely managed to split the logs along the grain, usually leaving the blade wedged at an awkward angle, stuck fast until Fred returned. He, in contrast, hit each piece with a clean, rhythmic motion, his arms circling in a great sweep, the axe slicing each into halves and then quarters, pausing each 3 strikes to hold it loosely in one hand while with the other he tossed the new logs onto the pile. She watched him for a moment, waiting until he stopped again, drew a forearm across his brow, and looked up at where she stood in the doorway, glass in hand. "That for me?" She took a few steps forward and handed it to him. "Thank you. There's more here than I thought. Good of you to do it."
He took a long swig of the water and let out a breath before he handed back the glass. Well, can't have you getting cold in winter, and they dry out quicker if you cut them smaller. Sure you don't want to have another go? Something in her expression seemed to stop him. You okay, Alice? She smiled and nodded, but even as she did so, she barely convinced herself. So she told him the thing she had put off telling for a full week. My parents have written to say I can come home. Fred's smile evaporated. They're not happy, but they say I can't stay here alone, and they're prepared to chalk the marriage up to youthful error. My Aunt Jean has invited me to stay with her in Lowestoft. She needs help with her children, and everyone agrees that this would be a good way of, well, getting me back to England without making too much of a scene. Apparently, we can address all the legal matters from a suitable distance. What's Lowestoft? A little town on the North Sea coast. Not exactly my first choice, but, well, I suppose I'd have some independence at least. And be away from my parents, she added silently. She swallowed. They're forwarding money for my passage. I told them I needed to stay for the end of Margery's trial. She let out a dry laugh. I'm not sure if my being friends with an accused murderer improved their opinion of me any. There was a long silence. So, you're really leaving? She nodded. She couldn't say any more. It was as if, with that letter, she had suddenly been reminded that her whole life here up to this point had been a fever dream. She pictured herself back in Mortlake, or in the fake Tudor house in Lowestoft, her aunt's polite inquiries as to her sleep, whether she was ready for a little breakfast, whether she might like to take a walk to the municipal park that afternoon. She looked down at her chapped hands, at her broken nails, at the sweater she had worn for 14 days straight over the other layers, with its tiny fragments of hay and grass seed embedded in the yarn. She looked at her boots, with the scuffs that told of remote mountain trails, of splashing through creek beds or dismounting to make her way up narrow passes in mud, fierce sunshine, or endless, endless rain. What would it be like to be that other girl again? The one with polished shoes, stockings, and a tame, orderly existence, with nails that had been carefully filed and a shampoo and set twice a week. No longer dismounting to relieve herself behind trees, picking apples to eat as she worked, her nostrils full of wood smoke and damp earth, but instead exchanging a few polite words with the bus conductor about whether he was sure the 238 stopped outside the railway station. Fred was watching her. There was something so pained and raw in his expression that she felt hollowed out by it. He hid it, reaching for the axe. Well, I guess I might as well do the rest of these while I'm here. Margery will need them when she comes home. He nodded, his eyes on the blade. Yep. Alice waited a moment. I'll fix you something to eat, if you're still happy to stay. He nodded, his eyes still downcast. That would be good. She waited a moment longer, then turned and walked back into Margery's cabin with the empty glass, and the sound of each whack of the blade splintering the wood behind her made her flinch, as if it were not just the wood being rent in two. The food was terrible, as food cooked without heart often is, but Fred was too kind to comment on it, and Alice had little to say, so the meal passed in an unusual silence, accompanied only by the rhythmic croaks of the crickets and frogs outside. He thanked her for her efforts, and lied that it had been delicious, and she took the dirty plates and watched as he stood, straightening stiffly as if the wood chopping had taken more out of him than he'd let on. He hesitated, then walked out onto the stoop, where she could see his shadow through the mesh of the screen door, looking out at the mountainside. "I'm so sorry, Fred," she told him silently. "I don't want to leave you." She turned back to the plates and began scrubbing furiously, biting back tears. "Alice?" Fred appeared at the door. "Hmm?" "Come outside," he said. "I have to do the plot. Come, I want to show you something." The night was possessed of the thick darkness that comes when clouds swallow the moon and stars whole, and she could only just make him out as he motioned to the swing seat on the porch. They sat a few inches apart, not touching, but linked by their thoughts, which, underneath, wound around each other's like ivy. "What are we looking at?" she said, trying surreptitiously to wipe her eyes. "Just wait," came Fred's voice from beside her. Alice sat in the dark, the seat creaking under their combined weight, her thoughts tumbling as she considered her future. What could she do if she didn't go home? She had little money, certainly not enough to find a house. She was not even sure she would have a job. Who was to say that the library would continue without Margery's fierce steerage? More importantly, she could hardly stay forever in this small town, with the looming cloud of Van Cleve, his rage and her ill-fated marriage hanging over her. He had got to Margery, and he would surely get to her too, one way or another. And yet the thought of leaving this place, of no longer riding these mountains, accompanied only by the sound of spirits' hooves and the glinting, dappled light of the forest, the thought of no longer laughing with the other librarians, stitching quietly beside Sophia, or tapping her foot as Izzy's voice soared into the rafters, filled her with a grief that was visceral. She loved it here. She loved the mountains and the people and the never-ending sky. She loved feeling as if she was doing a job that meant something, testing herself each day, changing people's lives word by word. She had earned every one of her bruises and blisters, had built a new Alice over the frame of one with whom she had never felt entirely comfortable. She would simply shrink back if she returned, and she could already taste how easily it would happen. Baileyville would become a little interlude, fade into another episode that her parents, tight-lipped, would prefer not to refer to. She would pine for Kentucky for a while and pull herself together. Then, after a year or two, perhaps, she would be allowed to divorce, and she would eventually meet a tolerable man who didn't begrudge her complicated past, and settle down, in some tolerable part of Lowestoft. And then there was Fred. The thought of being parted from him made her stomach cramp. How was she supposed to bear the prospect of never seeing him again? Never seeing his face light up simply because she had walked into the room? Never catching his eye in a crowd, feeling the subtle heat that came with standing alongside a man she knew wanted her more than any other? She felt that every day they were together now, even when no words were spoken, the unspoken conversation that ran like an undercurrent under everything they did. She had never felt so connected, so sure of somebody, had never wanted somebody else's happiness so keenly. "Alice." "Sorry?" "Look up." Alice's breath stopped in her throat. The mountainside opposite was alive with light, a wall of glinting fairy lights, three-dimensional among the trees, winking and twinkling as they shifted, illuminating the shadows of the inky dark. She blinked at it, disbelieving, her mouth open. "Fireflies," he said. "Fireflies? Lightning bugs, whatever you want to call them. They come every year." Alice couldn't quite take in what she was seeing. The clouds parted, and the fireflies glinted, mingled, traversed upward from the illuminated shadows of the trees, and their million luminous white bodies melded seamlessly with the starry night sky above, so that it seemed for that moment that the whole world was carpeted with tiny golden lights. It was such a ridiculous, unlikely, insanely beautiful sight that Alice found herself laughing out loud, both hands pressed to her face. "Do they do this often?" she said. She could just make out his smile. "Nope. A week, maybe, every year. 2 at most. Never seen them quite this beautiful, though." A huge sob rose from Alice's chest, something to do with overwhelming emotion and, perhaps, impending loss. The absence at the heart of the cabin, and the man beside her whom she couldn't have. Before she could think what she was doing, she reached across in the dark and found Fred's hand. His fingers closed around hers, warm, strong, entwining, as if they were molded to each other. They sat like that for some time, gazing at the glittering spectacle. I know why you need to go." Fred's voice broke into the silence, halting, his words careful. "I just need you to know that it will be awful hard when you do." "I'm in a bit of a bind, Fred." "I know that." She took a deep, shaking breath. "It's all a bit of a mess, isn't it?" There was a long pause. Somewhere in the distance, an owl hooted. Fred squeezed her hand, and they sat for a while, feeling the soft night breezes around them. "You know what's really wonderful about those fireflies?" he said, finally, as if they had been having a whole other conversation. "Sure, they live for just a few weeks. Not much at all in the grand scheme of things. But while they're there, the beauty of them, well, it takes your breath away." He ran a thumb over the ridge of her knuckles. "You get to see the world in a whole new way. And then you have that beautiful picture burned onto the inside of your head, to carry it wherever you go and never forget it." Before he had even said the next words, Alice felt the tear begin to slide down her cheek. "I worked it out sitting here. Maybe that's the thing we need to understand, Alice, that some things are a gift, even if you don't get to keep them." There was a silence before he spoke again. "Maybe just to know that something this beautiful exists is all we can really ask for." She wrote to her parents confirming her return to England, and Fred drove the letter to the post office, on the way to delivering a young colt to Boonville. She saw the stiffening of his jaw as he registered the address and hated herself for it. She stood, arms folded in her white linen shirt sleeves, as he climbed into the back of his dusty pickup truck, the rattling trailer attached to the back, and the horse kicking impatiently to be gone. She watched them head the whole way up Split Creek until the truck was out of view. Alice squinted at the empty road for a while, at the mountains that rose on each side of it, disappearing into the haze of summer, at the buzzards that wheeled lazily and impossibly high above them, her hand shielding her brow. She let out a long, shaky breath. Finally, she dusted her hands on her breeches and turned to walk back into the library. The call came at 2:45 in the morning, on a night so warm that Alice had barely slept, but instead wrestled, sweaty and fitful, with a sheet through the small hours. She heard the rapid banging on the door and sat immediately upright, her blood chilled, ears straining for clues. Her bare feet met the floorboards silently, and she shrugged on her cotton robe, grabbed the gun she kept by the side of the bed, and tiptoed toward the door. She waited, her breath tight in her chest, until the noise came again. "Who's there? I'll shoot." "Mrs. Van Cleve? That you?" She blinked and peered out of the window. Deputy Dulles was standing there in full uniform, one hand rubbing anxiously at the back of his neck. She moved to the door and unlocked it. "Deputy, it's Miss O'Hare. I think it's her time. I can't raise Dr. Garnett, and I don't feel happy with her laboring down there alone." It took Alice a matter of minutes to haul her clothes on. She saddled a sleepy spirit and followed the treads of Deputy Dulles's tire marks, her determination overriding any natural hesitation Spirit might have had about negotiating the deep woods in the black of night. The little horse trotted out into the darkness, ears pricked, wary but willing, and Alice wanted to kiss her for it. When she got to the mossy track by the creek bed, she was able to break into a gallop, and she pushed the mare as hard as she could, grateful for the moonlight that illuminated the path. When she reached the road, she did not head straight for the jail, but turned, urging Spirit down toward William and Sophia's house at Monarch Creek. She had changed in her time in Kentucky, yes, and, true, she wasn't afraid of much. But even Alice knew when she was out of her depth.
By the time Sophia reached the jailhouse, Margery, slick with sweat, was pushing against Alice like someone in a rugby scrum, doubled over and moaning with pain. Alice could only have been there for 20 minutes, but felt as if it had already been hours. She heard her own voice as if from a long distance, praising Margery for her bravery, insisting that she was doing so well, that the baby would be here before she knew it, even as she knew that only one of those things might possibly be true. The deputy had lent them an oil lamp, and the light flickered, sending uncertain shadows up the cell walls. Alice hadn't realized birth would be so messy. Sophia had run all the way, her mother's old midwife's bag under her arm, and Deputy Dulles, softened by 2 months of baked gifts, and confident that the librarians essentially meant well, pulled back the cell door with a clatter and allowed Sophia in. "Oh, thank goodness," said Alice, into the dim light, as he locked it again behind them with a crash of keys. "I was so afraid you wouldn't get here in time. How far along is she?" Alice shrugged, and Sophia ran her hand over Margery's forehead. Margery's eyes were clamped shut, her mind somewhere far from them, while another wave of pain crashed over her. Sophia waited, her eyes alert and watchful, until it passed. "Margery? Margery, girl? How far apart are your pains?" "Don't know," Margery murmured through dry lips. "Where's Sven? Please, I need Sven." "You gotta pull yourself together now. Stay focused. Alice, you got your watch there? You start counting when I say, okay?" Sophia's mother had been the midwife for all the colored folk in Baileyville. When she had been a child, Sophia accompanied her on visits, carrying her mother's big leather bag, handing her the instruments and herbs as they were needed, helping her sterilize and repack them ready for the next woman. She wasn't fully trained, she said, but she was probably the best Margery was going to get. "You girls okay in there?" Deputy Dulles stood respectfully behind the sheet as Margery began to wail again, her voice lowing, then building to a crescendo. He had made sure he was well away when his own wife had borne their children, and the indelicate sounds and sense of it made him a little queasy. "Sir, could we possibly have some hot water?" Sophia motioned to Alice to open the bag, gesturing at a clean fold of cotton. "I'll ask Frank, see if he can boil some. He's usually up at this hour. Be right back." "I can't." Margery's eyes opened, fixed on something neither of them could see. "Sure you can," said Sophia, firmly. "That's just nature's way of telling us you're nearly there." "I can't." Margery sounded breathless, exhausted. "I'm so tired." Alice took a handkerchief and wiped her face. Margery looked so pale, so drawn, despite her swollen belly. Without the daily rigors of her life outside, her limbs had lost their muscle, grown soft and white. It made Alice feel uncomfortable to see her, her cotton dress tight around her, the way it stuck to her damp skin. "A minute and a half," she said, as Margery began to moan again. "Yep, baby's coming all right." "Okay, Margery, I'm going to lean you back here for a moment while I put a sheet down on this old mattress."
"Okay. You just hang on to Alice Venn." Alice saw Margery's lips shape his name as her knuckles grew yellow-white on Alice's sleeve, her fingers a vice. She heard Sophia's voice murmuring reassurances as she moved, sure-footed, in the near dark. The cells opposite were uncharacteristically silent. "Okay, sweetie. Now that baby's coming, we need to get you into a position where she can make her way out. You hear me?" Sophia motioned to Alice, helping her turn Margery, who barely seemed to register. "You keep listening to me, you hear?" "I'm afraid, Sophia." "No, you ain't. Not really. That's just the laboring talking. I don't want her born here." Margery opened her eyes and looked imploringly at Sophia. "Not here, please." Sophia put her hand on the back of Margery's damp head and placed her cheek against hers. "I know, baby, but that's what's going to happen, so we're just going to make it as easy as we can for the two of you, okay? Now you turn over onto all fours. Yes, all fours, and just grab a hold of that bunk. Alice, you get yourself in front of her and hold tight onto her, okay? It's going to get a little rough shortly, and she's going to need you to hang on to. That's it. You give her your lap to rest on. Alice didn't have time to feel fear. Almost as soon as she said it, Margery's hands were gripping her, her face pressed into Alice's thighs as she wailed, trying to bury the sound in Alice's breeches. Her grip was so strong, as if she were possessed by forces beyond herself. Alice watched the tremors pass through her and winced, trying to ignore her own discomfort, hearing the unconscious words of encouragement stream from her mouth, even as she was swept along in the slipstream. Behind her, Sophia had lifted Margery's cotton dress and positioned the oil lamp so that she could look at the most intimate parts of her, but Margery didn't seem to care. She just kept moaning, her body rocking from side to side, as if she could shake off the pain, her hands grasping stickily for Alice's own. "I got your water," came Deputy Dullus's voice. And when Margery began to yell, he said, "I'm going to unlock the door and just push the jug inside, okay? I've sent for the doctor, just in case." Oh, dear Lord, what in God's... You know what? I'll leave it outside. Oh, dear God, can we have some fresh water in here too, please, sir? Drinking water? I'll leave it outside the door. Gonna trust you girls not to go anywhere. You got nothing to concern yourself with, sir, believe me. Sophia was a whirlwind, laying out her mama's steel instruments, placing them carefully on the clean folded cotton square. She kept one hand on Margery at all times, as one might a horse, reassuring, cooing, encouraging. She peered underneath her, positioned herself. "Okay, I think she's coming. Alice, you hold on now." After that, everything became a blur. As the sun rose, forcing fingers of blue light through the narrow bars, Alice remembered the events as if on a ship in high seas. The rocking of the floor beneath them, Margery's body, thrown one way and then another by the force of her labors, the sense of blood and sweat and bodies pressed together, the noise, the noise, the noise. Margery hanging on to her, her face pleading, afraid, begging them to help me, her own rising panic. And underneath it all, Sophia, calm and reassuring one moment, bullying and fierce the next. "Yes, you can, Margery. Come on, girl. You gotta push now. Push harder." Alice had feared for a dreadful moment that here, in the heat and the dark and the animal sounds, with this sense that they were on their own, locked into this journey, the three of them, she might faint. She was frightened of the uncharted depths of Margery's pain, afraid to see this woman who had always been so strong, so capable, reduced to a crying, wounded animal. Women died doing this, didn't they? How could Margery not, in such agony? But just as the room swam, she caught Sophia's fierce expression, saw Margery's furrowed brow, her eyes swimming with tears of despair. "I can't!" And she gritted her teeth and leaned forward so that Margery's forehead was pressed against her own. "Yes, you can, Marge. You're so close now. You listen to Sophia. You can do this." And then suddenly, as Margery's wail reached an unbearable pitch, a sound that was like the end of the world and all its agonies compressed, thin, drawn out, unendurable, there was a shout and a noise like a fish landing on a slab. And Sophia was suddenly gripping this wet, purple creature in her arms, her face illuminated and her apron bloodied, as the baby's hands lifted blindly, grappling with the air for something to hold on to. "She's here!" And Margery turned her head, the tendrils of hair stuck to her cheeks, the survivor of some terrible solitary battle. And on her face was an expression Alice had never seen before, and her voice was a soft keening, like cattle in a shed, nuzzling a calf. "Oh, baby! Oh, my baby!"
And as the tiny girl let out a thin, lusty cry, the world shifted, and they were suddenly laughing and crying and clutching at each other. And the men in the cells, whom Alice had not known were there, were exclaiming in heartfelt tones, "Thank the Lord! Praise Jesus!" And in the darkness and the filth and the blood and mess, as Sophia wiped the baby, wrapped her in the clean cotton sheet, and handed her to the trembling Margery, Alice sat back and wiped her eyes with her sweating, bloodied hands, and thought she had never been anywhere so glorious in all her born days. She was, Sven said that evening, as they toasted him in the library, the most beautiful child who had ever been born. Her eyes the darkest, her hair the thickest, her tiny nose and perfect limbs unparalleled in history. Nobody felt inclined to disagree. Fred had brought a mason jar of moonshine and a crate of beers, and the librarians wetted the baby's head and thanked the Lord's mercy, deciding for that evening at least not to look further than the joy of that safe delivery, that Margery was even now cradling the tiny child with a mother's fierce pride, enraptured by her perfect face, her tiny seashell fingernails, briefly oblivious to her own pain and circumstances, while even Deputy Dulles and the other jailers passed by to admire her and offer their congratulations. No man had ever been prouder. He could not stop talking of how brave and clever Margery was to produce such a creature, of how alert the child was, the way she had held his finger in a fierce grip. "She's an O'Hare, all right," he said, and they all cheered. For Alice and Sophia, the night's events had started to catch up with them. Alice was exhausted, her eyelids drooping, her gaze flickering to Sophia's, which was tired but relieved. Alice felt as if she had emerged from a tunnel, as if she had lost some layer of innocence she had barely been aware of. "I've sewn her a layette," Sophia told Sven. "If you could take it to Margery tomorrow, the child will have something decent to wear. A blanket, some booties, a little hat, and a sweater in light cotton." "That's mighty kind of you, Sophia," said Sven. He was unshaven, and his eyes kept filling with tears. "And I have some things from my babies she can have," said Kathleen. "Spare undershirts and cotton squares and such like. It's not like I'm going to need them again." "You never know," said Beth. But Kathleen shook her head firmly. "Oh, I know." She stooped to pick at something on her breeches. "There was only one man for me." At this, Fred caught Alice's eye, and, after the euphoria of earlier in the day, she felt suddenly sad and weary. She hid it under a toast. "To Marge," she said, holding up her enamel mug. "To Margery." "And Virginia," said Sven, and, as they all looked at him, "after Margery's sister." He swallowed. "That's what she wants. Virginia Alice O'Hare." "Well, that's just a beautiful name," said Sophia, nodding her approval. "Virginia Alice," they echoed, lifting their mugs.
And then Izzy abruptly got up and announced that she was sure there was a book of names somewhere and she would very much like to know where it came from. And everyone else, swallowing just as hard and more than grateful for the distraction, agreed, so that nobody had to look at Alice, who was now sobbing, silently, in the corner. The jailhouses of Kentucky, like those across much of America, were run on an ad hoc basis, and their rules and laxity varied considerably depending on the rigidity of the sheriff, and, in the case of Baileyville, his deputy's fondness for baked goods. As such, Margery and Virginia were able to receive a stream of visitors, and, despite the unpleasant confines of the cell, Virginia spent her first weeks in much the same way that all beloved babies spend them, in clean, soft clothes, admired by visitors, celebrated with small toys, and spending a good part of her day nestled against her mother's bosom. She was a remarkably alert baby, her dark eyes scanning the cell for movement, her tiny starfish fingers stroking the air or making little fists of contentment as she fed. Margery, meanwhile, was a woman transformed, her face softened, her whole focus on the tiny child, carrying her around as easily as if she had done it for years. Despite her previous reservations, she seemed to take to motherhood instinctively. Even when Alice scooped up the baby so that Margery could eat or change her clothes, Margery had one eye on her, a hand reaching out to touch Virginia, as if she could not bear to be separated from her even for a moment. Alice noted with relief that she appeared less depressed than before, as though the baby had given her something to fix on other than what she had lost beyond the walls. Margery ate better. Sophia says, "I gotta eat to keep the milk coming." Smiled frequently, even if her smiles were directed chiefly at the child, and moved around the cell, bouncing on her heels to soothe the baby, whereas before she had seemed chiefly pinned to the floor. Deputy Dulles had lent them a bucket and a mop to make it all a little more sanitary. And when the girls had brought her a fresh bedroll, complaining that it wasn't right to make a baby sleep on a dirty old pad with chiggers in it, he had agreed without complaint. They had burned the old one in the yard, wincing at its myriad stains. Mrs. Brady visited Margery on the 6th day after she'd given birth, bringing with her a doctor from out of town to check that she was healing properly and that the baby had everything she needed. When Deputy Dulles had attempted to protest, given the absence of slips or indeed any prior warning, Mrs. Brady had cut him down with a look that could have frozen hot soup, and announced imperiously that, should she be impeded in any way while tending a nursing mother, Sheriff Archer would be the first to hear about it, and Governor Hatch the second, and Deputy Dulles should be in no doubt about it. The doctor examined mother and baby, while Mrs. Brady stood in the corner of the cell. She had squinted at her surroundings in the half-dark and decided not to sit. And while conditions were far from ideal, the doctor had announced both to be in good health and in as good spirits as could be expected. The men in the nearby cells had a few words to say about the stink of the baby's soiled diapers, but Mrs. Brady told them to hush their mouths and announced that the occasional brush with soap and water wouldn't hurt them none either, frankly, so maybe they should put their own house in order before complaining. The librarians only discovered this visit after the event, when Mrs. Brady turned up at the library and declared that, having discussed matters at length with Miss O'Hare, they had agreed that she would step in and take over the day-to-day running of the library, and that she hoped very much this wouldn't inconvenience Mrs. Van Cleve, knowing, as she did, how hard she had worked to keep things going while Margery was incapacitated. Alice, while a little taken aback, was not inconvenienced at all. She had been running on empty these last weeks, trying to visit Margery every day, keep the cabin in good order, and run the library, all while dealing with her own complex and overwhelming feelings. The idea that someone else would take over even one of those things came as a relief. Especially, she thought privately, as she would be leaving Kentucky before long anyway. Not that she had told any of the others. They all had enough to deal with just now. Mrs. Brady removed her coat and asked to see all the ledgers. She sat at Sophia's desk and went through the payroll records, blacksmith's bills, cross-checked the wage slips and petty cash, pronouncing herself satisfied. She returned after supper and spent an hour with Sophia that evening, checking up on the whereabouts of missing and damaged books, and berated Mr. Gill as he passed the door as to the late return of a book on raising goats. Within a few hours, her being there felt unremarkable. It was as if a grown-up were in charge again. In this way, summer inched forward under a blanket of heavy heat and flying bugs, of humidity and sweaty, fly-bothered horses, and Alice tried to live day to day, dealing with the minor discomforts and without thinking of the many more substantial and infinitely more unpleasant discomforts that were lining up like skittles in her future. Sven resigned from his job. With his shifts, he could not make it over to see Margery and the baby during the week,
And half his heart, he told Alice, was always there in that very cell anyway. Hoffman's firemen lined up with their pickaxes against their shoulders and their helmets pressed against their chests when he told them of his departure, much to the fury of the foreman, who took Sven's departure somewhat personally. Van Cleve, who was still smarting from the discovery of Sven's long-standing relationship with Margery O'Hare, said it was good riddance that he had been a spy and a traitor, despite there being no evidence for either, and warned that if that snake Gustafsson was seen heading inside the Hoffman gates again, he would be shot without warning, just like his godless companion. Sven would have liked to move into Margery's cabin, Alice knew, to be in some way closer to her. But instead, ever the gentleman, he refused her offer so that Alice could escape the censure of those in the town who would have seen something suspect in a man and a woman resting under the same roof, even if it was clear to all that both loved the same woman, albeit in very different ways. Besides, Alice was no longer afraid to stay alone in the little cabin. She slept early and deeply, rose at 4:30 a.m. with the sun, splashed herself with icy water from the spring, fed the animals, climbed into whatever clothes she had laid out to dry, and cooked herself a breakfast of eggs and bread, scattering the remaining crumbs to the hens and the red cardinals that gathered on the window-sill. She ate while reading one of Margery's books, and every other morning she baked a pan of fresh cornbread to take to the jailhouse. Around her, the early morning mountain rang with birdsong, the leaves of the trees glowing orange, then blue, then emerald green, the long grass mottled with lilies and sage-grass, and as the screen door closed, huge wild turkeys rose up in an ungainly flap, or small deer skittered back into the woods, as if it were she who was the intruder. She turned Charlie out from the barn into the small paddock that backed the cabin, and checked the chicken coop for eggs. If she had time, she would prepare food for the evening, knowing she would be tired when she returned home. Then she saddled Spirit, packed whatever she needed that day into the saddlebags, slammed the broad-brimmed hat onto her head, and rode down the mountain to the library.
As she passed along the dirt track, she let the reins hang loose on Spirit's neck, and used both hands to tie a cotton handkerchief around her collar. She barely used the reins anymore. Spirit would gauge where they were going as soon as she started each route, and stride out, ears pricked, just another creature who knew and loved her job. Most evenings Alice would stay an hour later at the library alongside Sophia, just for the company, and occasionally Fred would join them, bringing food from the house. Twice she had walked up the track and eaten at Fred's, suspecting she was old news, and that few people were likely to see her make that short journey anyhow. She loved Fred's house, with its scent of beeswax and its well-worn comforts, less rough and ready than Margery's, and with rugs and furniture that told of family money that went back more than one generation. There was a reassuring lack of ornaments. They would eat Fred's food and talk of everything and nothing, breaking off to smile at each other like fools. Some nights Alice would ride the track back to Margery's and have no idea what they had even said to each other, the hum of attraction in her ears drumming out whatever conversation had occurred. Sometimes she felt such a strong connection she would have to pinch her hand under the table to stop herself reaching out for him. And then she would arrive back at the empty cabin and lie under the covers, her mind filled with thoughts of him. Sven's lawyer visited every fortnight, and Sven asked if the meetings could take place at Fred's house, and whether she and Fred would sit alongside him. Alice understood that it was because Sven became so anxious, his leg jiggling with uncharacteristic nerves, his fingers tapping on the table, that afterward he would invariably have forgotten half of what he'd been told. The lawyer tended to speak in the least straightforward way possible, his language ornate and tortured, taking roots around and under what he meant to say, rather than just state it outright. He observed that, despite the unexpected disappearance of the relevant ledger, he left a meaningful pause at this point, The Commonwealth was confident of the evidence against Margery O'Hare. In her initial interview, the old woman had placed Miss O'Hare at the scene, no matter what she claimed afterward. The library book, spattered with blood, appeared to be the only possible murder weapon, given there were no gunshot or stabbing injuries. No other of the Packhorse librarians rode as far as Miss O'Hare, judging by the other ledgers, so the chances of anyone else using a library book as a weapon at that spot were limited. And then there was the difficult matter of Margery's character, the many people who would happily speak up about the long-standing feud between her family and the McCullochs, and Margery's habit of saying the least palatable things without considering the impact her words might have on those around her. "She will need to be mindful of these things when we come to trial," he said, gathering his papers. "It's important that the jury find her a sympathetic defendant." Sven shook his head mutely. "You won't get Marge to be anyone other than who she is," said Fred. "I'm not saying she has to be someone else, but if she cannot win the sympathy of the judge and the jury, her chances of freedom are severely diminished." The lawyer sat back in his chair and put both hands on the table. "This is not just about truth, Mr. Gustafson, it's about strategy. And no matter what the truth of this matter is, you can bet that the other side is working hardest on theirs." "You like it, then?" "Like what?" Margery looked up. "Being a mother. Got myself so swimmin' in feelin's I don't know which way is up," Margery said softly, adjusting the cotton vest at Virginia's neck. "Boy, it's even warm up here. Wish we could catch a breeze." Since Virginia's birth, Deputy Dulles had allowed the visits to take place in the empty holding cell upstairs. It was lighter and cleaner than those in the basement, and, they suspected, more acceptable to the redoubtable Mrs. Brady. But on a day like today, when the air hung warm and heavy with moisture, there was little relief. Alice thought suddenly how awful the jailhouse would be in winter, with its exposed windows and cold cement floor. How much worse would the state penitentiary be? She will be free by then, she told herself firmly. No thinking ahead, no thinking beyond today, this next hour. "Didn't think I could love another creature like this," Margery continued. "Feels like she's taken a layer of skin off me, you know? Sven is truly besotted. Ain't he just?" Margery smiled to herself at some memory. "He's going to be the greatest daddy to you, tiny girl." Her face shadowed, as if there were something she didn't want to acknowledge. And then it was gone, and she was holding the baby up, gesturing to her head, smiling again. "You think her hair's going to be dark like mine? She's got a little Cherokee in her after all. Or you think she'll lighten up, more like her daddy? You know when Sven was a baby, his hair was white as chalk." Margery wouldn't discuss the trial. She would shake her head twice, tiny movements, as if suggesting there was no point in it. And despite this new softness, there was something steely enough in that movement for Alice not to try to contradict it. She had done the same to Beth and to Mrs. Brady when they visited, and Mrs. Brady had arrived back at the library quite pink with frustration. "I was talking to my husband about the trial and what happens afterward, if things do not go the way we hope. He has some friends in the legal world, and apparently across state lines there are some places that allow the children to stay with the mother, and matrons to attend properly to the women. Some have quite good facilities, all told." Margery had acted like she hadn't heard a word. "We're all praying for you in church, you and Virginia. Isn't she the dearest thing? I just wondered whether you would like us to try to appreciate your thoughts, Mrs. Brady, but we'll be fine." And that was it, Mrs. Brady said, throwing her hands into the air. "It's as if she's burying her head in the sand. Honestly, I don't think she can simply rely on the idea of getting out. She needs to plan." But Alice didn't feel that optimism was at the heart of Margery's behavior. It was one of the many reasons she felt increasingly anxious with every day that the trial grew closer. Exactly 1 week before the trial was due to start, newspapers began to speculate on its suspect. One had got hold of the picture of the women from the Nice and Quick, and cropped it so that only Margery's face was visible.
The headline read, "The Librarian Killer. Did she murder innocent man?" The nearest hotel in Danvers Creek swiftly found itself with every room booked, and there was talk that some neighbors had tidied up back rooms and put beds in them to house the reporters who were also coming to town. It seemed that Margery and McCulloch were all anybody talked about, except within the confines of the library, where nobody talked about them at all. Sven headed to the jail in the height of the afternoon. It was an excessively warm day, and he walked slowly, using his hat to fan himself, and raising a hand in greeting to those he passed, his outward demeanor revealing nothing of what he felt inside. He handed the tin of Alice's cornbread to Deputy Dulles, and checked his pockets for the clean vest and bib that Alice had folded neatly for him to bring. Margery was in the holding cell upstairs, feeding the baby, seated cross-legged on the bunk, and he waited to kiss her, knowing as he did how easily distracted the baby was. Usually she would raise a cheek for him, but this time she kept gazing down at the child, so after a moment he sat down on the stool nearby. She's still feeding all night? Much as she can get. Mrs. Brady said she might be one of those babies needs solid food early.
I got a book about it from the girls, just to read up a little. Since when have you been chatting with Mrs. Brady about babies? He looked at his boots. Since I quit my job. When she stared at him, he added, Don't worry, I've not been out of work since I was 14 years old. And Fred is letting me stay in his spare room, so I'm good. Well, be good. Margery didn't speak. Some days she was like this now, would barely say a word the whole time he was there. Those days had grown fewer since Virginia arrived. It was as if she couldn't help but talk to the child, even if she was feeling down, but Sven still hated to see them. He rubbed at his head. Alice said to tell you the chickens are doing fine. Winnie laid a double yoker. Charlie's getting fat. Quite enjoying the rest, far as I can see it. We've got him turned out this week with Fred's young ones, and he's showing them who's boss. She looked down at Virginia, checking that she had finished, then adjusted her dress and placed the baby against her shoulder for burping. You know, I was thinking, Sven continued, maybe when you come home we could get another dog. There's a farmer over at Shelbyville got a hunting bitch I've fancied for a long time that he wants to put to pup. She's got a sweet nature. It's good for a child to grow up around a dog. If we get a puppy, he and Virginia could grow up together. What do you say? Sven, we don't have to get a dog. Could wait till she's a little older. I just thought. You remember I once told you I would never tell you to leave me? Still, she kept her eyes on the child. I do indeed. Almost made you write it on a piece of paper for proof. He raised a wry smile. Well, I made a mistake. I need you to go. He leaned forward, his head cocked. I'm sorry, what? And I need you to take Virginia. When she finally looked up at him, her eyes were wide and serious. I was arrogant, Sven. I thought I could live as I wanted, long as I didn't hurt nobody. But I've had time to think in here, and I worked it out. You don't get to do that in Lee County. Maybe not in the whole of Kentucky. Not if you're a woman. You play by their rules, or they squash you like a bug. Her voice was calm and even, as if she had rehearsed the words in her many silent hours. I need you to take her far away, to New York State or Chicago, maybe even the West Coast if there's work. Take her somewhere beautiful, somewhere she can have opportunities and a good education, and not have to worry about whatever gosh-awful scars her family left on her before she was even born. Take her from people who will judge her for her name long before she can even spell it. He was nonplussed. You're talking crazy, Marge. I'm not leaving you. For 20 years? You know that's what they're going to give me, even if I get manslaughter. And it'll be worse if it's murder. But you didn't do nothing wrong. You think they care a whit about that? You know how this town works. You know they're gunning for me." He looked at her as if she were mad. "I'm not going, so you can forget it." "Well, I'm not going to see you anymore, so you don't get a say." "What? What are you talking about now?" "This is the last time I'm going to see you. It's one of the few rights I get in here, the right not to see visitors." "Sven, I know you're a good man, and you'll do anything to help me. And by God, I love you for it. But this is about Virginia now. So I need you to promise me you'll do as I ask and never bring our daughter back to this place." She leaned back against the wall. "But what about the trial? I don't want you there." Sven stood up. "This is crazy talk. I'm not listening to this." Margery's voice lifted. She lurched forward and gripped his hand, stopping him. "Sven, I have nothing left. I have no freedom, no dignity, no future. The only very thing I have is hope that for this girl, my heart, the thing I love most in the whole world, it might work out different. So if you love me like you say you do, give me what I'm asking. I don't want my baby's childhood marked out in visits to the jail. I will not have you both watch me waste away week by week, year by year in the state prison, with lice in my hair and the stink of the slop buckets, beat down by the bigots that run this town and going slowly stir-crazy. I will not have her seeing it. You'll make her happy, I know you can, and when you talk of me, you tell her not of this, but of me riding out on Charlie, in the mountains, doing what I loved to do." His hand closed around hers. His voice broke, and he kept shaking his head in a way that suggested he wasn't even sure he was doing it. "I can't leave you, Marge." She withdrew her hand. She took the sleeping baby and placed her gently in his arms. Then Margery leaned forward and placed a kiss on the baby's head. She kept her lips there for a moment, her eyes closed tight. She opened them, drinking her in as if she were imprinting some part of her deep within. "Bye-bye, sweetheart. Mama loves you very much." She touched the back of his knuckles lightly with her fingertips, and then, as Sven sat in shock, Margery O'Hare stood upright, her hand braced on the table, and shouted for the jailer to walk her to her cell. She didn't look back. True to her word, he was the last visitor she saw. Alice arrived that afternoon with a pound cake, and Deputy Dulles said regretfully, for he did love Alice's cakes, that he was real sorry, but Miss O'Hare was adamant she didn't want to see anyone that day. "Is there a problem with the baby?" "Baby ain't there no more. She left with her daddy this morning. He was real sorry, but rules was rules, and he couldn't force Miss O'Hare to see Alice. He did, however, agree to take the cake with the promise he'd carry it down to her later. When Kathleen Bly went 2 days later, she would receive the same response, and Sophia and Mrs. Brady after her. Alice rode home, her mind spinning, and found Sven on the porch with the baby resting on his shoulder, her button eyes wide at the unfamiliar sunlight and the moving shadows of the trees. "Sven?" Alice dismounted, hooked Spirit's reins over the post. "Sven, what on earth is going on?" He couldn't look at her. His eyes were red-rimmed, and he kept his face turned away. "Sven? She's the stubbornest very woman in Kentucky." On cue, the baby started to cry, the raw, ragged cries of a child who has had to cope with too many changes in a single day, and is suddenly catastrophically overwhelmed. Sven patted her back ineffectually, and after a moment, Alice stepped forward and took the baby from him. His face sank into his broad, scarred hands. The baby nuzzled into Alice's shoulder, then pulled her head back, her tiny mouth an O of dismay, as if appalled by the discovery that this was not her mother. "We'll fix it, Sven. We'll make her see sense." He shook his head.
Why would we? His voice emerged muffled through his rough hands. She's right. That's the worst of it, Alice. She's right. Through Kathleen, who knew everything and everyone, Alice found a woman in the next town who would wet nurse the baby, her own having recently weaned for a small sum. Every morning, Sven would drive the baby over to the white clapboard house farm, and little Virginia would be handed over for food and care. It made all of them a little uneasy to see it. The child belonged with her mother, and Virginia herself had swiftly become withdrawn, her eyes watchful, her thumb plugged warily into her mouth, as if she no longer trusted the world to be a benign and reliable place. But what else could they do? The child was fed. Sven was free to find work. Alice and the girls were able to get by as best they could. And if their hearts were sick and their stomachs tight with nerves, well, that was the way it was. A near circus atmosphere descended on Baileyville, the kind of commotion that made Tex Lafayette's appearance look like a Sunday school reunion. As news of the start date had broken across the town, the mood seemed to shift, and not necessarily in Margery's favor.
The extended McCulloch clan began to arrive from out of town. Distant cousins from Tennessee, from Michigan and North Carolina, some of whom had barely seen McCulloch in decades, but who now found themselves highly invested in the idea of retribution for their beloved relative, and swiftly took to congregating outside either the jailhouse or the library, to shout abuse and threaten vengeance. Fred had come down twice from his house to try to calm things, and when that failed, to reveal his gun and announce that the women must be allowed to get on with their work. The town seemed split in two with their arrival, dividing between those who were disposed to see all the wrong in Margery's family as evidence of her own bad blood, and those who preferred to go on their own experience, and thanked her for bringing books and a little pleasantry into their lives. Twice Beth got into fistfights on the back of Margery's reputation, once in the store and once on the steps outside the library, and had taken to walking around with her hands bunched as if permanently braced to throw a punch. Izzy wept frequently and silently, and would shake her head mutely if anyone spoke to her of it, as if the act of talking were too much. Kathleen and Sophia said little, but their somber faces told of which way they thought this would go. Alice could no longer visit the jail, in accordance with Margery's wishes, but felt her presence in the little concrete building as if they were connected by threads. She was eating a little, Deputy Dulles said when she stopped by. Didn't speak much, though. Seemed to spend a lot of time sleeping. Sven left town. He bought a small wagon and a young horse, packed up what remained of his belongings, and moved out of Fred's to a one-room cabin a short distance from the wet nurse on the eastern side of the Cumberland Gap. He could not stay in Baileyville, not with people saying what they were, not with the prospect of seeing the woman he loved brought even lower, and the crying baby in earshot of her mother. His eyes were red with exhaustion, and new deep grooves ran down each side of his mouth that had nothing to do with the baby. Fred promised him at the first word of anything he would drive right over. I'll tell her, Fred began, then realized he had no idea what he would tell Margery. They exchanged a look, then slapped each other on the shoulder, in the way near silent men have of conveying emotion. And Sven drove off with his hat pulled low over his brow and his mouth set in a grim line. Alice also began to pack up. In the quiet of the little cabin, she began to separate her clothes into those she might find some use for in England in her future life, and those she could not imagine wearing again. She would hold up the fine silk blouses, the elegantly cut skirts, gossamer slips and nightwear, and frown. Had she ever been this person? In the emerald floral tea dresses and lace collars? Had she really required all these hair rollers, setting lotions, and pearl brooches?
She felt as if such ephemera belonged to someone she no longer knew. She waited until she had completed this task before she told the girls. By this stage, they had all, by some unspoken agreement, taken to staying at the library together until well beyond their finishing time. It was as if this was the only place they could bear to be. 2 nights before the trial was due to start, she waited until Kathleen began gathering her bags, then said, "So, I have some news. I'm leaving. If anyone wants any of my things, I'll be leaving a trunk of clothes in the library for you all to go through. You're welcome to any of it." "Leaving where?" "Here." She swallowed. "I have to go back to England." There was a heavy silence. Izzie's hands flew to her mouth. "You can't leave." "Well, I can't stay, unless I go back to Bennett. Van Cleve will come after me once he's got Margery safely locked up." "Don't say that," said Beth. There was a lengthy silence. Alice tried to ignore the looks passing between the other women. "Is Bennett so bad?" said Izzie. "I mean, if you could persuade him to move out from his daddy's shadow, maybe you two would have a chance. Then you could stay." How could she explain now how impossible it would be to return to Bennett, feeling as she did about Fred? She would rather be 1,000,000 miles from Fred than have to walk past him every day and know she had to go back to another man. Fred had barely touched her, yet she felt they understood each other better than she and Bennett ever had. "I can't. And you know Van Cleve won't rest until he's got rid of the Packhorse Library too, which will put us all out of a job. Fred saw him with the sheriff, and Kathleen saw him twice last week with the governor. He's working a way to undermine us." "But if we don't have Margery, and we don't have you—" Izzie's voice trailed away. "Does Fred know?" said Sophia. Alice nodded. Sophia's eyes held hers, as if confirming something. "When are you going?" said Izzie. "Soon, as the trial is done." Fred had barely spoken the whole drive home. She had wanted to reach out, to touch his hand, and tell him she was sorry, that this was so far from what she wanted, but she was so frozen with grief at her possession of the paper ticket that she couldn't move. Izzie rubbed at her eyes and sniffed. "Feels like everything's falling apart. Everything we worked for. Our friendship. This place. Everything is just falling apart." Normally, when one of the women expressed such dramatic sentiments, the others would leap on her, telling her to stop being ridiculous, that she was crazy, that she simply needed a good night's sleep, or some food, or to get a hold of herself. It was her monthlies talking. It was a measure of how low they all felt that this time nobody said a word. Sophia broke the silence. She took an audible breath and placed both hands palm down on the table. "Well, for now we keep going. Beth, I don't believe you've entered your books from this afternoon. If you'd be kind enough to bring them over here, I'll do them for you. And Alice, if you can give me the exact day you're planning on leaving, I'll adjust the payroll." Overnight, 2 trailer homes arrived on the road by the courthouse. Extra state policemen were visible around town, and a crowd began to build outside the jailhouse by tea time on Monday, fueled by a newspaper report in the Lexington Courier headlined, "Moonshiner's Daughter Killed Man with Library Book in Blood Feud." "This is trash," Kathleen said when Mrs. Bedecker handed her a copy at the school. But that didn't stop the people gathering, a few starting to catcall out back so that the sound would reach through the open window of Margery's cell. Deputy Dulles came out twice, his palms up, trying to calm them, but a tall mustachioed man in an ill-fitting suit, whom nobody had seen before and claimed to be Clem McCulloch's cousin, said they were just exercising their God-given right to free speech. And if he wanted to talk about what a murdering difficult that O'Hare girl was, then it was nobody else's very business. They jostled each other, fueling their bold claims with alcohol, and by dusk the yard outside the jailhouse was thick with people, some drunk, some shouting insults at Margery, others yelling back at them that they were not from round here and why didn't they keep their troublemaking ways to themselves. The older ladies of the town withdrew behind their doors, muttering, and some of the younger men, emboldened by the chaos, started a bonfire by the garage. It felt, briefly, as if the orderly little town had become a place where almost anything could happen. And none of it good. Word got to the librarians as they returned from their routes, and each put away her horse and sat in silence for a while, listening to the distant sounds of protest. "Murdering difficult person! You gonna get yours, you awful person!" Now, gentlemen, there are ladies in this crowd. Let's keep things reasonable."
"I swear I'm glad Sven isn't here to see it," said Beth. "You know he wouldn't stand to hear Marge talked about that way." "I can't bear it," said Izzy, who was watching through the door. "Imagine how she must be feeling, having to listen to all that. She'll be so sad without the baby, too." It was all Alice could think about. To be the recipient of such hate without the prospect of a word of comfort from those who loved you. The way Margery had isolated herself made Alice want to weep. It was like an animal that deliberately takes itself off somewhere solitary before it dies. "Lord help our girl," Sophia said quietly. And then Mrs. Brady walked through the door, glancing behind her, her cheeks ruddy and her hair electric with fury. "I swear I thought this town knew better. I am ashamed of my neighbors, I really am. I can only imagine what Mrs. Nofcia would say if she happened to catch wind of this. Fred reckons they'll be out there all night. I simply do not know what this town is coming to. Why Sheriff Archer doesn't take a bullwhip to them, I have no idea. I swear we're becoming worse than Harlan." It was then that they heard Van Cleve's voice rising above the swell of the crowd. "You can't say I didn't warn you people. She's a danger to men and to this town. The court is going to hear what kind of malign influence the O'Hare girl is, you mark my words. Only one place for her." "Oh, gosh, now he's fixin' to stir things up," said Beth. "Folks, you will hear how much of an abomination the girl is, against the laws of nature. Nothing she says can be trusted." "That does it," said Izzy, her jaw clenched. Mrs. Brady turned to look at her daughter as Izzy climbed to her feet. She grabbed her stick and walked to the door. "Mother, will you come with me?" They moved as one, pulling on boots and hats in silence. And then, without discussion, they stood together at the top of the steps. Kathleen and Beth, Izzy and Mrs. Brady, and, after a moment's hesitation, Sophia, who rose from behind her desk, her face tense but determined, reaching for her purse. The others stopped to look at her. Then Alice, her heart in her throat, held out her arm, and Sophia slid her own through it. And the 6 women walked out of the library and, in a tight group, along the shimmering road toward the jailhouse in silence, their faces set and their pace determined. The crowd broke as they arrived, partly through the sheer force of Mrs. Brady, whose elbows were out and whose expression was thunderous, but partly in shock at the colored woman who stood between them, her arms linked with those of Bennett Van Cleve's wife and the Bly widow. Mrs. Brady reached the front of the crowd and pushed her way through so that she was standing with her back to the jail and turned to face them. "Are you not ashamed of yourselves?" she bellowed at them. "What kind of men are you? She's a murderer. In this country we believe in the presumption of innocence until proven otherwise. So you can take your disgusting words and your slogans, and you can very well leave that girl alone until the law says you have good reason." She pointed at the mustachioed man. "What business do you have in our town anyway?
I swear some of you are here just to cause trouble, because you're sure as anything not from Baileyville. I'm Clem's second cousin, got a right to be here as much as anyone. I cared about my cousin. Caring cousin my backside, said Mrs. Brady. Where were you when his daughters were starving, their hair full of cooties? When they were stealing food from people's gardens because he was too drunk to bother feeding them? Where were you then, huh? You have no genuine feeling for that family. You're just sticking up for your own. We all know what them librarians have been up to. You nothing, retorted Mrs. Brady. And you, Henry Porteous, why, I thought you were old enough to know better. As for this fool, she pointed at Van Cleve, I honestly believed our neighbors would have more sense than to trust a man who has built an entire fortune on the back of misery, mostly at this town's cost. How many of you lost your homes to his slurry dam, huh? How many of you were given warning to save yourselves by Miss O'Hare there? And yet, given baseless rumor and gossip, you would rather castigate a woman than look at the true criminal around here. Those are slanderous words, Patricia. So sue me, Geoffrey. Van Cleve's skin flushed florid purple. I've warned y'all, she's a malign influence. You're the only malign influence around here. Why do you think your daughter-in-law would rather live in a cowshed than share one more night in your house? What kind of man beats up on his son's wife? And you stand there presenting yourself as some kind of moral arbiter. Why, the way we judge the behavior of men against women in this town is genuinely shocking. The crowd began to murmur. What kind of woman kills a decent man with no provocation? This has nothing to do with McCullough, and you know it. This is about getting back at a woman who showed you up for what you are. See, ladies and gentlemen, this is the true face of that so-called library, a coarsening of female discourse, behavior contrary to what's proper. Why do you think it's right that Mrs. Brady should speak in such a way? The crowd surged forward and was stopped abruptly by 2 gunshots in the air. There was a scream. People ducked, glancing around nervously. Sheriff Archer appeared in the back doorway to the jailhouse. He surveyed the crowd. Now, I've been a patient man, but I do not want to hear one more word out here. The court will decide this case from tomorrow, and due process will be followed. And if one more of you steps out of line, you'll be finding yourself in the jailhouse alongside Miss O'Hare. That goes for you too, Geoffrey, and you, Patricia. I'll put any one of yous away. You hear me? We got a right to free speech, a man shouted. You do, and I got a right to make sure you're speaking it from one of my cells down there. The crowd began to yell again, the words ugly, the voices harsh and clamorous. Alice looked around her and began to tremble, chilled by the venom, the hate etched on faces she had previously waved a cheery good morning to. How could they turn on Margery like this? She felt something fearful and panicky rise in her chest, the energy of the crowd charging the air around her. And then she felt Kathleen nudge her, and saw that Izzy had stepped forward. As the protesters railed and chanted around her, pushing and jostling, she limped her way out in front of them, a little unsteady and resting on her stick, until she was underneath the cell window. And as everyone watched, Izzy Brady, who struggled to stand in front of an audience of 5, turned to face the shifting crowd, looked around her, and took a deep breath. And she began to sing. Abide with me, fast falls the event tide, the darkness deepens, Lord, with me abide. She paused, took a breath, her eyes flickering around her. When other helpers fail and comforts flee, help of the helpless, oh, abide with me. The crowd quieted, unsure at first what was going on, those at the back straining on tiptoe to see.
A man catcalled, and someone cursed him. Izzy stood, her hands clasped in front of her, shaking slightly, and sang out, her voice growing in strength and intensity. Swift to its close ebbs out life's little day. Earth's joys grow dim, its glories pass away. Change and decay in all around I see. O thou who changest not, abide with me. Mrs. Brady, her back straightening, took 2, 3 strides, pushed through the crowd, and placed herself beside her daughter, her back against the outside of the jailhouse wall, and her chin lifted. As they sang together, Kathleen, then Beth, and finally Sophia and Alice, their arms still linked, moved to stand beside them, and lifted their voices too, their heads up and their gaze steady, facing down the crowd.
As the men shouted insults, their 6 voices grew in volume, drowning them out, determined and unafraid. Come not in terrors as the King of Kings, but kind and good with healing in thy wings. Tears for all woes, a heart for every plea. Come, friend of sinners, and thus abide with me. They sang until the crowd was silent, watched by Sheriff Archer. They sang, pressed shoulder to shoulder, hands reaching blindly for hands, their hearts beating fast, but their voices steady. A handful of townspeople stepped forward and joined them. Mrs. Bededecker, the gentleman from the feed shop, Jim Horner and his girls, their hands clasped together and their voices lifting, drowning the sounds of hate, feeling the resonance of each word, sending comfort while trying to offer a little of that elusive substance to themselves. A few inches away, on the other side of the wall, Margery O'Hare lay motionless on the bunk, her hair stuck to her face in damp tendrils, her skin pale and hot. She had lain there for almost 4 days now, her breasts aching, her arms empty in a way that made her feel as if someone had reached inside her and simply ripped out whatever kept her upright. What was there to stand up for now? To hope for, even? She was unnaturally still, her eyes closed, the rough hessian against her skin, listening only dimly to the crowd hurling abuse outside. Someone had managed to throw a stone through the window earlier, and it had caught her leg, where a long scratch remained, livid with blood. Hold thou thy cross before my closing eyes, shine through the gloom, and point me to the skies. She opened her eyes at a sound that was both familiar and strange, blinking as she focused, and it gradually registered that the sound was Izzy, her unforgettable sweet voice rising into the air outside the high window, so close she could almost touch it. It told of a world far beyond this cell, of goodness and kindness, of a wide, unending sky into which a voice could soar. She pushed herself up onto her elbow, listening. And then another voice joined hers, deeper and more resonant, and then, as she straightened, there they were, separate voices she could just distinguish from the others, Kathleen, Sophia, Beth, Alice. Heaven's morning breaks, and earth's vain shadows flee. In life, in death, O Lord, abide with me. She heard them and realized then that it was to her they were singing, heard Alice's shout as the hymn drew to a close, her voice still clear as crystal. You stay strong, Margery, we're with you, we're right here with you. Margery O'Hare lowered her head to her knees, her hands covering her face, and at last she sobbed. By common agreement, on the opening day of the trial, the WPA Packhorse Library of Baileyville, Kentucky, remained closed.
as did the post office, the Pentecostal, Episcopalian, First Presbyterian and Baptist churches, and the general store, which opened only for an hour at 7 a.m. and then again for the lunch hour to cater to the influx of strangers who had arrived in Baileyville. Unfamiliar cars parked at haphazard angles all along the roadside from the courthouse. Mobile homes dotted the nearby fields, and men with sharp suits and trilby hats walked the streets with notebooks in the dawn light, asking for background information, photographs, anything you like, on the murdering librarian Margery O'Hare. When they reached the library, Mrs. Brady waved a broom at them, told them she would take the head off any one of them who ventured into her building without an invitation, and they could put that in their darned paper and print it. She didn't seem to care too much what Mrs. Knopfseer might think of that. State policemen stood talking in pairs on the corners of the streets, and refreshment stands had been set up around the courthouse, while a snake charmer invited the crowds to test their nerve and come closer. And the honky-tonks offered special deals on 2-for-1 keg beers at the end of every court day. Mrs. Brady decided there was little point in the girls trying to make their rounds today. The roads were clogged, their minds were all over the place, and each of them wanted to be in court for Margery. And anyway, long before 7 that morning, there was a queue of people trying to get into the public gallery. Alice stood at the head of it. As she waited, joined by Kathleen and the others, the queue built swiftly behind them. Neighbors with lunch pails, somber recipients of library books, people she didn't recognize who seemed to think of this as fun, chatting merrily, joking, and nudging each other. She wanted to scream at them, "This is not some nice day out. Margery's innocent. She shouldn't even be here." Van Cleve arrived, pulling his car into the sheriff's parking slot, as if to let them all know just how close to the proceedings he was. He didn't acknowledge her, but marched straight into court, jaw-jutting, confident his own place had already been reserved. She didn't see Bennett. Perhaps he was minding business at Hoffman. He had never been much of a gossip, unlike his father. Alice waited silently, her mouth dry and her stomach tight, as if it were she, not Margery, who was on trial. She guessed the others felt the same. They barely exchanged a word, just a nod of greeting and a brief, tight clasp of hands. At 8:30, the doors opened, and the crowd flooded in. Sophia took a seat at the back with the other colored folk. Alice nodded at her. It felt wrong that she wasn't sitting with them, another example of a world out of kilter. Alice took her seat near the front of the public gallery, on the wooden bench, flanked by her remaining friends, and wondered how they were meant to endure this for days. The jury was called, all men, mostly tobacco farmers judging by their clothes, Alice thought, and none likely to be sympathetic to a sharp-talking unmarried woman with a bad name. Women, the clerk announced, would be allowed to leave several minutes before the men, at lunchtime and at the end of the day, in order to prepare meals, a fact which caused Beth to roll her eyes. And then Margery was led into the dock, with cuffs around her wrists, as if she were a danger to those present, her appearance in court accompanied by low murmurs and exclamations from the gallery. She sat pale and silent, apparently uninterested in her surroundings, and barely met Alice's eye. Her hair hung lank and unwashed, and she looked impossibly weary, deep gray shadows under her eyes. Her arms lay in an unconscious loop in a way that might have supported a baby had Virginia still been there. She looked unkempt and uncaring. She looked, Alice thought with dismay, like a criminal. Fred had said he would sit a row behind Alice for appearance's sake, and she turned to him, anguished. His mouth tightened, as if to say he understood, but what could you do? And then Judge Arthur D. Arthurs arrived, chewing ruminatively on a wad of tobacco, and they all were standing, on the instructions of the clerk. He sat, and Margery was asked to confirm that she was indeed Margery O'Hare of the old cabin, Thompson's Pass, and the clerk read out the charge against her. How did she plead? Margery seemed to sway a little, and her eyes slid toward the public gallery. "Not guilty," she answered quietly, and there was a loud skaaken sound from the right-hand side of the court, followed by the loud banging of the judge's gavel. He would not, repeat not, have an unruly court, and nobody here was to so much as sniff without his permission. Did he make himself understood? The crowd settled, albeit with an air of vaguely suppressed mutiny. Margery looked up at the judge, and after a moment he nodded at her to sit down again, and that would be the extent of her animation until she was allowed to leave the courtroom. The morning crept forward in legal increments, women fanning themselves and small children fidgeting in their seats, as the prosecuting counsel outlined the case against Margery O'Hare.
"It would be clear to all," he announced, in a somewhat nasal, showman's voice, "that before them was a woman brought up without morals, without concern for the decent, rightful way of doing things, without faith. Even her most visible enterprise, the so-called Packhorse Library, had proven to be a front for less savory preoccupations, and the state would show evidence of these through evidence from witnesses shaken by examples of her moral laxity. These deficiencies in both character and behavior had found their apotheosis one afternoon up on Arnott's Ridge, when the accused had come across the sworn enemy of her late father, and taken advantage of the isolated position and inebriation of Mr. Clem McCullough to finish what their feuding descendants had started. While this went on, and it did go on, for the prosecuting counsel loved the sound of his own voice, the reporters from Lexington and Louisville scribbled furiously in small lined notebooks, shielding their work from each other and looking up intently at every new piece of information. When he came to the biz about moral laxity, Beth called out "bull crap," earning herself a cuff from her father, who sat behind her, and a stern rebuke from the judge, who announced that one more word from her and she would be sitting outside in the dust for the rest of the trial. She listened to the remainder of the statement with her arms folded and the kind of expression that made Alice fear for the prosecution lawyer's tires. "You watch. Those reporters will write that these mountains run red with blood feuds and such nonsense," muttered Mrs. Brady from behind her. "They always do. Makes us sound like a bunch of savages. You won't read a word about all the good this library or Margery has done." Kathleen sat silently on one side of Alice, Izzy the other. They listened carefully, their faces serious and still, and when he finished, they exchanged looks that said they now understood what Margery was up against. Blood feuds aside, the Margery the court had described was so duplicitous, so monstrous, that if they had not known her, they might have been afraid to sit just a few feet away from her, too. Margery seemed to know it. She looked deadened, as if the very thing that made her Margery had been squeezed out of her, leaving only an empty shell. Alice wished for the 100th time that Sven had not absented himself. Surely, no matter what she'd told him, Margery would have taken some comfort from having him there. Alice kept imagining what it must be like to be sitting in the dock, facing the end of everything she loved and held dear. It hit her then that Margery, who loved nothing better than solitude, to be left alone, unexamined, and who belonged outside, like a mule or a tree or a buzzard, was going to be in one of those tiny dark cells for 10, 20 years, if not the rest of her life. And then she had to stand and push her way out of the gallery because she knew she was going to throw up. "You okay?" Kathleen arrived behind her as she spat into the dust. "Sorry," Alice said, straightening. "I don't know what came over me." Kathleen passed her a handkerchief and she wiped her mouth.
Izzy's holding our seats, but we'd best not be too long. People are already eyeing 'em. I just can't bear it, Kathleen, seeing her like that, seeing the town like this. It's like they just want the slightest excuse to think badly of her. It should be the evidence on trial, but it feels like it's the fact that she doesn't behave like they think she should. It's ugly, that's for sure. Alice stopped for a minute. What did you just say? Kathleen frowned. I said it's ugly, seeing the town close against her like this. Kathleen looked at her. What did I say? Ugly. Alice kicked at a stone on the ground, digging her toe in until it dislodged. There her face had cleared. Nothing. Just something Marge once said to me. She shook her head. Nothing. Kathleen held out her arm and they walked back in. There were lengthy lawyers' arguments behind the scenes, and these blurred into a break at lunchtime. And when the women left the courtroom, they didn't know quite what to do with themselves, so ended up walking slowly back toward the library in a clump, followed by Fred and Mrs. Brady deep in conversation. You don't have to go back in this afternoon, you know, said Izzy, who was still a little appalled by the idea of Alice throwing up in public. If it's too much for you. It was just nerves getting the better of me, said Alice. I was the same when I was a little girl. Should have made myself eat some breakfast. They walked on in silence. It'll probably be better once our side gets to speak, Izzy said. Yeah, Sven's fancy lawyer will put them straight, said Beth. Of course he will, said Alice. But none of them sounded convinced. Day 2, it turned out, was not much better. The prosecution team outlined the autopsy report on Clem McCullough. The victim, a 57-year-old man, had died from a traumatic head injury consistent with a blunt instrument to the back of the head. He also had suffered facial bruising, such as, for example, could be caused by a heavy, hard-backed book. That could be the case, yes, said the physician who had conducted the autopsy. Or a bar fight, suggested Mr. Turner, the defense lawyer. The physician thought for a moment. Well, yes, that too. But he was some way from a bar. The area around the body had not been carefully examined, given the remoteness of the trail. 2 of the sheriff's men had carried it down the mountain track, a journey that had taken several hours, and a late snowfall had covered the ground where it had lain. But there was photographic evidence, and possibly hoof prints. Mr. McCullough had not owned a horse or mule. The prosecution counsel then interviewed their witnesses. There was old Nancy, who was pushed again and again to confirm that her first statement had stated clearly that she had heard Margery up on the ridge, followed by the sound of an altercation. But I didn't say it like you've made it sound, she protested, her hand reaching for her hair. She turned to look at the judge. They twisted my words all this way and that. I know Margery. I know she would no more murder a man in cold blood than she would, I don't know, bake a cake. This prompted laughter in the courtroom and a furious outburst from the judge, and Nancy put both hands to her face, guessing, probably correctly, that even that simile would add to the idea that Margery was somehow transgressive, that in her non-baking habits she went against the laws of nature. The prosecution counsel got her to talk some more, about how isolated the route was, very, how often she saw anyone up there, rarely, and how many people regularly made the trip. Only Margery, or the odd hunter. No further questions, Your Honor. Well, I would like to add one thing, Nancy announced, as the court clerk made to lead her out of the witness box. She turned to point at the dock. That there is a good, kindly girl. She's brought us reading books through rain and shine, both for me and my sister, who ain't left her bed since 1933. And you so-called Christian folk, judging her, might want to think hard about how much you do for your fellow man, because you're none of you so high and mighty that you're beyond judgment. She's a good girl, and this is a terrible wrong you're doing her. Oh, and, Mr. Judge, my sister has a message for you, too. That would be Phyllis Stone, older sister of the witness. She is apparently bedridden and couldn't make it down the mountain, murmured the clerk to the judge. Judge Arthurs leaned back. There may have been a faint roll of his eyes. Go ahead, Mrs. Stone. She wanted me to tell you. Y'all can go to hell, because who's going to bring us our Mac McGuire books now? She said loudly. Then she nodded.
Yep, y'all can go to hell. That was it. And as the judge began to bang his gavel again, Beth and Kathleen, on each side of Alice, couldn't help but let out a small burst of laughter. Despite that moment of cheer, the librarians left the building that evening in muted mood, their faces drawn, as if the verdict could only be a formality. Alice and Fred walked together at the rear, their elbows bumping occasionally, both deep in thought. "It might improve once Mr. Turner gets his say," said Fred, as they reached the library building. "Perhaps." He stopped as the others went inside. "Would you like something to eat before you head off?" Alice glanced behind her at the people still spilling out of the upper level of the courthouse, and felt suddenly mutinous. Why shouldn't she eat where she wanted? How much of a sin could it be, given everything else that was going on? "That would be lovely, Fred. Thank you." She walked up to Fred's house alongside him, her back straight, daring anybody to comment, and they moved around each other in the kitchen, preparing a meal, in some strange facsimile of domesticity, one that neither of them felt able to remark upon. They didn't talk of Margery, or Sven, or the baby, even though those three souls were lodged almost permanently in their thoughts. They didn't talk of how Alice had divested herself of almost all the belongings she had acquired since arriving in Kentucky, and that just one small trunk now sat in Margery's cabin, neatly labeled and awaiting her passage home. They remarked on the good taste of the food, the surprising harvest of apples that year, the erratic behavior of one of his new horses, and a book Fred had read called Of Mice and Men, which he wished he hadn't, despite the quality of the writing, as it was too very depressing just now. And 2 hours later, Alice set off for the cabin, and while she smiled at Fred as she left, because it was almost impossible for her not to smile at Fred, within minutes of her departure, she found that, behind her benign exterior, she was filled with a now semi-permanent rage, at a world where she could sit alongside the man she loved for only a matter of days more, and at a small town where 3 lives were about to be ruined forever because of a crime a woman had not committed. The week slid forward in fury-inducing fits and starts. Every day the librarians took their seats at the front of the public gallery, and every day they listened to various expert witnesses expounding and dissecting the facts of the case, that the blood on the edition of Little Women matched that of Clem McCullough, that the bruising to the front of his face and forehead was consistent with a blow from the same. As the week drew on, the court heard from the so-called character witnesses, the purse-mouthed wife who announced that Margery O'Hare had pressed upon her a book she and her husband could only describe as obscene, the fact that Margery had just had a baby out of wedlock, and with no visible shame whatsoever. There were the various older men, Henry Porteous for one, who felt able to testify to the length of the O'Hares' feud with the McCulloughs and the capacity for meanness and vengeance in both families. The defense counsel tried to pick apart these testimonies in the interests of balance. "Sheriff, isn't it true that Miss O'Hare has never been arrested once in her 38 years for any crime whatsoever?" "It is," the sheriff conceded. "Mind you, plenty of moonshiners around here ain't never seen the inside of a cell either." "Objection! I'm just saying, Your Honor, just because a person ain't been arrested don't mean they behave like an angel. You know how things work around these parts." The judge ordered the statement expunged from the record, but it had done what the sheriff had known it would, and stained Margery's name in some vague, unformed way. and Alice watched the jurors frowning and making little notes on their pads, and saw Van Cleve's slow, satisfied smile along the bench. Fred had noted that the sheriff now smoked the same brand of fancy cigar as Van Cleve, imported all the way from France. How was that for a coincidence? By Friday evening, the librarians were despondent. Lurid headline had followed lurid headline. The crowds, while having thinned a little, at least to the point where baskets of food and drink were no longer having to be raised and lowered from the second floor, were still transfixed by the bloodthirsty girl librarian from the hills. And when Fred had driven over to Sven on Friday afternoon, after the court had gone into recess for the weekend, to give him a report from inside the court, Sven had put his head in his hands and not spoken for a full 5 minutes. That day, the women walked down to the library and sat in silence, not having anything to say, but none of them wanting to home either. Finally, Alice, who had begun to find the silence oppressive, announced that she was going to head to the store to get some drinks. "I reckon we've earned 'em." "You don't mind being seen buying alcohol," said Beth, "'cause I can go get some shine from my daddy's cousin Bert if you'd prefer. I know it's hard for you with—" But Alice was already at the door. "To hell with them. I'll most likely be gone within the week," she said. "They can gossip about me all they like by then." She walked down the dusty street, weaving in and out of the strangers, who, having exhausted the day's entertainments at the courthouse, were now zigzagging to the honky-tonks or the nice and quick, all of which were struggling to feel too bad for Margery O'Hare, given the roaring trade. She walked briskly, her head down and her elbows slightly out, not wanting to exchange small talk, or even acknowledge any of those neighbors to whom she and Margery had brought books over the past year, and who now appeared traitorous enough to be enjoying the week's events. They could go to hell, too. She pushed her way into the store, stopping in her tracks and sighing inwardly as she realized there would be at least 15 people in the queue before her, and glanced behind her, wondering if it was worth heading to one of the bars to see if they would sell her something instead. What kind of a crowd would be in there? She was so full of anger these days that she felt like a tinderbox, as if it would take only one wrong comment from one of these fools for her to— She felt a tap on her shoulder. "Alice?" She turned, and there, by the preserves and canned goods, dressed in his shirt sleeves and his good blue trousers, without a speck of coal dust on him. He had probably just finished work, but looked, as ever, as fresh as if he'd stepped out of the pages of a Sears catalog. "Bennett," she said, blinked and looked away. It wasn't as if she was physically moved by him anymore, she realized, searching for the reason for her sudden discomfort. There was only the vaguest hint of residual affection. What she felt was mostly disbelief that this man, standing here, was someone she had wrapped herself around, skin to skin, kissed and pleaded for physical contact with. This strange, unbalanced intimacy made her feel vaguely ashamed now. I heard you were leaving town." She picked up a can of tomatoes, just for something to do with her hands. "Yep. Trial looks to end on Tuesday. I'll be headed out on Wednesday. You and your father won't have to worry about me hanging around." Bennett glanced behind him, perhaps conscious that people might be watching, but all the customers were out-of-towners, and nobody saw anything gossip-worthy in a man and a woman exchanging a few words in the corner of the store. "Alice, you don't have to say anything, Bennett. I think we've said enough. My parents have engaged a lawyer." He touched her sleeve. "Pa says nobody managed to speak to his daughters." She pulled back her hand. "I'm sorry? What?" Bennett looked behind him, his voice low. "Pa said the sheriff never spoke to McCullough's daughters. They wouldn't open the door."
They shouted to his man they had nothing to say on the matter, and they wouldn't be talking to nobody. He says they're both crazy, like the rest of the family. Says the state's case is strong enough not to need them anyway. He looked at her intently. Why are you telling me this?" He chewed at his lip. "Figured. I figured it might help you." She stared at him then, at his handsome, slightly unformed face, and his baby-soft hands, his anxious eyes. And briefly she felt her own face fall a little. "I'm sorry," he said quietly. "I'm sorry too, Bennett." He took a step back, ran a hand down his face. They stood for a moment longer, shifting a little on their feet. "Well," he said eventually, "if I don't see you before you leave, safe travels." She nodded. He headed for the door. As he reached it, he turned, his voice lifting a little to be heard. "Oh, thought you'd like to know I'm fixin' to get the slurry dams made up, with proper housin' and a cement base, so they can't burst again. Your father agreed to that?" "He will." The smallest smile, a flash of someone she had once known. "That's good news, Bennett. Really good news." "Yeah, well," he looked down, "it's a start." With that, her husband tipped his hat, opened the door, and was swallowed by the crowd still milling around outside. The sheriff didn't speak to his daughters? Why not? Sophia shook her head. "It doesn't make no sense to me." "Makes perfect sense to me," said Kathleen from the corner, where she was stitching a broken stirrup leather, grimacing as she forced the huge needle through the leather. "They got all the way up to Arnott's Ridge, to a family they was expectin' trouble from. They figure the girls wouldn't know nothin' about their daddy's movements, given he was a known drunk who used to disappear for days on end. So they knock a few times, get told to git, then give up and come back down, and it takes them half a day each way to do it." "McCullough was a sundowner, and a mean one at that," said Beth. "Might be the sheriff didn't want to push them too hard, in case they told him something he didn't want to hear. They need him to sound like a good man, to make Marge seem bad. But surely our lawyers should have gone asking questions. Mr. Fancy Pants out of Lexington, you think he's gonna ride a mule half a day up to Arnott's Ridge to speak with a bunch of angry hillbillies?" "I don't see how this is gonna help us none," said Beth. "If they won't talk to the sheriff's men, they ain't hardly gonna talk to us." "That may be exactly why they would talk to us," said Kathleen. Izzy pointed at the wall. "Margery put the McCullough house on the list of places not to go to, on no account. Look, it says so right here." "Well, maybe she was just doing what everyone's done to her," said Alice, "going on gossip without actually looking at the facts." "Those girls haven't been seen in town for nigh on 10 years, Kathleen murmured. "Word is their daddy wouldn't let them leave the house after their mama disappeared. One of those families that just stays in the shadows." Alice thought of Margery's words, words that had run through her head for days. There is always a way out of a situation. Might be ugly, might leave you feeling like the earth has gone and shifted under your feet, but there is always a way around. "I'm going to ride up there," said Alice. "I can't see what we have to lose." "Your head?" said Sophia. "Right now, the way my head is, it wouldn't make that much difference. You know the stories come out of that family, and you know how much they hate us right now. You just fixin' to get yourself killed. You want to tell me what other chance Margery has right now?" Alice said. Sophia gave Alice a hard look, but didn't answer. "Right. Does anyone have the map for that route?" For a moment, Sophia didn't move. Then she opened the drawer wordlessly and flicked through the assembled papers until she found it, and handed it over. "Thank you, Sophia." "I'm comin' with you," said Beth. "Then I'm comin' too," said Izzy. Kathleen reached for her hat. "Looks like we got us an outin'. Here, 8 tomorrow?" "Let's make it 7, said Beth. For the first time in days, Alice found she was smiling. "Lord help the lot of you," said Sophia, shaking her head. It was clear within a couple of hours of setting out why only Margery and Charlie ever undertook the route to Arnott's Ridge.
Even in the benign conditions of early September, the route was remote and arduous, taken in steep crevasses, narrow ledges, and a variety of obstacles to scrabble down or over, from ditches to fences to fallen trees. Alice had brought Charlie, confident he would understand where he was going, and so it proved. He strode out willingly, his huge ears flicking backward and forward, following his own well-worn tracks along the creek bed and up the side of the ridge. There were no notches on trees here, no red ribbons. Margery had plainly never expected anyone but herself to take such a route, and Alice glanced behind her intermittently at the other women, hoping she could trust Charlie as a guide. Around them the air hung thick and moist, and the newly amber forests lay dense with fallen leaves, muffling sound as they made their way along the hidden trails. They rode in silence, focused on the unfamiliar terrain, only breaking off to praise their horses quietly or warn of some approaching obstacle. It occurred to Alice as they headed along the track into the upper reaches of the mountains that they had never ridden together, not all of them like this. And then that it was entirely possible this would be the last time she rode into the mountains. In a week or so, she would be making her way by train toward New York and the huge ocean liner that would take her to England, and a very different kind of existence. She turned in her saddle and looked at the group of women behind her, and realized she loved them all, that leaving each of them, not just Fred, would be a wrench almost greater than anything she had endured up to now. She couldn't imagine meeting women with whom she would feel so in tune, so close to, in her next life, over polite chit-chat and cups of tea. The other librarians would slowly forget her, their lives busy with work and families and the ever-changing challenges of the seasons. Oh, they would promise to write, of course, but it wouldn't be the same. There would be no more shared experiences, the cold wind on their faces, the warnings of snakes on tracks, or commiserations when one of them took a fall. She would gradually become a postscript. Do you remember that English girl who rode with us for a while, Bennet Van Cleve's wife? Think we're getting close? Kathleen broke into her thoughts, riding up alongside. Alice pulled Charlie to a halt, unfolding the map from her pocket. According to this, it's not far over that ridge, she said, squinting at the hand-drawn images. She said the sisters live 4 miles that way, and Nancy would always walk the last part because of the hanging bridge. So I make the McCullough house somewhere over there. Beth scoffed. You readin' that map upside down? I know for a fact the very bridge is that way. Alice's belly was tight with nerves. If you know better, you want to head off on your own and let us know when you're there? No need to get ornery. You're not from here is all. I just thought Oh, and don't I know it. Like the whole town hasn't spent the last year reminding me. No need to take it like that, Alice. Shoot, I just meant some of us might have more knowledge of the mountains than— Shut up, Beth. Even Izzy was irritated. We wouldn't even have got this far if it wasn't for Alice. Hold up, said Kathleen. Look. It was the smoke that alerted them, a thin, apologetic whisper of gray that they might not have spotted had the trees nearby not lost their leaves from the crown, so that the wavering plume was briefly visible against the leaden sky.
The women stopped in the clearing, just able to make out the shack squatting on the ridge, its shingle roof missing a couple of tiles, its yard unkempt. It was the only house for miles, and everything about it spoke of neglect and an antipathy toward casual visitors. A mean-looking dog, tethered to a chain, set up a fierce, staccato bark, already aware of their presence through the trees. "Think they'll shoot at us?" said Beth, and spat noisily. Fred had instructed Alice to bring his gun, and it was slung over her shoulder by its strap. She couldn't work out whether it was a good thing or a bad thing for the McCulloch family to see she had it in her possession. "Wonder how many of them are in there," said Beth, "and someone told my eldest brother that none of the out-of-town McCullochs even came up this far." Yeah, like Mrs. Brady said, they most likely just came for the circus, said Kathleen, squinting as she tried to see better. Ain't like they were comin' for the McCulloch riches, is it? What did your mama say about you comin' up here anyway? Said Beth to Izzy. I'm surprised she let you. Izzy pushed Patch forward over a small ditch, clearing it with a grunt. Izzy? She doesn't exactly know. Izzy! Alice turned in her saddle. Oh, hush, Alice. You know as well as I do that she would never have let me. Izzy rubbed at her boot. They all faced the house. Alice shivered. If anything happens to you, your mother is going to have me in that dock alongside Margery. Oh, Izzy, this is not safe. I would never have let you come had you told me. Alice shook her head. So why did you come, Izzy? Said Beth. Because we are a team, and a team sticks together. Izzy lifted her chin. We are the Baileyville Packhorse Librarians, and we stick together. Beth punched her lightly on the arm as her horse moved forward. Well, gosh to that! Oh, will you ever stop cursing, Beth Pinker? And Izzy punched her back and squealed as the horses collided. In the end, it was Alice who went first. They walked up as far as the snarling dog on the chain would allow, and Alice dismounted, handing her reins to Kathleen. She took a few steps toward the door, staying wide of the dog, its teeth bared and its hackles lifted in little spikes. She eyed the chain nervously, hoping that the other end was pinned securely. Hello? 2 windows at the front, thick with dirt, stared back blankly at them. If it hadn't been for the trickle of smoke, she might have been certain that nobody was home. Alice took a step closer, her voice lifting. Miss McCulloch, you don't know me, but I work at the Packhorse Library down in town. I know you didn't want to talk to the sheriff's men, but I would very much appreciate it if you could help us at all. Her voice bounced off the mountainside. There was no movement from within the house. Alice turned and looked at the others uncertainly. The horses stamped their feet impatiently, their nostrils flaring as they eyed the growling dog. It would really only take a minute. The dog turned its head and quieted briefly. For a moment, the mountain was possessed of a dead silence. Nothing stirred, not the horses, the birds in the trees. Alice felt her skin prickle, as if this presaged something terrible. She thought of the description of McCulloch's body, his eyes pecked clean out of his head, lying not too far from here. I don't want to be here, she thought, and felt something visceral and fearful trickle down her spine. She looked up and saw Beth, who nodded at her, as if to say, Go on, try again. Hello? Miss McCulloch? Anybody? Nothing stirred. Hello? A voice broke into the silence. You all can get and leave us alone. Alice turned on her heel to find 2 barrels of a gun visible through the gap in the door. She swallowed and was about to speak again when Kathleen appeared on foot beside her. She put a hand on Alice's arm. Verna, is that you? I don't know if you remember me, but it's Kathleen Hannigan, now Bly. I used to play with your sister down at Split Creek. We made corn dollies with my ma one harvest time, and I think she made one for you, with a spotted ribbon. Would you remember that? The dog was eyeing Kathleen now, its lips pulled back over its teeth. We're not here to cause no trouble, she said, her palms up. We're just in something of a fix with our good friend, and we'd be real grateful for the chance to speak with you for a moment or two about it. We got nothing to say to any of yous. Nobody moved. The dog stopped growling briefly, its nose pointing toward the door. The 2 barrels didn't budge. I ain't coming to town, said the voice from inside. I'm not coming. I told the sheriff what day our pa disappeared, and that's that. You ain't getting nothing else. Kathleen took a step closer. We understand, Verna. We would just really welcome a couple minutes of your time to talk, just to help our friend. Please? There was a long silence. What happened to her? They looked at each other. You don't know? Said Kathleen.
Sheriff just said they found my pa's body and the murderer to go with it. Alice spoke up. That's pretty much it. Except, Miss Verna, it's our friend who is standing trial, and we would swear on the Bible that she is not a murderer. Miss Verna, you may know of Margery O'Hare. You know her daddy's name travels before her. Kathleen's voice had lowered, as if they were in some casual conversation. But she's a good woman, a little unconventional, but not a cold-blooded killer. And her baby face is growing up without a mother because of gossip and rumor. Margery O'Hare had a baby? The gun lowered an inch. Who'd she marry? They exchanged awkward glances. Well, she ain't exactly married, but that doesn't mean nothing, Izzy called hurriedly. Doesn't mean she isn't a good person. Beth brought her horse a few steps closer toward the house and held up a saddlebag. You want some books, Miss McCulloch? For you or your sister? We got recipe books, story books, all kinds of books. Lots of families up in the mountains happy to take them. You don't have to pay, and we'll bring you new ones when you like. Kathleen shook her head at Beth and mouthed, I don't think she can read. Alice, anxious, tried to talk over them. Miss McCulloch, we're truly, truly sorry about your father. You must have loved him very much. And we're really sorry to trouble you with this matter. We wouldn't be here unless we were desperate to help our friend. I ain't sorry, the girl said. Alice swallowed the rest of her sentence. Her shoulders slumped a little. Beth's mouth closed in dismay. Well, I appreciate it's natural you would harbor ill feelings toward Margery, but I would beg you just to hear. Not her. Verna's voice hardened. I ain't sorry about what happened to my pa. The women looked at each other, confused. The gun lowered slowly, another inch, and then disappeared. You the Kathleen used to have braids pinned upside your head? That's me. You rode all the way up here from Baileyville? Yes, ma'am, said Kathleen. There was a brief pause. Then you'd best come in. As the librarians watched, the rough wooden door slid open a fraction, and then, after a moment, opened a little wider, creaking on its hinges. And there, for the first time, in the gloom, they saw the 20-year-old figure of Verna McCulloch, dressed in a faded blue dress with patches on the pockets and a headscarf knotted over her hair, her sister moving in the shadows behind her. There was a short silence while they all took in what was in front of them. Well, gosh, said Izzy under her breath. Alice was first in the queue for the courthouse on Monday morning. She had barely slept, and her eyes were sore and gritty. She had brought fresh-baked cornbread to the jail earlier in the morning, but Officer Dulles glanced down at the tin and observed, apologetically, that Margery wasn't eating. Barely touched a thing over the weekend. He looked genuinely concerned. You take it anyway, just in case you can get her to eat something later. You didn't come yesterday. I was busy.
He frowned at the abruptness of her answer, but plainly decided that things were off-kilter in the town that week without him questioning it further, and headed back down to his cells. Alice took her place at the front of the public gallery and regarded the crowd. No Kathleen, no Fred. Izzy slid in beside her, then Beth, smoking the tail end of a cigarette that she stubbed out under her feet. Heard anything? Not yet, said Alice. And then she startled. There, 2 rows back, sat Sven, his face somber and his eyes shadowed, as if he hadn't slept for weeks. He kept his eyes to the front and his hands on his knees. There was something in the rigidity of his bearing that suggested a man working hard to keep himself contained, and the sight of him made her swallow painfully. She flinched as Izzy's hand reached across and squeezed her own, and she returned the pressure, trying to keep her breath steady in her chest. A minute later, Margery was led in, her head down and her gait slow. She stood, her expression unreadable, no longer even bothering to meet anybody else's eye. "Come on, Marge," she heard Beth mutter beside her. And then Judge Arthurs entered the courtroom, and everybody rose. "Miss Margery O'Hare here is a victim of unhappy circumstance. She was, if you like, in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Now, only God will ever know the truth of what happened on the top of that mountain, but we do know that it is only the flimsiest of evidence that takes a library book, one which by all accounts may have traveled halfway across Lee County, and places it near a body that may have come to rest some 6 months earlier. The defense counsel looked up as the doors at the back opened, and everyone swiveled in their seats to see Kathleen Bly march in, sweaty and a little breathless. "Excuse me, I'm very sorry. Excuse me." She ran to the front of the court where she stoked to speak to Mr. Turner. He glanced behind him and then stood, one hand on his tie, as the people in the court murmured their surprise. "Your Honor, we have a witness who would very much like to say something before the court." "Can it wait?" "Your Honor, this has a material bearing on the case." The judge sighed. "Approach the bench, please, counsels." The 2 men stood at the front. Neither attempted to lower their voices much, one from urgency and the other from frustration, so the court got to hear pretty much everything that was said. "It's the daughter," said Mr. Turner. "What daughter?" said the judge. "McCullough's daughter, Verna." The prosecution counsel glanced behind him and shook his head. "Your Honor, we have had no prior notice of such a witness, and I object in the strongest terms to the introduction of such at so late." The judge chewed ruminatively. "Did the sheriff's men not go up to Arnott's Ridge to try to talk to the girl?" The prosecution counsel stammered, "Well, yes, but she wouldn't come down. She hasn't left that house in several years, according to those familiar with the family." The judge leaned back in his chair. "Then I would say, if this is the victim's daughter, possibly the last witness to see him alive, and she is now content to make her way down into the town to answer questions about his last day, then she may well have information pertinent to the case. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Howard?" The prosecution counsel glanced behind him again. Van Cleve was straining forward in his seat, his mouth compressed with displeasure. "Yes, Your Honor." "Good. I will hear the witness." He waved a finger. Kathleen and the lawyer spoke for a minute in hushed voices, and then she ran to the back of the court. "When you're ready, Mr. Turner." "Your Honor, the defense calls Miss Verna McCullough, daughter of Clem McCullough. Miss McCullough, if you could make your way to the witness box, I would be much obliged." There was a hum of interest. People strained in their seats. The door opened at the back of the court, revealing Kathleen, her arm through that of a younger woman, who walked a little behind her. And as the court watched in silence, Verna McCullough made her way slowly and deliberately to the front of the courtroom, every stride an apparent effort. Her hand rested on the small of her back, and her belly sat low and huge in front of her. A murmur of shock and a second wave of exclamation as the same thought occurred to each person went up around the room. "You live at Arnott's Ridge?" Verna had held her hair back with a bobby pin and now fiddled with it, as if it were out of place. Her voice emerged as a hoarse whisper. "Yes, sir, with my sister, and before that, our father." "Can you speak up, please?" said the judge. The lawyer continued. "And it's just the 3 of you?" She held on to the lip of the witness box and gazed around her as if she had only noticed how many people were in the room. Her voice faltered for a moment. "Miss McCullough?" "Yes. Our mama went when I was 8, and it's been us 3 since then." "Your mama died?" "I don't know, sir. We woke up one morning and my daddy said she was gone, and that was it." "I see. So you are unsure as to her fate?" "Oh, I believe her to be dead. Because she always said my daddy would kill her one day." "Objection," said the state prosecutor. "Strike that from the record, please. We will leave it on file that Miss McCullough's mother's whereabouts are unknown." "Thank you, Miss McCullough. And when did you last see your father?" "That would be 5 days before Christmas." "And have you seen him since?" "No, sir." "Did you look for him?" "No, sir." "You weren't troubled when he didn't come home for Christmas?" "It was not unusual behavior for our daddy. I think it may be no secret that he liked to drink. I believe he is known to the sheriff." The sheriff nodded, almost reluctantly. "Sir, would it be possible for me to sit down? I'm feeling a little faint." The judge motioned to the clerk to bring her a chair, and the court waited while it was positioned and she was able to sit. Someone brought her a glass of water. Her face was only just visible above the witness box, and most in the public gallery leaned forward to try to see her better. "So, when he didn't come home on the 20th of December, Miss McCullough, you didn't see anything particularly untoward in that behavior?" "No, sir." "And when he left, did he tell you where he was going?" "To a bar?" For the first time, Verna hesitated a good while before she spoke. She glanced at Margery, who was looking at the floor. "No, sir." "He said—" She swallowed, and then turned toward the judge. "He said he was going to return his library book." There was an outburst from the public gallery, a sound that might have been shock, or a burst of laughter, or a mixture of both. It was hard to tell. Margery in the dock lifted her head for the first time. Alice looked down to find that Izzy was gripping her hand, her knuckles white. The defense lawyer turning to face the jury. "Can I check that I heard that correctly, Miss McCullough? You said your father set out to return a library book?" "Yes, sir. He had recently been receiving books from the WPA Packhorse Library, and he believed it was a great thing. He had just read a fine book and said it was his civic duty to return it as soon as possible so that some other person could have the benefit of reading it." The heads of Mr. Howard, the state prosecutor, and his second were pressed together in urgent conversation. He raised his hand, but the judge dismissed him with a wave. "Go on, Miss McCullough." "Me and my sister, well, we did warn him in the strongest terms not to set out because the conditions were bad, with the snow and ice and all, and that he might slip and fall. But he had taken a fair bit to drink, and he would not be told. He was insistent that he didn't want to be late back with his library book." Her gaze flickered around the courtroom as she spoke, her voice now level and certain. "So, Mr. McCullough set out by himself, on foot, into the snow." "He did, sir, taking the library book." "To walk to Baileyville?" "Yes, sir."
We warned him it was a foolish enterprise. And you never saw or heard from him again?" "No, sir." "And you didn't think to look for him?" "Me and my sister, we don't leave our home, sir. After our mama went, our daddy never liked for us to come to town, and we didn't like to disobey him, what with his temper and all. We went around the yard before nightfall and shouted for him, just in case he had taken a fall. But most times he would just come back when it pleased him." "So you just waited for him to return?" "Yes, sir. He had threatened to leave us before now, so I guess when he didn't return, some part of us thought maybe he had finally done so. And then, back in April, the sheriff came up to tell us he was dead." "And, Miss McCullough, may I ask one more question? You have been most courageous making this trip down the mountain and completing this difficult testimony, and I am much obliged to you. One final question. Do you remember what book it was that your father enjoyed so much and felt such an obligation to return?" "Why, yes, I do, sir, most clearly." And here Verna McCullough turned her pale blue eyes on those of Margery O'Hare, and to those nearest, it was possible that the faintest smile played around her lips. It was a book by the name of Little Women. The court exploded into a wall of noise, so that the judge was forced to bang his gavel 6, 8 times before enough people noticed or could hear enough to quiet it. There was laughter, disbelief, and shouted fury from different parts of the court, and the judge, his brows an overhanging ledge, grew puce with anger. "Silence! I will not have this court held in disrespect, do you hear me? The next person to make a sound will be in contempt of court. Silence in the court." The room quieted. The judge waited a moment to be sure that everyone had got the message. "Now, counsels, will you approach the bench?" There was some muttered conversation,
this time inaudible in the court, under which a low hum of whispers had begun to escalate dangerously. Across the courtroom, Mr. Van Cleve looked like he was about to combust. Alice saw him get up once, twice, but the sheriff turned and physically forced him to sit down. She could see Van Cleve pointing, his mouth working, as if he couldn't believe he too didn't have the right to go up and debate with the judge. Margery sat very still, disbelieving. "Go on," muttered Beth, her knuckles white where she gripped the bench. "Go on, go on." And then, after an age, the two lawyers made their way back to their seats, and the judge banged his gavel again. "Can we call the physician back, please?" There was a low murmur as the physician was recalled to the witness box. The public gallery was full of people shifting in their seats, pulling faces at each other. The defense counsel rose. "Dr. Tasker, one further question. In your professional opinion, would it be possible that the bruising to the victim's face might have been caused by the weight of a large hard-backed book falling onto it? For example, if he had slipped and fallen backward?" He motioned to the clerk and held up the copy of Little Women. "One the size of this edition, for example? Here, I'll let you feel the weight of it." The physician weighed the book in his hands and considered this for a moment. "Why, yes, I would imagine that would be a reasonable explanation. No further questions, Your Honor." It took the judge 2 more minutes of legal conversation to conclude. He banged his gavel to quiet the court. Then, abruptly, he rested his head in his hands and stayed like that for a full minute. When he raised it, he eyed the court with what seemed to be an impossibly weary expression. "It seems to me, in the light of this new evidence, I am minded to agree with the defense counsel that this can no longer be positioned with any certainty as a murder trial. All solid evidence seems to suggest this was an unfortunate accident. A good man set out to do a good deed, and due to the prevailing conditions, shall we say, suffered an untimely end." He took a deep breath and placed his hands together. "Given the Commonwealth evidence in this case is largely circumstantial and heavily dependent on this one book, and given the witness's clear and unwavering testimony as to its prior whereabouts, I am moved to strike this trial and instead record a verdict of accidental death. Miss McCullough, I thank you for your efforts in doing your civic duty, and I wish to convey my public and heartfelt condolences once again for your loss. Miss O'Hare, you are hereby free to leave the court. Clerks, if you could release the prisoner." This time the court did erupt. Alice found herself suddenly enveloped by the other women, who were jumping up and down, yelling, tears streaming from their eyes, arms and elbows and chests pressed together in a giant hug. Sven vaulted over the barrier of the public gallery and was there as the jailer undid Margery's handcuffs, his arms closing around Margery just as she began to sink to the floor in shock. He half walked, half carried her swiftly out of the back exit, Deputy Dulles shielding them before anyone could really work out what was happening. Through it all, Van Cleve could be heard yelling that this was a travesty, an absolute travesty of justice. And those with particularly good hearing could just make out Mrs. Brady retorting, "Shut your fat mouth for once in your life, you old goat." In all the hubbub, nobody noticed Sophia quietly leave the colored section of the public gallery, her bag tucked neatly under her arm, disappearing through the door and briskly making the short walk to the library, picking up speed as she went. And only those with the very keenest hearing would have heard Verna McCullough, as she was steered out past the librarians, her hand still on the small of her back and her face grimly determined as she muttered under her breath, "Good riddance." Nobody felt Margery should be left alone, so they brought her to the library and locked both doors, mindful that Kentucky's most widely circulated newspapers, as well as half of the town, suddenly wanted to talk to her. She said barely a word during the short walk there, her movements slow and oddly frail, as if she had been ill, though she did eat half a bowl of bean soup that Fred brought down from the house, her eyes fixed on it as she ate, as if it were the only thing of any certainty around her. The women exclaimed among themselves about the shock of the verdict, Van Cleve's impotent fury, the fact that young Verna had indeed done as she had promised. She had spent the previous night at Kathleen's cabin, having been walked down on Patch, and even then she had been so nervous at the prospect of facing all those townspeople that Kathleen had been afraid she would find her gone when she awoke. It was only when Fred arrived in the morning with his truck to bring them to court that Kathleen believed they might be in with a chance, and even then the girl was so odd and unpredictable that they had no idea what she was going to say. Margery listened to all this as if from a distance, her expression oddly blank and distracted, as if she found the noise and commotion too much after the months of near silence. Alice wanted to hug her, and yet something about Margery's demeanor forbade it. None of them knew what to say to her, and found themselves talking as if to a near stranger. Did she want some more water? Was there anything they could get for her? Really, Margery should only say. And then, almost an hour after they arrived, there was a short rap at the door, and Fred, hearing a familiar low voice, moved to unlock it. He opened it a fraction. Then his eyes fixed on something unseen, and his smile widened. He stepped back, and up the 2 short steps walked Sven, holding the baby, who was wearing a pale yellow dress and bloomers, her eyes button-bright and her hands gripping his sleeve tightly in her tiny fist.
Margery's head lifted, and her hands moved slowly to her mouth as she saw her. Her eyes filled with tears, and she rose slowly to her feet. "Virginia?" she said, her voice cracking as if she could barely trust what she was seeing. Sven moved to her and handed the baby to her mother, and Margery and the child gazed into each other's eyes, the child scanning her mother's as if to reassure herself of something. And then, as they watched, the tiny girl took a moment, then let her head come to rest in the space under her mother's chin, her thumb plugged into her mouth, and as she did, Margery closed her eyes and began to sob, silently, her chest heaving violently, as if some terrible pain was exercising itself, her face contorted. Sven stepped forward and placed his arms around the 2 of them, holding them close to him, his head lowered, and mindful that they were now privy to something that felt beyond the realms of what was decent. Fred and the librarians tiptoed out of the library and made their way silently up the path to Fred's house. The Baileyville WPA Packhorse Librarians were a team, yes, and a team stuck together. But there were some times when it was only right to be alone. It would be several days before the other librarians noticed the ledger the sheriff had believed missing, disappeared in the great floods, stacked neatly with the others in the shelf to the left of the door. Under the date of December 15, 1937, it showed a loan to Mr. C. McCullough, Arnott's Ridge, of 1 hardback edition of Little Women by Louisa May Alcott, 1 page ripped, back cover slightly damaged. Only someone who looked terribly hard might have noticed how the entry sat between 2 lines, its ink a very faintly different shade from those around it. And only if you were very cynical indeed might you wonder why there was a 1-word entry beside it, written in that same ink: unreturned. Up in this high air you breathed easily, drawing in a vital assurance and lightness of heart. In the highlands you woke up in the morning and thought, "Here I am, where I ought to be." Karen Blixen, out of Africa. Much to the disappointment of the traders and bartenders, it took less than a day for Baileyville to empty.
After the "not guilty" shock verdict, headlines had been reduced to firelighters and draft-proofing, and the last of the mobile homes had rattled their way back across county lines, and the prosecution lawyer with the 3 inexplicably slashed tires had managed to get a spare set sent over from Lexington, Baileyville swiftly returned to normal, leaving nothing but muddy tracks and empty food wrappers dotted along the verges to show that a trial had ever taken place. Kathleen, Beth, and Izzy escorted Verna back to her cabin, taking turns to walk while Verna rode the sturdy Patch. The journey took the best part of a day, and they parted with promises that Nita, Verna's sister, would come and find them if she needed help with her laboring. Nobody ever spoke of the paternity of the child, and Verna had once again grown silent by the time they reached the door, as if exhausted by all the unfamiliar contact. They did not expect to hear from her again. That first night Margery O'Hare lay in her own bed facing Sven Gustafsson in the near dark. Her hair was soft and clean from her bath, and her belly was full. And out of the open window she could hear the owls and the crickets calling into the darkness of the mountainside, a sound that made the blood slow in her veins, and her heart beat with an easy rhythm. They watched the tiny girl who lay between them, her arms thrown back in sleep, her mouth making soft shapes as she dreamed. Sven's hand rested on the swell of Margery's hip, and Margery relished the weight of it, the prospect of the nights to come. "We can still leave, you know," he said quietly. She lifted the child's cotton blanket, tucking it under her chin. "Leave where? Here. I mean, what you said about your mother's warning and getting a fresh start. I've been reading up on places in Northern California where they're seeking farmers and homesteaders. Think you'd like it up there? We could make a good life." When she said nothing, he added, "Doesn't have to be in a city. It's a big old state. People go to California from all over, so nobody looks twice at someone from elsewhere. I got a friend with a cantaloupe farm says he'll give me work while we find our feet." Margery pushed her hair back from her face. "I don't think so." "Well, we could look at Montana if you prefer the sound of it." "Sven, I want to stay. Here." Sven propped himself up on his elbow. He studied her expression as best he could in the dim light. "You said you wanted Virginia to have freedom, to live however she wanted." "I know I did," said Margery, "and I do. But it turns out we have real friends here, Sven, people who have our backs. I've thought about it, and as long as she's got those, she'll be okay. We'll be okay." When he didn't speak, she added, "Would that be agreeable to you, if we just stayed? Any place that has you and Virginia is agreeable to me." There was a long silence. "I love you, Sven Gustafsson," she said. He turned toward her in the dark. "You're not getting sentimental on me, are you, Marge? Didn't say I was going to say it twice." He smiled and lay back against the bolster. After a moment he reached his hand across, and she took it and held it tight in her own. And that was how they slept, for a couple of hours at least, until the baby woke again. It had been shocking to Alice how quickly her feelings of delight and elation at Margery's return home had turned to cold stone, as she grasped that this meant there was no longer a single obstacle left to her own immediate departure. That was it. The trial was over, and so was her time in Kentucky. She had stood among the librarians and watched Sven drive Margery and Virginia up the road toward the old cabin, and felt herself begin to calcify by inches as she realized what it meant. She managed to maintain her smile as they all drifted away, exclaiming to each other, hugging and kissing, had promised she might see them at the Nice and Quick later for a celebration. But the effort was too great, and even as Beth kicked her cigarette butt into the road and gave a cheery wave, she could feel something hard settling in her chest. Only Fred caught it, something in his expression mirroring her own. "Would you care for a bourbon?" said Fred, as they locked the library door and walked slowly up to his house. Alice nodded. She had just a matter of hours left in the town.
He poured 2 tumblers and handed her one, and she sat down on his good settle, with the buttoned cushions and the patchwork quilt over the back, the one his mother had made. It had grown dark outside, and the balmy weather had given way to a brisk wind and fine spitting rain, and Alice was already dreading heading out in it again. Fred reheated the rest of the soup, but she had no appetite, and, she realized, nothing to say. Alice tried not to look at his hands, both of them conscious of the clock ticking on the mantel and what it meant. They talked of the trial, but even though they painted it in bright colors, Alice knew that Van Cleve would be even more furious now, would no doubt redouble his efforts to ruin the library, or make sure her life was as uncomfortable as it could be. Besides, no matter what Margery had said, she couldn't stay in the cabin any longer. They all knew that Sven and Margery would need time alone, and it was telling that when she told them she had been invited to stay at Izzy's that evening, their protests had been half-hearted. "So, what time is your train?" said Fred. "10:15. "You want me to drive you to the station? That would be kind, Fred, if it's no trouble." He nodded awkwardly and tried to raise a smile, which slid away as quickly as it arrived. She felt the same residual pain she always did at his discomfort, knowing that she was the cause of it.
What right had she had to make any claim on this man anyway, knowing it was impossible? She had been selfish to allow his feelings to come anywhere near her own. Sunk in misery that neither of them felt able to articulate, their conversation had swiftly become strained. Alice, sipping a drink she could barely taste, wondered briefly if it had been a good idea coming here at all. Perhaps she should have gone straight to Izzy's. What was the point in prolonging all this heartbreak? "Oh, got another letter this morning at the library. In all the commotion, I forgot to give it to you." Fred pulled the envelope from his pocket and handed it to her. She recognized the writing immediately and let it fall to the table. "You not going to read it? It'll just be about me coming back, plans and such like. You read it. It's fine." While he cleared the plates, she opened the envelope, feeling his eyes on her. She scanned it swiftly and shoved it back inside. "What?" She looked up. "Why'd you wince like that?" She sighed. "Just my mother's manner of talking." He walked back around the table and sat down, taking the letter from the envelope. "Don't." He pushed her hand away. "Let me." She turned away as he read it, frowning. "What's this? We will endeavor to forget your latest efforts to embarrass our family. What is that supposed to mean?" "It's just how she is." "Did you tell them Van Cleve beat you?" "No." She rubbed at her face. "They would probably have assumed it was my own fault." "How could it be your fault? A grown man and a bunch of dolls. Jeez, never heard anything like it." "It wasn't just the dolls." Fred looked up. He thought I had tried to corrupt his son. What?" She was already regretting having spoken. "Come on, Alice. We can tell each other anything." "I can't." She felt her cheeks color. "I can't tell you." She took another sip, feeling his gaze rest on her, as if to work something out. Oh, what was the point of hiding it? After today, she would never see him again. Finally, she blurted out, "I brought home a book that Margery gave me, about married love." Fred clenched his jaw a little, as if he didn't want to think about Alice and Bennett and any kind of intimacy. It took a moment before he spoke. What would he have to mind about that? They both thought I shouldn't be reading it. Well, maybe he felt that as you were in your honeymoon period, But that's the thing. There was no honeymoon period. I wanted to see She swallowed. "If we had." "You had what?" "The marital act," she whispered. "To see if you had performed the marital act?" She threw her hands up to her face and wailed, "Oh, why are you making me say this?" "Just trying to understand the facts of it, Alice." "If we had performed the marital act. Married love." Fred put down his glass. A long, painful moment passed before he spoke. "You don't know?" "No," she said miserably.
Whoa, whoa, hold on. You don't know if you and Bennett completed the marital act? No, and he wouldn't talk about it, so I have no way of knowing. And the book told me some things, but to be honest, I still couldn't be sure. There was a lot of stuff about wafting and rapture, and then it all blew up anyway, and it's not as if we ever discussed it, so I'm still not sure. Fred ran his hand over the back of his head. Well, Alice, I mean, it's, pretty hard to miss. What is? Oh, forget it. He leaned forward. You really think you might not have? She felt anguished, already regretting that this would be the last thing he remembered of her. I don't think so. Oh, Lord, you think I'm ridiculous, don't you? I can't believe I'm telling you this. Fred stood up from the table abruptly. No, Alice, this is great news. She stared at him. What? This is wonderful. He grabbed her hand, began to waltz her around the room. Fred? What? What are you doing? Get your coat. We're going to the library. 5 minutes later, they were in the little cabin, 2 oil lamps burning as Fred scanned the shelves. He quickly found what he was looking for and asked her to hold the lamp while he flicked through the heavy, leather-bound book. See, he said, jabbing at the page, if you haven't consummated your marriage, then you're not married in the eyes of God. Meaning you can have the marriage annulled and marry who you really like, and there's nothing Van Cleve can do about it. She stared at the book, read the words that his finger underlined. She looked up at him, disbelieving. Really? It doesn't count? Yes. Hang on. We'll find another of those legal books and double-check. That'll show you. Look, here it is. You're free to stay, Alice. See? You don't have to go anywhere. Look. Oh, that poor very fool Bennett. I could kiss him. Alice put down the book and looked at him steadily. I'd rather you kiss me. And so he did. 40 minutes later, they lay on the floor of the library, on Fred's jacket, both of them breathing hard and a little in shock after their intimate moments. He turned to her, his eyes searching her face, then took her hand and raised it to his lips. Fred? Sweetheart. Alice smiled, the slowest, sweetest smile, and when she spoke, it was as if her voice dripped honey and was shot through with happiness. I have definitely never felt this way. Sven and Margery were married in late October, on a clear, crisp day where the mists had lifted from the hollers by dawn, and the birds sang loudly about the importance of a blue sky and squabbled noisily on branches. Margery had told him she would agree under sufferance because she didn't want Sophia yammering on at her till the end of time, and only if they told nobody and Sven didn't make a thing of it. Sven, who was agreeable in almost all things where Margery was concerned, greeted this invitation with a hard no. If we marry, we do it in public, with the town, our child, and all our friends in attendance, he said, his arms folded. That's what I want. Or we don't marry at all. And so they were wed in the small Episcopalian church up at Salt Lick, whose minister was a little less picky than some about children born out of wedlock. And in attendance were all the librarians, Mr. and Mrs. Brady, Fred, and a fair number of the families they had brought books to. Afterward they held a reception at Fred's house, and Mrs. Brady presented the couple with a wedding quilt that her quilting circle had embroidered, and a smaller one for Virginia's cot to match it, and Margery, despite looking somewhat awkward in her oyster-colored dress, borrowed from Alice, the seams let out by Sophia, wore an expression of embarrassed pride, and managed not to change back into her breeches until the following day, even though it clearly pained her. They ate food brought by neighbors. Margery hadn't intended so many people to come, and had been a little taken aback by the endless stream of guests. Someone started up a hog roast outside, and Sven wore a look of intense happiness, showing off Virginia to everyone, and there was fiddling and some fine dancing. At 6, just as dusk was falling, it was Alice who left the wedding party, and finally located the bride sitting alone on the path to the library steps, gazing up at the darkening mountain. "Are you all right?" Alice said, sitting down beside her. Margery didn't turn her head. She stared up at the tips of the trees, sniffed loudly, then let her gaze slide sideways toward Alice. "Feels kinda weird to be this happy," she said, and it was the most unsettled Alice had ever seen her. Alice considered this, then nodded. "I understand," she said, and she gave her friend a nudge. "You'll get used to it." 2 months later, after the Gustafsons had acquired a dog, a wall-eyed runt of a puppy, unwanted, some way from the quality hound Sven had suggested, he was, of course, crazy about it, Margery went back to work at the library. Virginia was minded 4 days a week by Verna McCullough, along with her own baby, a rather frail, freckled child by the name of Peter.
Sven and Fred, aided by Jim Horner and a couple of the others, raised a small cabin a short walk from Margery's, with 2 separate rooms, a chimney, and a working WC outside, and the McCullough sisters moved into it willingly. They returned to their old home only to bring back a jute bag of clothing, 2 pans, and the mean dog. The rest of it stunk of our daddy, Verna said, and never spoke of it again. Verna had begun to make the walk down into town once a week, mostly just to buy provisions with her wages, but also to have a look around, and people generally tipped their hat or left her alone, and her presence swiftly became unremarkable. Nita, her sister, was still not much inclined to leave the house, but they both doted on the babies and seemed to enjoy a little socializing, and over time, passers-by, who were not many in number, would remark that the dilapidated cabin up on Arnott's Ridge had begun to collapse, roof shingles first, then the chimney, and then, as the high wind caught the loose weatherboarding, the house itself, broken window by broken window, until it was half reclaimed by nature, shoots and brambles clawing it back to the earth, as they had so nearly done with its owner. Frederick Geisler and Alice were married a month after Margery and Sven, and if anybody noticed how much time they seemed to spend alone in Fred's house before they were legally tied, nobody seemed much inclined to comment on it. Alice's first marriage had been annulled quietly and with little fuss, once Fred had explained the bones of it to Mr. Van Cleve, who, for once, did not seem to feel the need to shout, but engaged a lawyer who was able to facilitate such things swiftly and with, perhaps, a little greasing of the wheels to ensure confidentiality. The prospect of his son's name being associated publicly with the word annulment seemed to stay his habitual temper, and after that meeting he barely mentioned the library publicly again. Under the agreement, they let Bennett marry again first. The librarians felt they owed the younger Van Cleve for the help he had given them, and Izzy even attended the day with her parents and said it was lovely, all things considered, and that Peggy made a beautiful and very contented bride. Alice barely noticed. She was so ridiculously happy that most days she didn't know how to contain it. Every morning before dawn, she would unwrap her long limbs reluctantly from those of her husband, drink the coffee he insisted on making for her, then walk down to open the library and get the stove going, ready for the others to arrive. Despite the cold and the brutal hour, she was almost always to be found smiling. If Peggy Van Cleve's friends chose to remark that Alice Weisler had let herself go something awful since she'd started up at that library, with her unset hair and her mannish outfits, and to think her so refined and well-dressed when she came, and all, then Fred couldn't have noticed less. He was married to the most beautiful woman in the world, and every night after they had each finished work and put away the dishes side by side, he made sure to cherish their connection. In the still air of Split Creek, it was not unusual for those who were walking past in the darkness to shake an amused head at the happy atmosphere emanating from the house behind the library. In Baileyville, in winter, there was not much to do after the sun went down, after all. Sophia and William moved back to Louisville. She didn't want to leave the library, she told the other women, but she had been offered a job back at the Louisville Free Public Library, colored branch, and given their cabin hadn't been the same since the floods, and William's chances of work were limited, they figured they would do better in the city, especially a city where there were large populations of people like themselves, professional people. Izzy cried, and the others didn't feel much better about it. But there was no arguing with good sense,
and not much arguing with Sophia. Sometime later, when they started to receive the letters she forwarded from the city and the photograph of her promotion, they framed it and put it up on the wall next to the one of them all together, and felt a little better about it. Though it had to be said, the shelves were never quite as well organized again. Kathleen, true to her word, did not remarry, although there was no shortage of men who stopped by asking to court her once a decent amount of time had passed. She had no time for all that, she told the other librarians, with the washing and the cleaning and looking after her children on top of her work. Besides, there was not a man who could measure up to Garrett Bligh in the whole state. Though she would admit, when pushed, that she had been a little taken aback at how Jim Horner had scrubbed up at Alice's wedding, having received the attention of a professional barber and put on his good suit. His face was quite pleasing, liberated from all that hair, and his general appearance was much improved out of his dirty overalls. She would not marry again. Oh no, she was adamant. But within a few months, it was not unusual for the two of them to be seen taking a stroll around the town with their children and maybe attending a local fair together in the spring. It was good for his girls to have a feminine influence after all, and if there were some sly looks and raised eyebrows, well, that was their business. And Beth could stop looking at her like that, thank you very much. Beth's life remained largely unchanged immediately following the trial. She remained at home with her father and brothers, complained bitterly about them at every turn, smoked in private, drank in public, then surprised everybody 6 months later by announcing that she had saved every penny she had ever earned and was about to leave on an ocean liner to see the continent of India. They laughed at this at first. Beth was possessed, after all, of the strangest sense of humor, but she pulled the ticket from her saddlebag to show them. "How on earth did you raise all that money?" said Izzy, confused. "You told me your daddy took half of it toward running the house." Beth grew uncharacteristically tongue-tied and stammered out some response to do with extra work and savings that were her own, and not knowing why everyone in this darn town needed to know each other's business anyway. And when, a month after she had departed, the sheriff uncovered an abandoned still over by Johnson's fallen-down cow barn, the ground around it littered with cigarette butts, it was decreed that the two things could not possibly be related. Or, at least, that was how they put it to her father. Her first letter came from a place called Surat, and had the fanciest postmark you ever saw, and contained a picture of her wearing a brightly colored embroidered robe called a sari, and holding a peacock under her arm. Kathleen exclaimed that it wouldn't shock her a whit if Beth ended up marrying the King of India, because that girl was plumb full of surprises. To which Margery responded dryly, that would certainly surprise them all. Izzy cut a record, with her father's permission. Within 2 years, she had become one of Kentucky's most popular singers, known for the purity of her voice and her penchant for performing in floor-length flowing dresses. She recorded a song about a murder in the hills that was popular across 3 states, and performed an on-stage duet with Tex Lafayette at a music hall in Knoxville that left her quite overcome for the best part of a week afterward, not least because he held her hand during the high notes. Mrs. Brady said that when it reached number 4 in the gramophone charts, it was the proudest moment in her life, second only, she admitted privately, to the letter she had received from Mrs. Lena C.
Nofsir, some 2 months after the close of the trial, thanking her for her extraordinary efforts in keeping the WPA Packhorse Library, Baileyville, running in a time of crisis. We women face many unexpected challenges when we choose to step outside what are considered our habitual boundaries. And you, dear Mrs. Brady, have proven yourself more than a match to any such challenge that has arisen. I look forward to discussing this and many other pertinent issues in person with you one day. Mrs. Nofsir had not yet made it as far as Baileyville, but Mrs. Brady was pretty sure it was going to happen. The library opened 5 days a week, its management split between Alice and Margery, and during that time the women continued to lend every possible kind of novel, manual, recipe book, and magazine.
Memories of the trial faded quickly, especially among those who realized they might like to continue to borrow books after all, and life in Baileyville returned to its normal rhythms. Only the Van Cleve men seemed at pains to avoid the library, driving their cars at speed up and down Split Creek, and mostly taking a route some way around town to avoid that building altogether. So when, several months into 1939, Peggy Van Cleve stopped by, it came as something of a surprise. Margery watched her spend some moments loitering outside, as if searching for something vitally important in her purse, then peering through the window to check if Margery was on her own. She wasn't known to be the most voracious of readers, after all. Margery O'Hare was a busy woman, what with Virginia, the dog, and her husband, and all the many distractions her home seemed to hold these days. But that evening she would break off what she was doing and smile to herself, wondering whether to tell Alice Gisler how the new Mrs. Van Cleve had stepped inside, lowered her voice, and after some prevarication and a lot of theatrical scanning of random titles on the shelves, asked whether there was truth in the rumor that there was a book here that advised ladies regarding certain personal matters. Or how Margery had kept a straight face and said, "Why, yes, of course. It was just the facts, after all." She would still be thinking about it and still trying not to smile when they all arrived back at the library the following